Hello everyone, when I forgot to turn on the uptime. I knew I forgot something. Stream was kind of borking out there a little bit there at the very start there, so it's probably a good thing to have those starting sequences there. Let's try to hopefully work those things out there. So yeah, there's that. And I need to get this uptime going on here. I screwed up on that part. That's a failure on my part, but try to get these things going on time. Doesn't always work out, but hope everybody's doing well out there. Let's see here. What are we at here? 6. I can't put this in. Give me just a moment, folks. Bear with me. I got a little distraught there, I guess, as far as with all the drop frames there. Gets right at the initial start of the stream there. Alright, so 6. Let's put this on 640. Start. Okay, that should be pretty good there, I think. We are, yep, right on cue with the uptime there. Sweet. So that's, I like to put the uptime in there because I feel it. I know for my purposes, I always tend to go back on the VODs and try to gather information, I guess, that was shared or expressed, I guess, through the stream. Hey, Smart Alec coming in with, holy crap, 5 months. Thank you for the resubscribe, reaffirming the VIP for 5 months, and welcome on in, Smart Alec. Oh, I got an emote too. Nice. Thank you for the emote. I'm getting those hypescape emotes. I got a bunch of those now. Let's see, what do I have now? I got so many of those darn things now. Thank you for that there, Smart Alec. Hope we're doing well today. Coming in like a boss. Yeah, look at all these emotes I have for this hyperscape. Now I got this. Let me post some of these out there. For anybody that does have any of those, post those out there. Show us what you got. I got all these now with that latest one here from Smart Alec. Whoops. Got that in there twice. Oh, for crying out loud. Whoopsie. What happened here? What did I do? Hold on. I screwed up. Give me a moment. I clicked too many things. Yeah, there you go. Look at all those Hyperscape ones. Cool. Let me go over here. I don't know what the heck I did, but I gotta refresh this here for a second. Give me a moment, folks. I screwed all kinds of stuff up. I got too click happy in here. Alright, let's put this down. Here we go. Let's try this again. Let's try this again, shall we? Let's see. I like that in the emotes there, they do, Twitch does break them down, and it doesn't just kind of cluster them all in, I guess, with all the other emotes that you might necessarily have in your disposal. So here we go. Let's try this again. So, boom. There they go. Those are all the ones that I have. So yeah, for anyone that does have any of those unlocked, I guess, as far as getting a gifted sub or subbing to a channel or what have you, that's how you necessarily get those, as well as cheers, I believe. There's two that those unlock those as well, so it's pretty cool. Pretty cool that you got that out there. I guess that's a game that's out there, and I'm not 100% familiar, I guess, with the whole Hyperscape thing, but I guess that's a promotion that Twitch has going on, I guess, with that, so it's pretty cool, the fact that we get all these different emotes. Nice. So, been a busy week. Yeah, it's definitely has been there, Torch. You're not lying. You've got them all. I mean, I think they keep adding to it as well. I'm not sure on that. They're Smart Alec. I don't know if they add to those. I'd like to say that I probably do have them all. I got quite a few, anyways. I've shown there. Some of them are pretty neat, though. That red, I think it's a bear. What is that? It's a tiger. It's a hyper tiger. And I'm assuming that these are all like avatars, I guess, based on the actual hyperscape, hyperspace or hyperscape, whatever they call that. I guess as far as I'm not all that. I'm very ignorant. I guess I'm gonna have to plead ignorance. I guess in the fact I don't know everything about that. I've gotten a lot of advertising and promotional type of stuff, I guess, for it. And that's about it. Got 15 of them. Yeah. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 13. Am I counting right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I got 13 of them. So you got 2 more than me. So I got probably a couple more to unlock, I guess. If that's the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep, you definitely got 2 more than I do. That's for sure. Not sure which ones I'm missing there. I'm kind of looking at yours and mine. I'm definitely missing a couple at least anyway, though. Man, it has been a heck of a week there, folks. I'm telling you, it's just like it's been really busy. Trying to get some things done, I guess, outside while the weather's still decent. So that's been a thing. Let's see. Did that update? Yes, it did. Just making sure that it did update in there. And the overlay. Was that a Okay. Got to refresh on my thing. I borked something there when I tried posting those emotes. Holy mackerel, something crazy. These are the 2 I need. Oh, you already sorted it out for me. Look at that. So you got a lightning bolt and like a chevron looking deal. That's kind of like a rank emote. Yeah, being in the service there, that reminds me of like chevrons, I guess, on that first one there, and then a lightning bolt. Cool. Well, I'll just have to keep yeah, I think the majority of those that I've gotten there has been not so much from me subbing or cheering, I guess, to a channel. It's been just being in a channel, I guess, that's happening. So you do get just like you did there, Alec. As far as subbing to the channel, I got one gifted to me as far as those emotes goes. It's pretty neat that they got that. But I also like it the way that Twitch, like I said, the way they separate it in your emotes. It doesn't just cluster them all in with what does that say anyway? How they said that. It lists them in your. If you go in your emotes here as. Let me see. Hyperscape emotes, yeah. So just like your hype train ones, those are separated still too. I like the way they've got that separated like that. It's pretty cool. That way you don't have to search for the stuff. Torch playing him some slots. Nice. Oh, you got one of each emote there. Besides the Kappa, I suppose. Yeah, those mini chat games are available to anybody in the chat if you want to supplement those units of fluids. You are earning yourself units of fluids as the stream is live. So you can always check your fluids. It says Torch says in there, exclamation point fluids, and supplement those units of fluids if you want to with those mini chat games. There's the slots. Administer yourself a shot. You can gamble, exclamation point risk, and if none of those work to the favor, if the bot is not playing nice or whatever, you can potentially scold the bot, exclamation point scold, and potentially earn yourself 100 units of fluid. But the bot can't necessarily tell you, I don't think so, and not give you anything. So just keep that in mind. Oh, storms in there? Yikes. Yeah, you keep it down there, okay? You keep it over there. Welcome on in, James. But glad you can come in, I guess, even on mobile there. Yeah, just keep that mess down in your neck of the woods there, okay? That's all I want to say to that. Okay. So just getting some things sorted out here. I need to turn this down just a tad, because I feel the background music's here just a tad loud. I have added some, just like I have for Friday streams and such too, I've added some new musical selections to the background music there. Not that many. I'm slowly adding to it, I guess anyway. It's all non DMCA strike and copyright and all that good stuff, so it's really cool. But it's just some chillax music in the background, I guess, while we doing some things. You got 100K? Did you? Not quite. You're almost there. 98. Yeah, you're closing in on it. Yep, coming soon. You're not too far behind. You stick around long enough, I guess, on this stream, you'll probably get there. You'll probably be one of the very first ones, with especially rocking that Founders badge. You probably definitely get there. That'll be the first one, I guess, on the channel, I guess, just to hit that 100,000 units of fluid. And you've used some too, I guess, as far as getting in on some of the giveaways and special events that we've had on the channel, as far as during the Twitch anniversaries and such. So appreciate all that support there, Racer James. Still trying to get these things loaded up here. So I've gotten some new information, just to kind of give you some insight, I guess, as far as what's going to be covered here in the stream today. Got some new information from Torch that's in the chat currently. I guess with the Dover build, is Torch Edition Dover build, and I've had some offline discussions, I guess, with him as far as what he's done and what I've done. What I am coming to find that it's partially somewhat my fault. I guess I haven't shared with him, I guess, as far as some of the things that I've done to the track. But he's gone ahead and updated some of the items that I had suggested to potentially eliminate some of the de-optimization of the track as far as the frame rate hits and the crashes to desktop and so on. So some of the things we will be going over is just what Torch did, and Torch can feel free to chime in the chat to kind of justify, I guess, as far as what we discussed offline. I do have still the previous version that we've worked on, I guess, on last week, just to make some comparisons, I guess, if anything else. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring this over. I've got the two tracks, the two renditions. Now, this is normally not the way, I want to make this clear too, this is not normally the way I like to do things, as far as when it comes to track builds. The fact that this is entirely Torch's build, and the fact that I'm not 100% directly, I guess, involved, I guess, with Torch's build. Normally the way I would do this, and you can ask pretty much anybody that I've worked on tracks for NR 2003, this holds true. The fact that normally the only thing I like to focus on is just the things that have been edited from one. So as we build on the track, I only like to focus on just the things that were quote-unquote broken, and not necessarily just keep replacing the track over and over again. To me, I feel that's wasted space, as far as to have to filter out as far as like what was done previously. So not only does it give you a discipline, I guess, as far as just focusing on one thing at a time, piece by piece at a time, but also to kind of give you some organization, and only share those files that have been edited and or updated, I guess, from, you know, a previous version. So to keep swapping out the track over and over and over again, it invites the idea and the potential, even with Sandbox being a very buggy program, to step on things that you didn't want to get stepped on. So this is just something, I guess, to put out there for anybody that wants to build a track for NR 2003 using Sandbox and things like that. It's always better to keep track of, and I'm not saying this is not what's being done, but this is just from my experience, okay, that you don't want to keep replacing the track and just overwriting that over and over again, because something is going to get stepped on, 100% guaranteed. You know, this is speaking from experience. So if you can just focus on just the things that are being edited and updated, those are the things that you want to, especially if you're going to have someone else assist you, I guess, with it. And again, you can ask anybody that I've ever worked on a track with like that. It just makes it much more cleaner, you know, as far as a collaborative build. So that's just my little soapbox comment, I guess, as far as when it comes to that. It save yourself some headache as far as potentially stepping on something that you didn't want to. When don't just keep replacing the track. Just focus on the things that I guess that are already edited. Just those few things, even if it is one at a time. So I felt like I just need to put that out there because it chews up a lot of hard drive space too. So the fact that I've got these two versions of the track now, just to kind of make the comparison. This is just for purposes of this stream, just to kind of show what has been edited from the previous things. And I know partially this is somewhat my fault too, that I haven't shared what I've done on stream, I guess, with Torch. So if anything, we're kind of a little bit both at fault. Let's just put it that way. One of the things I did notice, with all that being said, that I haven't shared is this this new vehicle transport. Now I did kind of tweet this out and put the information out there as far as what's been changed and modified, I guess, to this model. And I do have, I have it in this version? I don't think I do. No, I don't. So I'll just open this up in 3D SimEd, and I know this kind of gives you somewhat of an idea of what has been adjusted to the model. Actually, this is not the one. This is the original one. My bad. Don't worry about that one. That's the original model. The new model, as far as what I did here, was this one here. And I don't think this one is applied to the track currently, as far as the either one. So this is the one I've edited. So all it's done in this version here, relatively, is just to put flat planes, I guess, on this part of it, and take away a lot of the 3D bulk, primarily on this trailer, which has reduced the file size pretty much in half, which is a good thing. So this one's at 48 kilobytes, and the original one was at 96. So that kind of gives you somewhat of an idea. It's roughly in half. So these are some of the things that I have mentioned that needed to be addressed about the track to potentially remove some of the frame rate issues and the crashes to desktop. So that's just one item so far that I know I haven't shared with Torch, I guess, to put into his own track as far as being a part of the build. That is the new... Okay, I don't want that one yet. Something else. Let's go in here. So yeah, I do have the two versions in here. So this is what I've worked on last week. And as I said, I don't even think I put that new vehicle transporter into this version yet. It's still got the original one. But I did put it into the game. We were able to test it. And from what we tested, that seemed to be a step in the right direction. That was one of the items. On top of the team haulers, that was another thing I noticed has not. So this is the latest version that I've gotten from Torch here, loaded in Sandbox. And what I do notice is, as he's already discussed with me and put out there, that those vehicle transporters in the... Wow, I'm getting a lot of frame rate issue here. Just noticing that. I wasn't doing that previously, so it might be because I'm streaming it. It could be. Very possible. But, yeah, Torch has mentioned to me that he took those vehicle transporters out of the infield completely. And that's just through the effort, you know, through the process, I guess, of him testing it on his own, you know, on his own end. So these team haulers are not replaced. So I have those that would necessarily be added to that. I also want to put that updated vehicle transporter into this deal. So this is where I'm kind of at a conundrum. I guess this is where I was kind of stuck here, Torch. This is what I was trying to potentially explain there. So the fact is, you took those out. I would have liked to have kept those in that position so I could swap back in, I guess, what I had. So basically, for my version, it wouldn't make any sense to try and apply what you've changed. I would have to make sure. This is why I like to work with just the items that have been edited, right? Because now it's a little bit confusing because you've already taken these out. If I could have just swapped those out, now I got to put them back in. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, this is just my own, you know, my own quirkiness, if you will, just as far as collaboratively working, I guess, on a track, I guess, with someone else. But yeah, so between just needing to replace these haulers again, which is just as easy as just swapping out those 3DOs, the fact that those vehicle transporters are out there, I got no way of being able to swap that out and put my version into this without adding it back in there. I could easily go back and open up that and get those coordinates, but that would make more work for myself, right? So I'm kind of going backwards in that sense. So you took out the shared folder haulers. Were there ones in here? I guess I wasn't sure. I have to refresh my memory on that too, because as far as I don't remember if there were shared hauler ones in here at all. In fact, I can look at this pretty easily, pretty quickly. Let's see, this is my first look at, I guess, into this since I've gotten the track from you. So let's take a look at this. So if we go to object placement view, and I'm still seeing some instances of shared buses and stuff. So maybe you can kind of pinpoint, I guess, a little bit better, I guess, as far as which ones have been removed. Because as far as what I'm looking at here, there's still items in here that are still in here as shared. Some cars. You said you took the haulers out, okay. I guess I didn't realize there were shared haulers in here. Thought those were all directly installed. I'm just looking through these here. Still got quite a few shared items. Not that that's a terrible thing. I'm not trying to detract, I guess, from using shared stuff. But as far as what I'm seeing here, there's lots of shared items in here yet. So as far as haulers, that red shared folder and instance, okay. Yeah, I know there was a couple in there. I did not write that down myself. I guess I could kind of left that up to you, I guess, to do that. So I'll just have to assume, but that's done. Got quite a few shared items in here still. Just rolling through this here. I thought there was a lot less shared items. Okay, so it's starting. Porta-Johns. Trying to get it to where there's no more shit there. Okay, there's where it starts. Let's highlight that there. So it's still quite a few shared items in there. Whether or not, where's that stuff at? So I can zoom the two items. If you go ahead, and I may or may not have shown this before. So once you have something selected, if you want to zoom to selected, you can do that. And then what it'll do is it'll actually zoom to that. It'll try to, at least anyway, in the camera view, point you in the direction of it. So yeah, I can see it highlighted there now. So it won't necessarily focus right on it, but at least put you in the direction of where that object is. So that's kind of a cool little feature that, even with as primitive, I guess, the sandbox is, right? So let's try another one here. So if we go to this one, so the AC stands. See, that one's right there. I'll zoom to selected. And if I go to my camera, it'll point it at least in that direction. So at least get you roughly in the vicinity, I guess, of where that object's at. So that's a nice little tool, I guess, to be able to use if you're trying to get to a particular area of the track instead of, painting around. Especially if you're working on bigger tracks. Probably not so much of an issue with this one, but so what I'm probably going to do, just as I was mentioning, is I want to be able to put what the heck is going on here? God, I hate when it does that. Mouse got stuck there for a second. Let's get this back over here. There we go. Why do I keep losing my mouse? Hello, mouse. Why do you keep doing that? Alright, hold on here, folks. That's weird. Okay, get out of that. There we go. Usually that's what it'll do. Once you get out of that slew mode or whatever like that, it'll just put it back here, but it wasn't putting it back there. That's weird. Anyway. Don't be doing that to me. Alright, so let's, yeah, what I want to do is, like I was saying, is to reapply those vehicle transporters into the, now if you want to keep those out, maybe that's something I should probably ask you, Torch. Are you planning to keep those vehicle transporters out and not apply any type of reduced, lower poly version of that? Because if you're going to keep it out, then I'll just keep it out. I won't take the time, I guess, to go and do that. But I would have to go back into my version, get those coordinates, and reapply it to this one. So maybe you can give me some insight there if you're planning on just keeping those vehicle transfer. Now, I did notice in this latest version, oh, you want to ask you? I mean, I got no problem. I only did mine just to show you the potential, what you could do, and I didn't know if you wanted to do it yourself. I was just showing you, I guess, what could be done, right? I don't necessarily. I mean, if you want to use mine, that's fine. I got no problem with that. But I always invite the idea, because it is your build. I'm just showing you, I guess, as far as what can be done, I guess, to remedy the model is all. Okay, you do plan on them being there. Okay, no problem. So if you do plan on them being there, that's where I would take the initiative. I guess I have to reapply that object, I guess, to this version here that I got open currently. It's not in here, so I'd have to open up that other version in order to get those applied back in there. Realizing there are some things that you mentioned. I think you mentioned something with the victory lane. I guess just kind of dive into this here. That's something I do remember you mentioning. The victory lane has been redone, I guess, somewhat since the last time here. So I don't know how this was designed previously. Let me highlight this here. So victory lane, you got a P1. Okay, let's take a look at our track edit folder here. Let's go into here, and you got a victory lane. We'll get right into this as far as what we discussed here offline. Didn't mean to use caps. Yeah, I kind of figured it was probably a slip of the finger. I knew you weren't trying to yell at me or anything like that. 1 3DO, divided it up. Okay, how many, that's what I was going to compare here as far as how you divided that up. So you've got a P1, P2, the gate, VL grass. So in comparison to what you had, this is it. At this point, this is the only reason why I'm keeping both versions, just to kind of see what has changed. I'll totally go by what you've got there, you've sent me currently, but this is what I talk about as far as, only focusing on the things that have been adjusted, I guess, from one previous. Otherwise, you're going to end up having more than one track folder unpacked here, and that's just, in my opinion, I totally love having hard drive space. I don't like chewing up unnecessary hard drive space. So that's just kind of something it's a big beef with me, I guess, as far as that's about. No, it's no qualm, I guess, in this thing. I just want to point that out, and it just invites the idea. This is the other thing. Through my experience, I guess, with building tracks in Air 2003, because Sandbox is such a buggy program, when you're completely just overwriting tracks, you're inviting the idea of something getting stepped on that you didn't mean to get stepped on, and then it just invites the idea that you don't have anything else to fall back on. I mean, as much as I've said in the past, as far as it's always a good idea to have a backup after backup after backup, but when you're backing up entire tracks, in my opinion, that's just ridiculous. That's kind of not necessary. Only keep backups of the things that you're adjusting from one as you go down the pipeline. It just eliminates the using up unnecessary hard drive space and just keeps everything organized as far as okay, what did I do here? As far as okay, I did this at this point, I tried to fix this. If that's fine, then you can eliminate, I guess, as far as those items that have been redone. So original was called Victory Lane, so we're gonna take a look at this as far as just a comparison. So this is the only reason why I've got the two versions in here. That was my whole point here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have these. But at this point, since I'm not 100% sure what you've done, I'm asking you right up front as far as what has been done. Once we confirmed all that, I'll end up deleting this version, because to me that's just redundant. It's in the past. So Victory Lane. This is the previous. No, so my bad. You get in the right folder. So this is the previous version. I label this as T2 for my purposes. So it was just called Victory Lane previously. That's right here, right? And you've got that in the Victory Lane entrance and in the Victory Lane gate. So I noticed right off the bat that you've got two different pieces, which is probably not a bad idea. You got a P1, P2, the gate. Now I don't see the entrance anymore. You got the victory lane, entry support. Yeah, you got this broke down quite a bit actually. So you don't have this. Yeah, this is why I would want to use this version that you've previously sent me and just apply what I've adjusted. And it's really the only thing that I've done on my side is the team haulers, which that's an easy 3DO swap, and that vehicle transporter, which you've taken out, which I'd have to reapply. Okay, so yeah, definitely what you've done here, I wouldn't have all that in my previous version. I'd have to apply all that too. So it's just a matter of kind of feeling it out as far as like what's better, I guess, for. And when I'm coming to the conclusion of just to use your version that you have here and just build on that. That's just the most reasonable solution, I guess, at this point. Barring the fact that now, in hindsight, this is based on what I explained. All this stuff that here that you redid with the victory lane, what would have been nice to be able to do with my version is like, okay, you've obviously applied this all to PTF, which required, I guess, a PTF adjustment. That's going to be standard. If that's all you had done on top of everything, if there's more items, I guess, that you adjusted in this fashion, then I would need just those items along with the PTF, if that makes sense. So I would have needed nothing else. I'm just using that as an example. So just for an example, as far as like if that's all you adjusted were these victory lane pieces, I would need all those along with the PTF, because obviously that's going to adjust the PTF, right? And then that would be it. I wouldn't need the whole track, right? This is the best way, I guess, to do that when. Yeah, so I don't consider myself. I'll probably make that clear too. I don't consider myself as a part of this build. I'm just trying to show you the things, I guess, that could necessarily be adjusted. What you've done, that's positive. Now, what I want to look at here, with this being broke down, is the totality, I guess, of all these pieces that you've got for the victory lane, because that's going to make a difference too. So just the fact that you break it down, if the polys haven't been reduced, for example, that's kind of defeating the purpose. But this is what we're going to actually observe here, right? Yes, yeah, and I assume that you do probably have more, right? I'm just giving that the breakdown of this one particular model as far as the original victory lane to now. That was what I want to be able to have from you, I guess, to be able to put in my end if we were working on it collaboratively, right? Like I said, I don't consider myself to be collaboratively building this track along with you. I'm just showing you, I guess, the things that do need to be addressed, right? So that's why, I guess, but it's always a good practice as far as like if you're going to work with somebody else on a track collaboratively, the processes you should follow, at least anyway. Hopefully that makes sense. It just creates, it removes any potential headache as far as down the pipeline, as far as to step on things that you didn't want to step on. So let me look at this this overall object here. So you've got how many pieces here now to this victory lane? I see you got this one, two, and I'm just going by the names of them, so you can reiterate to me, I guess, as far as if this is correct or not. So these pieces, just the 3DOs. Gate, grass, canopy. You got several pieces here. So all this has been broken down, I guess, like so. That's just the objects here. So let me, I'm going to pull this out here just for purposes of this stream. I'm going to copy all these. Not worried about the textures. I just want to overlook and see how big was the victory lane model previously in comparison to now. Right? Because that will definitely make a difference as well. Let's paste these in. Yeah, okay, if they didn't change, that what I'm going for, I guess I'm doing this, is just to see what you have now in comparison to what you had, right? So, if these are all the pieces that you've got here, you can kind of reiterate that. I'm just going by the names here. I'm assuming these are all victory lane So if I'm missing anything, you can let me know on that. 8 items is what this comes down to here. But I can definitely see what has been added, you know, as far as piecing this out in comparison. Now what I want to do is go to the other version, the previous version here. That's going to be in here. Go here. I'm going to pull just that original victory lane. And this one ends up being... Okay, we got several pieces here. So I'm going to do this with this one. VO gate, grass. Okay, so we got all these pieces. And I'm going to put this in another folder. Go like so. It's folder 2. We don't need to worry about that. That's full. That'll be fine. And we'll paste these in here. So overall, we have... Just adding these up here. We have 127. I like doing math here on this type of stuff. So 127. 702. 9. This gives me a really good idea as far as how much poly reduction there is. So loosely, at least anyway. So 840 total. This is the original files. Now if I go to the new files, now I can already see there's a dramatic decrease here just by looking at these numbers. But let's add them up anyway just to see. So 840 for the original. I can already tell just without even adding these up there, it's definitely a huge reduction. 20. 42. So even breaking this down, so that's 59, 2, and 23. So even with it broke down, 203 in comparison to 840. So that already tells me pretty right off the bat, because file size here as far as the models here are going to relate, I guess, to poly count. So the bigger kilobytes that you got in this case is going to relate to more polys. There's a direct correlation, I guess, with that. So the fact that you've got it reduced down, even breaking it down in pieces, you've also reduced the polys as well, just as you said. So that's that visual comparison, I guess, as far as I look at. That's a positive change to the track for sure. Okay. So, and this is assuming that I've got all the pieces that belong, I guess, to the victory lane as well. Again, you can reiterate to me as far as the bush cooler. Oh shoot, yeah, I forgot about that too. So that would be a part of the victory lane as well. So the bush cooler, that's something I really want to check too. So the original bush cooler, I remember that when I had mentioned one of the suggestions to adjust that model. Okay, that was named, that should be in the B's then, right? This is all the previous version, so I want to check that one first. Bush, big bush. Bush cooler, here it is. So that original file size, 280 kilobytes. And we know how much detail was in that bad boy when we looked at that last time. So 280 kilobytes there. And the new version, if I look at this one, that one ends up being 13.3. That's definitely a huge reduction there, that's for sure. I mean, just by looking at that, so I can, and I've got that open here in the track, so we can take a look at that in the track. So this new model for the Bush coolers, let's check that out. Let's go into here, and again, I can use that zoom to feature. I can see them right here, but it won't let me select it. So I'm gonna go to my items list. Got a lot of, because you got so many pieces in there now, it's kind of hard to select those individual pieces. That's not necessarily a detriment, but I can see all those pieces in here as well. So if we scroll up through here and find that bush cooler, and we'll highlight it that way and zoom to it, that'll at least populate it in the camera view. So there are some pretty cool features like that, as primitive as Sandbox is, that are pretty useful. So we're just gonna, these should be relatively alphabetical. Relatively. Somewhat. Got a lot of fir trees. Oh, that's all about shared items. We don't want that. We already went through that. Where's the doggone bush cooler? There it is. So in the items list here, and now I'm gonna zoom to selected. Now that should put it in the general direction. Right there, so it is highlighted. So the fact that it zooms it way out, that's kind of weird. It tries its best, I guess, when you do that, but at least... There we go. So there's the new model for the bush coolers. Wow, you can already tell. I mean, it's still got a pretty amount of detail, even considering the fact that it's lower polys. I mean, that still looks good in comparison. Now I can open up the if I wanted to, I could open up the previous version, but yeah, those don't look bad at all. I know you had a lot more polys in it that the file size for that model shows, but these absolutely don't look bad. They definitely look like cans of bush in the cooler. So, and the fact that you will see this, you know, you can interact with this and so on, I guess, as far as, you know, you can access it and all that stuff like that, but that's pretty doggone reasonable. Now, did any of the textures get adjusted, I guess, with the with those individual pieces now, or is that pretty much the same? Let's take a look at that. As I say that, I'm going to check this out myself. So if we go into, so as far as texture size for those, or just the mapping, I guess, to those items, did those change at all there, Torch? Let's see. No changes to textures. So basically all you did was just broke it down into those individual pieces and left the texture mapping, I guess, the same. Pretty cool. I mean, that just simple changes like that, simple adjustments like that is probably going to make a huge difference. So not only did you break it down in individual pieces, and we're just, again, just focusing just on the victory lane. Not only did you break it down into those individual pieces, but you reduced the polys on it. That's it. That's going to make a huge impact, I guess, on the overall of the track. And I mean, it still adds a lot of detail to the track, as we can see here. You know, pretty cool. So besides the victory lane items, what else? That was the only thing I can remember right off the top as far as what we discussed there. What other things have been adjusted here? This is what this stream's all about. What has been adjusted since the last time? What suggestions, I guess, did you apply? The things. Oh man, I didn't even notice all these signs on this. That's pretty cool. I think I saw that object in the track too. The track unpack there. So all these signs on the fence there, it's pretty cool. So I'm not getting as much frame rate, so it must have settled down there a little bit. Frame rates it tends to, so I'm just kind of zooming around here just to see. Truck Wastemaster. Restroom 1. Okay, so the Truck Wastemaster. That's been adjusted? Okay. We'll check that one out. Yeah, so it looks like the frame rates have definitely calmed down here quite a bit since I first opened this up. I know one of the things I did mention too was to potentially reduce, I guess, this media, the texture for the media building. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. You probably won't lose a whole lot of detail on that. Yeah, let me look at the Truck Wastemaster. Let's go through here. So Truck Wastemaster. Let's take a look here. We're going to look through the list here. I wish there was a way to expand this. I mean, this is a primitive program, like I said. It's not one of these new age videos. I mean, this is going all the way back to like 2004, so for this program, probably even before that. But it generally will put most of these things in alphabetic order. So Truck Wastemaster, we're in the S's. All the styrofoam blocks for the safer. Trailer wheel scheme. Okay, we're getting there. Truck. Okay, those are the team haulers. Okay, we got truck beverage, broadcast, champion. Getting there. Truck jigs, media. Safety clean. There's the safety clean. I don't know where the waste master is. There it is. There's one of them anyway. Let's focus to that. We'll zoom to selected. It is Uber. That was my media center, hence my Uber texture. Oh, that media center? Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of what I've talked with Torch about that too. The fact that you, when you were testing things out, when you were trying to figure things out with that, Racer James, I guess, as far as you went super Uber, like you said, I guess, on the texture, and that's not, you know, a terrible thing. It's better sometimes when you're doing something like that, especially trying new things out, to go big and then reduce it from there.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what for? I'll be doing your Chavez. Torch, I was gonna say, I was like, what are you doing there? I saw that. Torch, and you were trying to put that bad word in there. At least the bot didn't time me out or anything for that. So, hope you're doing well there, Chavez. I guess, and he's sneaking on in here, I guess, with that hit audio command there. Hope your Saturday's doing well. We're just kind of going over the track here as far as the suggested things that, yeah, I zoomed down over to this Wastemaster. So that's all we're in the process of doing here, is just critiquing, I guess, the latest changes, I guess, that Torch have applied to the track build. So here's the Wastemaster. Let's see what we got here. Yep, so I can see that it's been shifted, obviously. So I don't need to get adjusted there, but that's not that big of an issue. That can be adjusted probably. So this has been changed. This has been adjusted here, Torch. This looks like based on... Okay. I think I'm catching it there. I think this is based on... I think you and I had shared informations, I guess, on a new truck hauler. And that's something I need to get... Yeah, I needed to get with you on as far as... Is this the one that you want to go with? Because I know... I think there was still some things that I may not have mentioned to you that may still need to be adjusted. Ooh, Chavez got the 3 little red dudes. GG's on that one there, Chavez. But yeah. Okay, so I don't need these in it. Yeah, you definitely deserve that one. Okay, so that was just to make those comparisons with that. I don't really need these 2 folders anymore. So that's a definite reduction in there. What I do want to get to is the hauler that I'd done, and then the one that you've done. I want to take a look. Yours was a lot smaller, let's put it that way, as far as the file size. So that's what I wanted to compare. That was the Truck X here. Yeah. So this one here, this was my example. And I showed this one either last week or one of the previous streams. So this one ends up being 12 kilobytes. The one that you got, we're going to use this Wastemaster here as an example. Okay, where are we at here? That's the game track folder. There we go. So your truck Wastemaster, this is based on your model, which ends up 11.3. So that's a little bit smaller than mine. And I think I may have, I don't remember. I know there were some things that I had, you had shared me, I guess, as far as what you've changed on your model. And I think I got you all the information, you know, as far as to share the information as far as what other changes I suggested to change. Yeah, let me look at this stream really closer. I think one of the things was there was some verts in there that could have gone bye-bye and or stitched together. Let me see if I can get at this one here. Yeah, so there's still some gaps in here. I don't know if you can see that. I see what you did here as far as apply some transparency to this part. Probably don't need to do that. You can probably, that's probably a simple texture adjustment. Probably don't need all this broke down like that. I'd just leave this as a, you know, filled in flat plane there. So it probably doesn't need transparency in that part, at least anyway. The rest of this probably is not too bad. And that's just the initial critique on it anyway. Because I don't think the previous models that you had shown me had that in it. Yeah, well, I personally, I don't think I would add all that transparency to that. It probably doesn't need that alpha to it. So if I look at the texture for that, I would just leave that just a flat plane, right? As far as to cut that all out, because that looks kind of weird, I guess, and especially if you were to put these in multiplicity here. Let's see. Let me look at the texture for that, just out of curiosity. That is the truck waste master. Let's open this up in WinMip. What in the heck? Whoops, I did that wrong. Whoops, I did that in Notepad, not WinMip 2. My bad. No. I opened it up with the wrong program. WinMip. Thank you. Alright. Where's it putting me here? That's not where I want to be. Let's go here. Try to get a folder. Tracks. Third party. And we want to go into this one here. So I'm going to open up your texture, I guess, for that. So it more than likely, obviously, has alpha channel in it, which you probably don't need to that. And that's an easy fix, actually. This is where's the waste master? Waste master. There it is. Yeah, so you've got all that. See, I wouldn't put that in there. Honestly, I don't think I would do that. Now, I have... You've probably taken the idea, I guess, the fact that I showed that with the that vehicle transporter. I can kind of see why you probably went that direction. But it makes more sense on the vehicle transporter as opposed to this one, I guess. Yeah, so the fact that there's... You got an alpha channel, I probably wouldn't do that for the team haulers. Unless you added more flat planes to highlight, I guess, you know, some of the... I guess I don't know how to put that. As far as to add some dimension to the... at least a little bit of dimension, I guess, to that. And that's something else I haven't applied to that. You know, that vehicle transporter that I did there was very primitive, you know, very... You know, just really quick, just to kind of give you an idea. That's not a final model, right? So I kind of figure you know, that's what it feels like anyway, that you kind of took what I did with the vehicle transporter. But you would want to add some dimension to this a little bit. You know, even if it was just in the form of flat planes, just to kind of add, again, some dimension, I guess, to this, so it's just not floating out there. So it looks kind of hollow. So either just to add some dimension to these areas that need it, you know, as far as the backside, I guess, as far as the truck here, you know, where the fifth wheel would be, just this is a simple flat plane, I guess, with the texture on it, or just to leave that just a simple flat plane, as you know, some of these original haulers were, you know. But you got the right idea. I kind of like that concept with that, but it's just it would just need some more dimension to it, in my opinion, because it looks kind of weird just like that, you know, with it all being hollow like that. Just something to think about, I guess. That's pretty cool, though. I mean, that's good to think, you know, outside of the box a little bit, as far as like how you can necessarily improve on, I guess, a model that's already in there. And you know, again, that's probably totally my fault. You know, when I showing, I guess, as far as what I did with that vehicle transport, that was very just quick, and you know, whipped it up there just to kind of give an idea of how much you can reduce it. I do know, even with that being said, I can probably add a little bit more dimension to that that model for sure. Okay. So I'm just going back through, I guess, as far as what else. Look at the one in the backstretch. Yeah, that was the one I wanted to get. Which one was that? Let's see here. That's what we want to do. So I was just looking back in there to see what. So is it this one? Which one on the back stretch? This one over here? This is okay. There's this one here too. Okay, yeah. So the same deal. Gotcha. So there's one here too, as well as in the infield. Gotcha. Yeah. So same idea there. Now wait a minute. This one here. This is the red idea. Like this. So you've got a little bit more dimension to this one. This is kind of what I was speaking of here. You want to add some more dimension. Now you could probably clean this up a little bit. You know, but the fact that you're adding planes, I guess, to kind of add that dimension, like this, yeah, that was what I was talking about, like this. You know, as far as adding these planes in here, and you know, I'm sure the texture could, you know, the mapping could probably be adjusted, but this is what I was talking about, as far as just to add some dimension to that, so it's not completely just hollow. You've even got the stilts in here. It looks like, I guess, for that trailer. Yep, being parked. That's kind of cool. Yep. That's what I was talking about. So the same thing like on this one, you could put that plane on here just to give it a little bit of dimension there. Yeah. So that's probably a good idea. Congratulates. Really? Spanish? The heck? I guess we got to be somewhat bilingual in that. Bilingual or multilingual, I guess that's probably a better word. But yeah, I think that's what else have we not looked at? So I'm just still keeping in mind as far as some of the things I want to add to this here, so I can test it out, test the track out, I guess, with the new team haulers. Now, do you have any team haulers, Torch, I guess, as far as done up there already, as far as in comparison to doing like the Wastemaster and all that stuff, or is that just the ones? Because I still got the version that I've got, which is, you know, decent. It's definitely not yours though. Man, it's already been over an hour. Good grief. Time flies when you're having fun. I know I'm having fun. I don't know about you folks. It's kind of interesting, I guess, to be able to, you know, to just be able to troubleshoot, I guess, problem areas and make it that much better. Safety clean, I guess you said you updated that one too. Man, that's got a lot of detail in it. Look at this. Look at this thing. Holy mackerel, got a little TV dude there. Actually doesn't look too bad. I'm sure that's not a ton of polys in that either. Yeah, so what I was mentioning there, Torch, I wasn't sure if you had a version, if you necessarily had a version of the team haulers, I guess that's, you know, that you've got into the track. Do you have that in the pipeline, or you only have that one version, I guess, applied like to the Wastemaster and such? That's what I was looking for. Because if you do, I won't necessarily, I mean, realistically, all that would be with just, if you're naming them all the same, I guess is what was all their, what's already in the track as far as applied to the track PTF, all it would take would just be a swap of a 3DO is all. So I could easily put mine and you can put yours in it still. Stingy mofo. So you are, okay. Yeah, because as far as me testing this, what I would like to do, I know mine isn't the exact same as what you've got, but what I could do is put mine in here, at least. And again, that would just be as simple as just a 3DO swap. Not a big deal. Chavez got another jackpot. So you got the little red dudes and you got the little sad faces now this time. Everybody going nuts on the slots again. There you go. You know, I'm just saying, James, if you keep playing the slots like that, you're going to not only wear your arm out, but you're never going to get to that 100,000. Just telling you. But you could necessarily... Oh! Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Holy mackerel. Yeah, it's on cooldown. So like I said, as far as with those cooldowns, yes, I only got 21 seconds. So any one person, any one viewer that does use the command is on a 1 minute cooldown. So, and that's just to potentially eliminate any spam. So I apologize for that. It's only 21 seconds though. Oh, you did get 100K. There you go. Oh, you're well over 100K now. It's like I said, it wouldn't take... you're done. You're not going to go for 2K? 200K? Should go for that 200K. That's pretty cool, though. I mean, there you go. Yeah. So... The fact with the audio commands in there, I can't put it any less than a minute. As far as the way the bot works there, so it's just kind of universal, I guess, for any one user that uses the command, or anybody that uses the command. It's always on a 1 minute cooldown. So I either have the cooldown or I don't, and I already know what happens, I guess, when I don't put the cooldown on it at all. People just tend to want to spam that audio command, and I don't. That gets very, 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 very super duper annoying. Plus, it eliminates the potential, I guess, for anybody else to be able to use that audio command. So it's kind of keeping it fair in that regard. Definitely Torch with the field goal. And you're the first one, like I said, the Racer James, so you are the first one, I guess, to be able to hit that 100,000, that 100K in fluids in the chat, that's for sure. I don't think anybody else has got that, as I just kind of grace over that. If anybody cares to want to check your fluids, you can feel free to do the exclamation point fluids in the chat. You can become, I guess, since you try to become, I guess, the same as Racer James, get that 100K. Play those mini chat games, and you'll get there. If you remain, I guess, to stay in here as well, you'll definitely get there. You earn those valuable units of fluids as you remain on the live stream. I'm just checking in there. I thought it was going to burp on me here. Got a little bit of drop. Not too bad. I've been very leery. I put that on Thursday. I did a little bit of a test stream just to kind of let everybody know as far as what I've been dealing with lately. Primarily on Wednesdays and Fridays. As far as the gameplay and such like that, it's been super annoying trying to figure out what the heck is causing so much. Now, even as I'm doing all this here and just sitting idle, actually, let's get out of that there. Looking at my system resources, it's not nearly as bad. So it's really, I guess, when I play most of the games like Wreckfest and Farm Sim. Because even as I sit right now, it's pretty calm. Now, I don't have 3DS Max or anything like that open yet. So I imagine it's going to take a little bit more, but not nearly as much. So still just trying to figure out what in the heck is causing. What I do find necessary to have to do lately is to not have so many tabs open in the web browser and have things like the Discord desktop app and such like that open. That causes a lot of use of resources. Those seem to be very resource hungry. As far as like the Discord desktop app and having a multitude, I guess, of web tabs, and it doesn't matter which browser. I've done it with Chrome, Firefox, and whatever, and it's like the more tabs you have open, that's the more resources it's using, and it does put a load on not only CPU but also RAM. So what I've found what works for me so far is just to eliminate having all that business open, only having open when I need to. So you're getting there. Yeah, you're definitely getting there, Torch. I guess as far as 82, you're not too far behind. Went to buy Flight Simulator and realized it required Windows 10. Yeah. Yep. There's another game that would really like to be able to play is that Sea of Thieves, but the fact that it also requires, I guess, to have Windows 10, I think that's ridiculous. Now, from what I've come to find, with that being said, we're kind of getting into our soapbox as far as game discussion here for a bit. What I've found, the only reason why it needs Windows 10 is it has I think it's DirectX 12 components, which you can't get other than having Windows 10. So it's only compatible with Windows 10. I guess this version of DirectX 12, you know, to get the immersion factor and all that jazz, I guess, with the graphics and so on, which I think is a crock. This exclusivity, I guess, this even can be said, I guess, for a lot of game exclusivity, I guess, for console. That's another thing I think is ridiculous as far as why they don't necessarily, these game developers don't create it so that it can be applied to PC as well as console. Just like Farm Sim 19, for example. That's both compatible with console, being on Xbox, PlayStation, as well as PC. You know, this exclusivity, I guess, as far as like, well, you gotta have this OS or this console to be able to play it, it's such crap. That's my soapbox rant, I guess, as far as with some games go. If you want us to play your games and make it multi-platform, period. I'm not going to bow down and get a particular console or get a particular OS just so I can play your stupid game. Regardless of how much I do like the game. You redone the restroom? Yeah, you did say that too. So I've been kind of holding this on there. I got on my little rant there, so I had to get that out there. But yeah, even to include, I guess, some of these games that are only exclusive, like the particular game launchers. Another thing, there's a lot of games that are on Epic Launcher, which I don't have. I got enough game launchers, I guess, that I care to have. I've got the Origin, I've got Steam, I've got Uplay for Ubisoft. That's enough. I'm done with the freaking game launchers. Some of these game developers need to not do that. I know I've heard lately that Rockstar's got their own launcher now. They don't necessarily provide their games, you know, as far as from Rockstar, I guess, other than exclusively on their launcher. That's their choice, so that's what they want to do it. It just doesn't put me in the realm of being able to want to play their game because the exclusivity of, oh, you got to run it on our launcher. Like, F that. I'm sorry. So Restroom 1. Sorry to get on my little rant there, but I felt that needed to be said. Because as many of these games I really want to play, I'm not downloading another freaking program or whatever just to run the damn thing. I'm sorry. So it's in turn 2? Okay. Turn 2. Now I just got to orient myself here. So that's turn 1, 2. So these... Am I in the right end here? That's turn... Yeah, turn 1, 2. You said it's in turn 2? So it's over here. So that's this deal? Yeah, restrooms right here. So this has been redone too? Looks pretty fancy. Look at that. This one's been redone then. Okay, so this is that version. I'm kind of curious what the other one looked like. So you can see all the transparency and stuff in there. Right, I can definitely see it's a trailer. I'm wondering, so what got changed on this one from the previous? I want to look at this in. I'm going to open up the other track just to kind of compare this. So was that in the same position, I guess, in the previous version? Reduced polys, okay. So, okay, let's do this then. I can look at this just to get a rough idea. Restroom 1. Let's look through our list here. Whoops, scrolled up too high. Restroom 1. Oh, you broke it down too, looks like, maybe, huh? So restrooms 1, steps. Those are all separate pieces. How did you do this in previously? Let's look in here. Previous version. Yeah, so previously you only had it in one piece. Gotcha. So this one ended up being 100 kilobytes there, and now looks like you got it broke down. Not only broke down, but reduced the polys in that one. Let's take a look here. So restroom. Yeah, here it is. So you not only did you break it down, I can see that already, but now it's reduced. 31.9, so in comparison to 100 kilobytes. And then the steps. Now the steps still got quite a bit to it. So this is what I was talking about before. It's one thing to piece it up, but if you don't reduce the polys in each piece, so if I were to add these two up, there would still be well over the 100 kilobytes, right? So even though you separated them out, just by looking at these two, you still get the same amount size-wise, right, overall. So if I would just add these two up here, it's definitely still the 100 kilobytes. That was what I was trying to point out, I guess, with that. Now, the Victory Lane one, that's definitely been... I added up all those pieces individually, and it's definitely much less, I guess, than the original model, that's for sure. See, I uninstalled it to change the password. Rockstar Launcher let a Russian hack my GTA 5. Yeah, that's another reason why, too, as far as what these different launchers... To me, I feel it just invites the idea for a hacker to say, yeah, I want you to put my... I want you to allow me access, I guess, to your computer so I can hack the crap out of it. Yeah, so that's another thing. I uninstalled it, changed... you uninstalled it, changed the password, but he had created an Instagram using the same info. I locked him out. Put him on a Anon map. Okay, as the main image. Wow. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty crappy. See, and that to me, that's another reason why, as far as to have to download another launcher program, I guess, to be able to play a game, that's dumb. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. Make it PC. Now, the other problem that I feel that exists is the fact that we've definitely navigated away from having a physical copy of a game, as far as being on a DVD or CD or what have you. I think that's another issue with a lot of game developments. Everything's digital, right? So in order to get access, I guess, to a new game or whatever like that, it's all digital. There's no physical copy of that. So to me, and maybe this is just my own observation or feeling, I guess, as far as the way physical copies of a game work, but I feel there's less of an opportunity, I guess, for malware or any type of hack or whatever to be installed to your computer if it's on a physical copy as opposed to digital. And I could be totally wrong on that, but that's what I feel. Because I've had my fair share of games that I've installed that have been questionable, that may have even been considered like an alpha or something like that, that have stuff in there that probably shouldn't be there, that necessarily cause harm. This is something else that I've taken into consideration, because I do test out a lot of games, that might be questionable, like I said. And it makes me tend to wonder, some of the issues that I'm having with my system is probably related to that. There's probably stuff that's on my system that is interfering, I guess, with being able to play other games, which is chewing up resources, because it's never done this. Trying to pinpoint exactly what I will say this. With that being said, I will say this. One of the games I did have to uninstall, and it still hasn't remedied it, my system, is to remove NASCAR Heat 4. Because when I installed NASCAR Heat 4 and trying to run that thing, I was having all kinds of issues. Not video problems, but just frame rate issues, lagging, and it didn't seem to matter what programs that I went into. This is what I was trying, in an effort, I guess, to try to remedy some of the issues I've been having on my system. This is what I've tried to do as far as to uninstall games and other applications that I felt were questionable and might have been a problem. And it still hasn't remedied it. So it makes me tend to think that games, and I'm not trying to pick on, I guess, NASCAR Heat 4, but games like that are necessarily adding stuff to a system that don't belong there. So whether or not it's done intentionally or not, I still feel without doing a complete reformat of my drive and starting over from scratch, which I highly don't even want to do, just because of, just to try and remedy this problem, because that's just a headache that I don't want to deal with. That's the only thing. And I would probably guarantee, if I was to do that, as far as the reformat, I'd probably remove whatever crap that has been installed that I'm not aware of that's chewing up all my system resources, particularly on the CPU as well as the RAM. So, but yeah, I did have to remove that. Not only was NASCAR Heat 4, I noticed, I've talked to a couple of different people, I guess, as far as just with game installs. For the most part, NASCAR Heat 4 only ends up being about 18 gigs. That's what, if you look at Steam or if you get your copy of it, their specifications for the install of NASCAR Heat 4 is 18 gigs. Okay, that includes all the content. What I was finding with my install was well over 30 for whatever freaking reason. So it makes me tend to think that the version that I got for the install NASCAR Heat 4 is got stuff in there that doesn't belong. But what it installed beyond, I guess, just the game content itself, I have no idea. So it still kind of bugs me, I guess, to this day. So it's leading me to the point, the fact that this, as I'm talking about this, the stream hasn't crapped out or whatever like that. It's a good thing, but I can't guarantee that it won't. That's the thing, because I know as I do things, even if I was to load up max or whatever, it probably would. The system would probably, bow out. It would probably start to have issues. So the fact that I'm only got Sandbox open at this point, yeah. So I'm hoping I'm not, going off too much on a tangent here, but it's just really irritating and annoying me as far as why system resources are so used up. It's never done that up until, and it seems to be, when I look back at the history of what I've done, what I've installed to the system, it all comes back to, I guess, the install of NASCAR Heat 4. So that seems to be the underlying thing. But again, like I said, I don't know what else it would have installed besides just the the game files, the files needed to run the game. I'm not finding any, those things, but it's obviously still some junk on there. Yeah, gaming talk, right? I think it's relative, I guess, of what we're doing here, because most of the things that we do here, I guess, for Spline Design Studios Saturday is to troubleshoot, I guess, problems with how to fix games, even, or adding new content to games to make it run optimally, right? And I think, again, I'm not trying to diss on, I guess, as far as, or create issues, I guess, with the developers of NASCAR Heat series there, but I do feel the copy that I got, it added crap to my system that it shouldn't have, and it's been chewing up, I guess, all my. So without knowing, I guess, what those things are to be able to take them back out, I would have to reformat the whole drive and start over, and I don't. That's a headache that I don't want to have to deal with. I shouldn't have to deal with. So that's my little rant. NH4 was not great, but they broke so much of it with 5. See, I don't even. Yeah, from what I've seen, the only thing NH5 is just it's just basically like they could have made that DLC. I'll just put it this way on NASCAR Heat 4. Because it does only update, I guess, like certain car libraries and stuff like that. There hasn't been a whole lot of change to, the actual tracks. Very minimally from what I've seen, from screenshots and game, watching other streamers, I guess, gameplay it. So, yeah, I don't feel they did a very good job within, just by looking at it from that standpoint. It does not justify, I guess, as far as buying it again. On top of the fact of what I've just said about NH4, as far as all the problems that I had since the install of that, and even after uninstalling it, it still hasn't really resolved, I guess, the issues that I've been having as far as the use of system resources. So, without really being able to pinpoint what has been installed beyond that, I feel like a broken record when I say this. It just infuriates me, whatever, that these game developers are just doing a crappy job in putting their games together. Let's put it that way. So it's all the more reason, I guess, I like to focus on what can we do, I guess, to fix them. So this is some of the things that we do necessarily talk about in Spline Design Studios, to be creative, to add content that's optimized and makes the game run much more smoother, right? So they got new paints and broke everything. Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't have it. I don't intend to get it. I'm just going by, I guess, those that have gotten it and have shown, the gameplay. Some of them, they're like, man, they did such a great job. To me, from what I've seen, like I said, they could have done that with DLC. It's all this DLC, as far as just updating some skins and right now. some might necessarily say it's like, well, in the effort, I guess, of game development, they've been developing, using that quote unquote developing this game for how long now, and they still haven't figured out, I guess, how not to break it. I mean, give me a break. I mean, it's you need to, kind of. I think they got well enough of a crew there, I guess, to be able to say, look, we probably shouldn't do that. Something that the same goes with other game developers like iRacing. That's another thing. As much as I hate to discuss that, it's like you've got much more ability, I guess, to be able to say this works, this doesn't work. Stop listening entirely just to the end user and throwing stuff at it, to include a kitchen sink, and then just breaking everything. That's not the way you do it. You've got the knowledge and the education and the expertise, I guess, to be able to make it something that's going to be optimal, but still at the same time try to give what everybody's looking for. This is what I feel game developers like Giants has done. Now, granted, they're not perfect either, but you don't have nearly as many problems, I guess, as some of these other game developers, like developers for the NH series, for example. So this is kind of all relative, I feel, as far as what we're talking about here, as far as making things optimal. Okay, when you try to throw everything at it, to include a kitchen sink, at a game, it's not going to run optimally. So when you're breaking things in an effort, I guess, to please everybody, you're only doing the overall community and the overall end users of what you're trying to put out there, you're only doing them an injustice. That's the bottom line. So don't do that. But that's, again, just getting on the soapbox here again. Okay, so I think we've gone over pretty much everything. I think we covered everything. You can, Torch, I hope I didn't lose you. I know we're getting on a little bit of a rant there, but I think, like I said, most of this that we're talking about is relevant as far as, I mean, it's kind of off topic, I guess, to enter 2003, but even with that being said, the fact that we're utilizing a game that's over, what now? What year are we in? It's been 2020. I mean, it's so crazy. So we're in 2020 now. This game is over 17 years old, right? And the fact that we're still doing things for it, as far as to add new content, this is an old dog, and it can definitely be taught new tricks. I think that's so the fact that some of these game developers are trying to reinvent the wheel, in some cases almost literally. You've got games like this that are still solidly being used and content being created for it. They're kind of stepping way too far away, I guess, from that concept. Way too far away, in my opinion. You can add all the things that we've been able to do as far as all this detail in a game that's 17 years old, over 17 years old. Some of these game developers necessarily need to take a look at, wow, what are they doing? And how can we apply that, I guess, to what we're trying to do? And still add all those new age things as far as just the way, the dynamics of how the tracks respond. Adding all the protocols that NASCAR now follows and such to it, to what's already here. I mean, that's what really irritates me, and I'm not the only one. I guess I feel that too. Okay. Oh yeah. So again, this is still fun to drive. It's still fun to build things for it. It's still fun to be able to build something for it and then be able to put it in the game and enjoy, I guess, the fruits of the labor. Because after it's all said and done, all the heartaches and whatever, everything that you deal with as far as trying to get something worked out, I guess, with it, when you can actually get it figured out and get it working to the point where it doesn't crash the game or anything like that, it gives you a sense of accomplishment, right? That's what it's still why I get a lot of enjoyment in being able to do stuff for Enter 2003 anyway. Looks like I needed to fix that Grand Rail. Where? What did I have it on? I'm sorry. I was just kind of panning around on check V. What was I on? You talking about this one right here? Yeah, looks like it. Probably an unchecked V. Yep, so yeah, this is supposed to be a rail here. Yep. So it's probably from a split segment, something like that. But yeah, if I go into the geometry here, we can probably... So it's right in front of this NASCAR Foundation. Yeah, I'm in geometry view. Let's pan over there and see what's going on with it. Yep, so it's right in front of here. I think that's kind of split up here too. Let's do this. I'm not going to fix it myself. Torch will allow you the ability, I guess, to do that on your end. But it's going to be... Now, the fact that I can't really get to that... So, I'm going to highlight that F section. And then go to the properties here. And I'm going to pan over by using the left to right to get to what I need to. So, you can see how that's moving out. Now, right is... Generally, depending on the orientation of your track, right is going to take you to the outside of the track in this case, and left is going to take you towards the infield. So that one's asphalt. It's probably going to be on this one right here. Nope, that's on the top. Hold on. Get it to the proper side here. So that's the right side. You got two different things going on here, actually. Let's see here. That's the fence. So you can see where that line is right there. You can see the two lines there. Asphalt. So now we're on the asphalt for the infield. And then nothing there. Where is that at? Hold on a second. Where's that one at? That's in here, okay. Okay. We don't want to be there. We want to check this one out. So let's pan through this here again. So we'll go back to the right. So I'm to that final one. So it's grayed out. I can't go any further infield. So it should be... Yeah, so you got a 508 on here. So yeah, you got an unchecked V. That's exactly what James is talking about. So it's an unchecked V right there. Right side. Now, considering the facade, you know, as far as the facet or whatever you want to put, as far as that, the right side would be, the left side would be here. So you have to look at it from the direction of the track, right? So let's see if I can put this into perspective here. So let's go to the camera view. So when you're considering facet, as far as which side it's on, considering the direction of your track, and you know, going laterally and or laterally this way or this way. Left side would be, in this case, towards the infield. Right side would be the side facing the track. Now, in comparison to the outside, this would be the left side facing the track. Right side would be outside the track. So it's in that same orientation. So in this case, this one here is the right side, but it also looks like the left side's messed up too. On that one, on both sides. That's probably a product, I guess, of a split there, probably. Yeah, it looks like the fence has got that problem too. So not only the Armco, but also the fence. Yep, both of them. So yeah, I'm gonna change this here just to kind of show it. I'm on the right side here. That should be able to see that change right there. That's on the fence. And then if we go back to the right, so we can get to this. Actually, yep. So this needs to be unchecked. So it's checked here. It's at a 330, but it is definitely still an unchecked V. So you got to check that. So it's only on the U. So I can move forward and get to this one here too. That, like I said, that's probably going to be a product of from splitting. Looks like you probably split it right there. Not really sure why though. Okay, I'm just trying to look at that to see. Okay. But in any case, it doesn't matter. I think that's probably going to be fine. I don't think you would want to need to reappend that or anything. But if we go here, yep, same thing here. So we need to uncheck that, and we'll go to the left and get the fence as well. Yep, that's unchecked, and that's probably going to be on the left side as well. Yep. So same thing on the left side. We'll go to the left side. Unchecked. That one is the fence. So that's good. And then go to the right. And also uncheck that. Go back. Uncheck that. There. Yep, just unchecked V's, so you want to double check those. So it also looks like, hold on. These don't line up here. What's up with that? Holy mackerel. All this is kind of screwed up in here. So you got this one part here, I guess that... Yeah, take a look at those parameters, I guess, for those of this. This obviously doesn't line up here. These are all jacked up here. So I would definitely go through and double check those. I'm not sure what those would need to be at. There's all these are kind of all the way through here. So it looks like you might have did a copy forward. And yeah, none of these are lined up actually. They're all misaligned here. And have to double check that. I'll leave that up to you. Yeah, so not only do you have some unchecked V's, but the overall parameters for what those settings need to be at. Yes, you can definitely see what those are not. Got a lot of unchecked V's and misaligned textures on that. Got a little bit of work to do there. So not only with the modeling, but some of the texture assignments, I guess, to these areas. Oh, you got a missing near wall here too. I think I mentioned, I pointed that out, I guess, last week too, I guess, during the stream. Yep, this is a missed near wall on this part. Fill that void in there. So if anything, we're just kind of critiquing the track, I guess, at this point. Which was kind of the premise, I guess, for it anyway. For this stream, just to kind of go over what has been adjusted. Now, there's still some funkiness going on here. I'm not sure what's going on here with the shadow, the shading. I know it's got a lot of X section adjustment here, but that's a little crazy to me. I think that might need to get looked at. That looks a little weird to me as far as that shading that's on that. I don't know if you were trying to highlight that or what. I think that needs a little bit of work there is all. Near wall on this one. Okay. Constant, right, and it's better at the point. I'm not trying to tell you, I guess, to go right into that and fix it right now, but at least make note of it as far as some of those texture changes. Definitely don't want to take attention, I guess, off of one thing from another. Just keeping in mind that these everywhere there's height differences like that. Yeah. Now again, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing to do as far as that goes. I definitely can see what he tried to do here. There's obviously a height change from this part of the infield to here. So I can appreciate, I guess, as far as trying to apply that. My only concern is just having this shading on there like that. That looks a little weird to me. Because I know there is definitely height differences in this infield, right? It's not all one level. It's not all one height. Because it's got this horse track that's in the middle. I don't have the LiDAR for it, you know, as far as to make that, but I know it's not completely flat like some other tracks anyway in the infield. That's the only thing I can really justify there. Yeah, so I'm not getting any more frame rate issues here. Now we got some, oh, I see what you did here. This is actually a pretty cool concept here. Now, this is what I have noticed in reality that exists on the track. The fact that this wall here, you know, peels away, I guess, from the actual safer, so they have to apply these braces. So I know that is evident in reality. And I think this is pretty cool, I guess, as far as how you got these applied like that. This is something I've been trying to apply to tracks like Iowa, as far as Iowa Speedway. The fact that all the way around the outside of that track in particular has that, it has this concept onto it. Some of these might need to get adjusted, as far as some of them are kind of a little bit more buried into the ground, but it's just some minor adjustments anyway. Yeah, some of these are kind of buried more than they probably should be, but the concept is there as far as how they actually have that like that in reality. Pretty cool. Not seeing any other texture adjustments, I guess, over in this part. Just kind of panning around, looking around, and I can see if I see anything else. This is kind of one of my peeves too, I guess, sometimes. And I know there's a lot of adjustments here, right? Fine tuning, you know, tweaks, whatever. But the fact that this is just kind of hanging out here, free, and doesn't have like a support under it, things like that. I mean, that's pretty minor, but kick the tires, right? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Kicking the tires. So this is something that you've added, I think, Torch, I believe you said. So again, you can see that height change here too. This is evident, I know I don't know if it's exactly this way, but you know, the fact that I do know it's got that height. I tried to apply this to the version of Dover that I did. I just didn't do very well. What I know, if I knew then what I know now, I guess as far as using the LiDAR information and such like that, I would probably been able to do it better. Yeah. So you got this stand in here. That's pretty cool. That's a custom model, you can tell. You got these oh man, this is cool. Got this kind of dugout here. That's pretty freaking cool. Yeah. Definitely elevation change there. Yep, just to kind of pinpoint, I guess, that elevation change it does have an infield here. Particularly a lot of the shots that they have, you know, picture shots that they have of the track there, you can definitely see this hill on the backside going up through the pit road. So that does give you that sense of that elevation change from where wagons go and getting to the infield. Yeah, so there's a lot of things like that I haven't necessarily really paid attention to, but a lot of detail to this thing. I like the concept of the type of detail that you've applied to this. Is this the original model? Or did you rebuild this one? This looks like you rebuilt this. I know there was a version or something similar to this originally in the track, but this looks brand new. So this is new? You can definitely tell. It's got much more cleaner lines to it. That's pretty cool. I like this too, as far as being able to see right under the grandstands from here. And the fact that this is pretty optimized too. It doesn't have, you know, we don't have like the individual girders and stuff like that, I guess, for the stands. It's just a flat plane. I mean, it still looks really, really good. You know, so we've seen it both ways as far as, I know James has supplied to his Bristol build as far as having 3D supports there. That's another way to go with it. But you can still do it this way and still make it look pretty fantastic as well. That just looks pretty cool, being able to... So if you were to take a screenshot, this is something I always take into consideration. If you were to take a screenshot, I guess if you're, you know, taking the checkered flag there, that would be... That's pretty cool. I like how you got the numbers here too, and that's pretty cool. I've always wanted to do something like that too, as far as to put the pit box numbers across from, like to do that. So that's stall 16. 15's right there. Yep. 14, 13. That's pretty cool. It almost feels like these textures here, and I could be wrong, it almost needs some grunge to it. I don't know if those are painted on there, if those are actual banners, but they almost seem like they're too clean. They almost need, like they need a little bit of grunge to it. Just to add some dirt or something like that to it to make it not look like it's fake, or lack of a better way to put it. And that's pretty easy to do. That's just a texture adjustment. I like how those numbers are on there like that. I never noticed that before. Oh, you got a little strap on it. Oh, that's pretty cool. So you got a strap on the end here. for the safer. That's pretty cool. That's some attention to detail there. You got a different wall end on this one here, though. You got it's like cinder blocks. Interesting. Pretty nice. So yeah, this is something I think we've gone over before too. I don't think this is too much of a problem here, but I feel like this is kind of overshooting too far. This could probably end a little bit sooner instead of hanging out here like that, unless it does in reality. This kind of looks weird. And I know these in reality, these are applied here. This one here tends to be the line to when you can actually speed off a pit road. So you're clear pit road basically from this point to this point, and then once you get past this point, you can feel free to speed, get up to speed anyway. That's something that does, I do feel that it does need to be adjusted to the track as well. Because when I tested it last time, it was clearing you a pit road after this first pit stall, which that's an easy fix. You can apply that that dual pit parameter, I guess, as I've shown in the past. Yeah. So yeah, that one was rebuilt. Cool. As far as the that tower there, you can definitely tell, because in comparison to the, I don't know if I've got it. Let me check and see if I do. I'm really curious to see the differences on that too. I think I do have. Oh, keep going in the game track here. Let's take a look at this here. Let me see if I do. I don't know if I do. I may not. I don't think I do down here. Not the game track anyway. Now, if I look at the SPP one, that'll definitely still have the original. I did not do anything with that one in the SPP version here. Let's open that one up. I did. I've done some edits, I guess, for other leagues that I was a part of there. They wanted bigger pits and all this kind of business, so not really something I wanted to do, but I still have those PTFs in here, I guess, to kind of still maintain. This is the one I released with part of SVP here. So let's get out of this. We're going to do a new. No. And let's open up the SPP version here and take a look at that original tower there. I like to. We're kind of in comparison mode here, I guess you could say too. Not only with what Torches applied since last time we looked at the track, but also from one track to another. As far as just to show the possibilities, I guess, anyway, as far as to be able to improve on something that could definitely be improved upon. So let's what's my newest one here? Looks like this one. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, I did get some complaints on this particular. I remember this one is bringing back so many memories. Back in 2009, I got so many leagues that were complaining about that there was a bump in turn 3. So if you got too low, you know, keeping in mind, this is if you got your left side tires, I guess, past the painted line, I guess, on the apron there. You shouldn't be doing that anyway, in my opinion. So as long as you stayed on the one side of the painted line on the apron there, you didn't feel that bump. But if you got those left side tires off the track surface on the left side, what would be the left side of the painted line, you would feel that bump. And it's just like, well, just don't race down there. But this was the argument, I guess, that all the drivers in the league, I was, looks like Sandbox is going to crash. I mean, it doesn't want to bring up this. Let me close this out. I'll reopen it. Doesn't want to bring up my camera view. That's just how buggy Sandbox is. We know this. Usually just a matter of reopening. Just give this a second to load. So what I want to look at is that tower, because I still had in the SPP version anyway. I still had the original tower. There's a hell of a bump coming out of the inside of turn 2. Really? I never noticed that. I mean, unless, like I said, unless you're racing in areas that you shouldn't be anyway, I don't see that as an issue. Okay, so this is the SPP version. Now you can see what I tried to do here, just to kind of give you some idea. I tried to with this elevation that's in the infield, right? So what I did, man, when I look at this one, this is so outdated. Here, actually, let me bring the camera view up here like this. There we go. So you can see what I tried to do with this elevation change, and this is back in like 2008, right? So it's been a while. So what I tried to do here is I didn't see all this gap in this hole that I got here. So I got all the objects are basically at the same level of where this hill would be, but everything else is kind of like zero, right? So you got all this gap in here. So like all this is hollow. That's so terrible. But anyway, what I wanted to look at is that building. This is the original building that I guess it was applied to. It's so plain and simple, right? Very simplistic. So you can see the difference between this one and one we saw in Torch's build. It's got a lot more detail in it, but I think it's probably much more modernized and optimized as well, right? So just out of curiosity, this is what I wanted to look at. So if we look at what the file size, you know, based on number of polys. Now, as I said, the file size and the poly count are kind of a correlation there. So the bigger file size you have in a 3DO is going to relate almost, not identically, but it's going to correlate, I guess, with how many polys are in it, right? So if you got more polys in it, it's going to be bigger file size for that model, right? So this one here originally, just take a look at this. So this is called Score Shack. Now I don't know what you called it, I guess, in your version, but we'll take a look at that. I assume that you probably named it something different. But that file, let's take a look at our original track here. Score Shack, let's take a look at that. And that file size was, I can pull this out too if I want, so I can compare the two. Where's Score Shack? Because I'm really curious about this. Score Shack. Where the f are you at? There it is. So this one ends up being 33.7 kilobytes. I'm going to pull this out and put this in the desktop, and we're going to compare the one in Tracks, Torch's build, and just trying to show the differences here. Close this out. I'll reopen that with Torch's build. So paste this one here, just for reference. Oh, you just call it Score Shack as well? Well, that makes it easier, huh? Cool beans. So let's go here. So you call that one Score Shack as well. Okay, so let's go into there. So we'll go here, third party, go into your build, Score Shack, so we can look for that same file in here and just compare those two file sizes. And that tells a lot, like I said, as far as when you look at the file size, it does relate and correlate, I guess, with the number of polys into it. And the fact that if you only kept it as one model, one 3DO, that's another thing. So, as opposed to having to, where the heck are you? Score Shack. There it is. So this one ends up being 85.8. So that's not really that much bigger. So again, I'm going to copy this. So the original file was, we'll paste this one. Actually, it's going to, yep, ask me to overwrite. Nope. I want to keep this as a copy. There we go. So I'll just keep this as 2. So this is Torch's version, and this is the original version. So the original version was 33.7, and the new version is 85.8. So it is an increase, but it's not like a dramatic increase. And it still has a very fantastic dynamic, I guess, to it. You can definitely see the differences. I can definitely notice the differences in comparison, I guess, just looking at it visually. But the fact that it doesn't have like an overabundance, this is a ridiculous amount of file size applied to it, that tells me something there. So even though it's not, it's a little more than double the size, file size wise, I don't think it necessarily creates a necessity to have to reduce the amount of detail into it. Okay, so let's see here. So let's go back into that. I keep opening up the game track. So I guess this is trying to tell me something. I need to go into the game and actually test this out. But I need to move some things over too. Right. So I'm gonna reopen this track. This is Torch's current version here. Let's just open this up here. Now you all going nuts in the slots again. I see you. As much as James says, he's like, I'm done. he's still going at it though. That's funny. Okay, so back into Torch's version here, and oh, we got a little bit of frame rate issue when we first load it up here. So it's only when we're loading it up there, I guess, then we go below the track there. It seems. It's interesting. Did calm down though. That's good. All right, so if we look at this one again, let's just take a look here. Yeah, it's so much cleaner in this version, though. Holy mackerel. Looks really, really good. Now, even the fact that it is not quite... Actually, it's a... Now I think of it as twice the size, file size-wise. I think the number... Now, are these applied here as flat planes? I guess you should probably look at that, too, as far as these rails. Yeah, you can definitely tell. I think they are. No, actually, they're not. So you could probably reduce this down. This being said, you could probably reduce this down to make flat planes for these. Or are there flat planes? From what I can tell here, it looks like all this railing is 3D. That could probably be reduced, just to make a simple box with some double-sided flat planes for the railings on that. That'll reduce that a little bit. Right. I can tell that just by looking at it, as far as their 3D pulse on here. You could probably reduce that and still not lose that detail. Probably the same with these rails here. These look like our flat planes, are they? Let's see here. Yeah, I can tell by looking at these are not. These are 3D. You could definitely get away with, more than likely, just applying flat planes to these rails and reduce that down and still not lose that detail. That's super easy to do. So that's just one way you could apply. I noticed you left the floor out of it, just like the original model too. Now you've got all these duplicated here. Yep, I see what you did here. So you got that duplicated all the way down. Okay. Now if you really wanted to get super OCD, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, above this, because you've got the duplicate, the double-sided polys here, you could, on this inside here, you could cut this one down to where it's well enough below the window and eliminate the poly below that on the inside, because you really don't need that, right? That'd be something I would probably try to do. It's always an option there, I guess, to try to eliminate as many polys as you can without losing detail, right? So the fact that you could, if you were, it's kind of a trick of the eye too. If you were really, really precise with this, on those inside polys of this thing, you could cut this down. It would be on both sides, obviously, because it's double-sided. But you wouldn't be able to tell on the outside because you still have the texture here. But you can eliminate the backside poly on that, on the inside here, so that would be a reduction in this model too. So between the railings and reducing that down below this window that you got here to eliminate it below that line on the inside, the backside polys on this lower half, that's just things to think about, I guess, as far as that. I do like what you've tried to do with this here for sure, but I think it can be reduced to potentially remove some polys and vertices on that though. Just something to think about, like I said. I think that's what we've been doing all along here, is just to try to work out, I guess, the potential problems that we have with this as far as the frame rate issues and so on with it. What view do I have this in? Okay. Alright. So that's something else you could look at there, torch release anyway. So far, what you've got applied to this here is a step in the right direction. This one here, you could maybe do the same thing. You can see there's a lot of 3D to this. A lot of 3D to this. Again, same thing. Probably apply just a simple flat planes, you know, a simple box with alpha channel to be able to apply this. You know, it's just little things like that that's going to make a big difference with how you optimize the track. Again, I don't discount, I guess, as far as the effort that you put into this, I guess, to kind of make everything 3D. But again, it kind of goes along with what I've been saying as far as, like, as much as we want to throw everything to include the kitchen sink at it, sometimes that's too much. There's ways, you know, things like this, you don't really need this much detail in it. You can easily get away with just putting simple flat planes on that, applying that texture in form of a flat plane with alpha channel transparency, and you can get the same result, relatively the same result. So hopefully that is taken, I guess, with a bit of optimism there. Buildings like this, let's see what you got on here. I think the same thing here. These railings are all 3D. You could, again, with the flat planes, you can use flat planes with transparency on that. That might, I mean, when you consider all these things that I'm mentioning as far as suggested adjustments to these models, when you add this all in multiplicity, as far as combining it all together and reducing this as much as you can, it's going to drastically increase, I guess, the optimization of this thing, and still maintain a majority of the detail in it. Yeah, so you don't have back faces for these. Yeah, so you could back face these. So you've got this fencing here, but not on the other side. You know, so things like that. So that's a flat plane. You got that as a flat plane. That's a good idea. Very good. So you got these as flat planes, but you only have the texture on the one side, so it's not back faced. Not really much you can reduce on this. Now the fact you got a 3D light on here, that's fantastic. That's not going to take away too much if you get rid of that. You got 3D cone on the roof here. That's crazy. Now stuff like that you can't really get away with, you know, putting it like you've got it. That's pretty decent there, I think. Yeah. But yeah, things like the railing on that one for sure. I think this is one of those fir trees, now I think of it. I spy some nice AO on behind the AC units on this building. This one here. Oh yeah. Talking about this right here. Has that got AO on it? If it is, it's very finite, but yeah, I think you're right. So these AC units right here, it's got a little bit of AO right there. Very nice touch. But I think there are definitely some tweaks to be done, like I said, on the railing. This much here, I don't think it's going to cause too much of a problem there. I think having that like it is, that should be fine. But yeah, definitely like this stand, adding the flat planes, I guess, for that, for the railing, as well as that tower I mentioned. There's some reductions that can be applied to that. And again, all to maintain a majority of the detail to it too. Just looks more natural. Oh yeah, it looks like it belongs there, yes. And it's very subtle, that's the word I was looking for. It's very subtle, but it definitely, you can tell. It makes it fit there. It's like I belong here. This is where I'm supposed to be. Absolutely. This building is really nice overall. When I consider even just having these 3D lights and stuff, that's pretty cool. But even like how he's got this cutout, I guess, for the ambulance and all that stuff in here. Just some minor adjustments to it. I think it'll make it that much more optimized is all. How's the backside look here? Yeah, that's pretty nice. That fits in that little coat there really nice, man. So, just minor adjustments, like I said. I don't know how else to put that. What is with this yellow underneath this thing? That's kind of weird.
Might be just a texture adjustment there, maybe.
A couple of them here. Alright. So far I can't see anything else. You already got this. This is really cool too. A lot of detail to this here. I don't know how much more you could really reduce this, to be honest, as far as this Sunoco little pillar here. I think that's about as good as you can make it. But the fact that you've got this all in pieces now, and it's definitely a much smaller overall, if I'll say even totality, than it was before. That's definitely going to improve that optimization here. But so much detail in this. I mean, I actually feel like I'm sitting up on here. It's got a lot of dimension to it. Pretty cool. I can't think of anything else. So I guess if nothing else, what I want to do, and I've already alluded to it, I guess earlier part of the stream, is to apply the things that I know that I have, and apply it to it and see what we got. Honestly, from what I've already pointed out, what still could be adjusted to the track, I think it's still going to cause a little bit of frame rate issue, as far as some potential crash to desktop, even with what I reapply, I guess, to this version of the track. But and just what I've mentioned here, there's definitely some reduction that can be in here, this 3D stand, as well as that building there. So, and that's just kind of grazing over the track, right? There's probably some more things that can be adjusted model-wise. Let's check this garage here. This garage doesn't look too bad. Again, I think you could probably get away with putting, as much as I want to admit it, I think you could probably get away with just putting flat planes with the transparency on there and remove that. I don't think that's really necessary to put that much detail in that. I mean, it looks good, don't get me wrong, but I think that's probably just too much. Again, considering in multiplicity, the fact that there's 3D pillars on each parts of these, I think that's a bit much as far as what the game can handle. I think that can definitely probably be reduced by just putting a simple flat plane in here with a transparency and apply these pillars. So that's another one that could be considered. No, you're not a noob. I think the fact that you tried to apply as much detail as you can, there's nothing wrong with that, just to see what'll stick. But what we're finding is, with what you try to apply here, it definitely, there's some issues yet. So how do you necessarily correct, I guess, those, throwing, taking parts of the kitchen sink, this and that out of it, does that improve it? And just what I've been suggesting here, it would definitely be considered a possible improvement. I don't think you're going to lose a whole heck of a lot. I don't know what's going on with the shading on this. How I think of that. I don't know if that's an ambient, an AO spoof there, but got one side that's dark. So just to kind of look at that, what's going on with it. Yeah, so on both sides here. So that's probably an AO bake issue. But the fact that you can definitely see there's AO bake applied to it, because it's got the shading inside here. That's pretty cool. You could still get away with that being said, okay, even if you do apply the transparency, take that approach, you can still apply that same AO bake. I'm sure you probably still have that shading, that layer from this AO bake doing it this way. You can still maintain that and apply it directly to the floor of this garage, but still make this a flat plane with transparency and reduce how many polys you got on these individual pillars, and you would still get that same effect, right? That could be easily done. Too bright and clean. As far as you're talking about the bricks itself there, James. Yeah, that would probably be just a texture adjustment, really. As far as being too bright and clean. Maybe not wrong there. I think they're kind of misscaled there a little bit too. They seem to be like the wrong size there as well. But that, again, that can be adjusted. Some of this don't line up necessarily. And I know just trying to throw things at the track to see what would stick. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think just with some minor... This is pretty cool how you got this, though. This little spotter stand there with another little vent. These kind of little bits of detail like that, I think that's pretty cool. I think those should definitely be maintained. Those little types of details are definitely again, you got all of this 3D detail in this ladder, as well as, again, same thing as I've already mentioned, I guess, previously with the railings. You can reduce this down quite a bit just by using simple flat planes, transparency, I guess, to apply that railing. Same thing with that one, just as I showed in the other models. Yeah, so as much as I want to appreciate, I guess, as far as what you've tried to apply as far as to make everything 3D as much as possible, again, throwing that everything in the kitchen sink, it's just it's obviously creating issues with the track, as far as crashes to desktop and whatever. So applying these reductions and improvements, I guess, to the models that you got applied in here, I think it will definitely make it better. Toss some dirt on it. Yeah, so like grunge on the bricks. You might have to do some texture adjustment too to kind of line these up maybe a little bit better, because they're kind of misaligned here. But yeah, to apply some grunge and or a dirt layer to it, not just something subtle. Something subtle, doesn't have to be drastic. Just to kind of make it not look so clean and pristine. That I've shown that in the past too, I guess, as far as to just apply grunge to textures will definitely change the dynamic of the look of the texture, and especially when it's applied to the model. But yeah, that's probably another thing, just going around the track and pinpointing all these things that can be adjusted. Now on this thing here, I haven't really taken a really close look at this one here, but I think for the most part you've got this broke down. But most of this is all flat planes, as far as, I don't think these are all 3D. I could be wrong. But if they are, that same thing, you would be able to apply more simplistically as far as flat planes to that. Yep, I think you do got flat planes on this one here. So this one should be fine, if that's all that is. It's flat planes. Looks like flat planes, yep. There's some gaps I noticed in here too. That could probably be addressed. Yeah, so I see some gaps where they shouldn't be gaps. Let's slow this down a little bit. There we go. Don't worry about that segment info on the right there. I got that set on a hotkey. Right, and and that's probably something else I add to this. It's like, I've mentioned it myself. It's like, if I knew then what I know now, as far as just to apply it. So the fact that when you put this one together, you went with what you knew at that time. Now that you know better, as far as how to attack it in a different way, you can improve on that and make it more optimized. Yeah. So the way that a lot of these models that I've pointed out are built, being able to work optimistically, I guess, in newer games, that wouldn't be so much of a problem. But for Enter 2003, it obviously is. So that requires, I guess, some adjustment to them. But from what I can tell in this one here, it's mostly all flat planes on this one. What I am noticing is just a lot of gaps. So there's a gap here. So there is some cleanup. Just some reconsideration, I guess, on models like that. I guess to kind of clean up any potential unsnapped verts and things like that. But I think the overall concept for this is pretty cool. I mean, the fact that you can walk up on this thing and actually... That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. I can walk right down this like a virtual tour. Camera platform. Can you go down the steps? Yeah, it's very immersive, I guess, in this fashion. But you probably don't need this much detail as you got into it. If it's kind of hard not to, I guess, on something like this though, because it is kind of like in your face. Especially as you're either racing or even watching a replay of the track. It's kind of hard to reduce this that much more, but I can definitely see areas that it could be done without losing that detail for sure. Let's go check out that other. Let's check out this other bridge over here. So if this is done much the same way, again, we're missing a firewall on this one. So you got a near wall as well as a firewall on this that's something else to consider. It's really just going to be a matter of going through, and I know it's a very tedious process, but just going through every segment, every wall segment, one by one, and double checking your texture coordinates, make sure you don't have any unchecked V's, making sure you're not missing things like that. There's a lot to it. So on this one here, I think you might have much the same thing going on as the other bridge. As far as them being flat, I see some gaps. You know, it is really, you know, it can be tough, so I can already tell. And it's probably a lot to do with the transparency, too. So the fact that it's, I don't know if you can see that, but it does show gaps. It probably has a lot to do with transparency. And that's assuming that this is all flat planes and not 3D. I think this is 3D. This looks 3D to me. Yeah, so if these are 3D, as far as these stilts and whatever, for this bridge, again, same concept. You could apply simple flat planes with the transparency to this to reduce that. You don't need these all to be 3D, right? Yeah, these look like you got these all 3D as far as these stilts here. I would make these flat planes with transparency on it. I know I sound like a broken record on it, but that's definitely, that's way too much, too many verts and polys in that. I mean, it looks really good, don't get me wrong, but I think it can definitely be redone with just simple flat planes. Yeah, you can definitely tell. So the difference between, you got 3D, pretty much 3D on this one here, but the other one you didn't. It looks like flat planes in there. And again, if I am wrong on this one, do them as, I would definitely suggest to do these as flat planes with transparency. That's definitely going to improve on the overall optimization of the track for sure. Everything's in multiplicity, like I said. When you've got that much going on, I guess, in this one model, even if it is pieced up, it's not going to matter. That's still too much. You don't need that much 3D detail. The steps are planes? Okay. Well, you just need to take it one step further. I guess I'll just add to that, kind of pun intended there. So yeah, the fact that you've got flat planes for the steps on that, you can see how much, you know, detail that adds to it. You can do the same thing with all the stilts on that, in much the same fashion. And I've shown this plenty of times before, as far as model builds, I guess, for the North Wilkesboro build. As far as media stand and stuff like that, being able to make it look like it's 3D by back-facing the polys to make it look like it's got that 3D look to it. That's really what it really comes down to. That's how you apply that. With all that being said, for a moment here, I'm going to take a quick bio break here, and we're going to get into applying some of the things that I've got as far as team haulers and that updated vehicle transporter that I've got applied there. And I want to apply this to this version of the track and try it out just to see what it does. I'm still on the notion that we're still going to have an issue with it. Just based on everything that I've gone over, just going over the track really fast. I'm still expecting, without making those changes already, there's going to be still an issue. So, but we can get into as far as being able to change like the bridge and stuff like that. But I'm going to take a short little break, and I will be right back. Feel free to go ham, I guess, on the slots and the mini chat games, and I will be back in just a minute, so don't go nowhere. Holy mackerel, did I see that right? Did Racer James, you get another jackpot? Holy mackerel. That's 2,000 unit. Wow. Crazy. I guess maybe I needed to step away there, I guess, for that to happen again, huh? Cool, using that, using channel points and modify the emote. I think that looks pretty cool that way, actually. Get the sunglasses on the emote there. Cool. Probably not wrong there, Torch. I think he's rich. What are your fluids at now? Your fluids are at still well over 10,000 or 100,000, 101,000. Holy crap! Yeah, that one even looks pretty cool. Got the little think. Got the little think there. Nah, that's pretty cool. Something I was thinking about on my little bit of a break there was something that I could do, and these would obviously just be placeholders. So I'm going to be applying, I guess, some other things to the track. What I could definitely do is just spit out and at least have the template, if you will, as far as a placeholder template, to be able to put lower poly models in the track just to kind of see what that would do, right? So I can put simple planes as far as just boxes to replace what's here. To put in that position and just see how the track responds in the game, right? So it would just be simple models, nothing really, you know, I'm not going to go into much detail, I guess, to make it, just to have something that's in that place, right? Just to kind of show what the possibility and potential is. So without necessarily just pulling it right out of the track and improving that point, but just to put something in its place that's lower poly and, you know, show what the difference would be. So that's something I kind of thought of, I guess, on my little break there. These ideas come to my head, I guess, sometimes just by stepping away sometimes. So, like these two bridges, I can necessarily just put simpler models that are just simple boxes with simple texture. And, you know, same thing goes for some of these other stands and such. Those would be really easy, I guess, just to whip up really quickly. To even apply the transparency to it, for example, and just to show, like I said, the possibility of how much of an impact that would have on the track. So that could be something I could do. In fact, with that being said, let's go into, and again, they'll just be placeholder. They're not meant to be a replacement for it, right? So this one here, so this looks like it's in two pieces. You got P-Bridge Extras. What else is in here with this thing? Let's go to my items here. So you got P-Bridge frame. So that's probably going to be the bulk of what is the P-Bridge frame? I'm going to look at this one here really quick. Well, let me get a sense of what's going on here. Right? Not wrong there. Let me, oh, there we are. P-Bridge frame. So let me open this up here. What is this one here? I'm just opening this on the 3. Okay, that's probably the bulk of what I want to probably replace. And that's definitely all 3D. You can definitely tell by opening it that way. So the fact, again, this goes back to what I said earlier as far as, like, even though you break it down, right, into individual parts, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not optimized. That it is optimized. You know? So the fact that even from this standpoint, if you want to keep it as this frame, that's fine. But to reduce it down so that it's only flat planes. So this is probably a good example of what I can apply to this. I can just apply simple boxes with a transparency to it, as opposed to having it all, you know, individually 3D frame strips in there, right? Right. So this is just one piece of it, right? I do consider that as well, but this is a pretty good example. So what I'm going to do, and I'm only using this for reference, right? So I'm only going to spit this out as a 3ds so I can use it as a reference in Max. That's all I'm using it for. So if I go edit, I can't remember where that's at now. Oh my god, it's been so while. Because I've kind of put it in my brain as far as like you don't want to use models directly from 3ds Max, or 3ds Image, I should say. Got those confused. The fact that I don't do this on the regular, because I always like to build it up from scratch, right? Based on information that I know to be true as far as the scale and such on. So I've put it in my brain, just don't use 3D Sim as far as to do exactly what I'm going to be doing here. Shoot, now I gotta remember how this works again. I remember there being... I gotta refresh my memory here just a little bit, so bear with me a moment. Export. There we go. It's coming back to me. So here's save to 3ds. There we go. So I'm going to save this as a 3ds so I can bring it as a reference into Max is all. No, I don't need the Max file. All I'm using this for is a reference. That's all I want to do. Because what I'm going to do is just make a placeholder to make it a much more simply lower poly model of this reference here, right? That's all I'm looking to do. So 3ds, we're going to save that to our desktop. That's all fine. Cool. It's only going to be a reference. Yeah, realizing that I can use the Max files, absolutely, but the fact that I just need the scale and all that good stuff, I can delete these now. We were comparing those earlier. Don't need those anymore. And I can also get rid of these. We're just doing some comparisons there. Okay. Okay, so we got this. Now there's also, you said there was that other piece there, which was the, let's open this one. No, not that one. Yes. I forgot to close this completely out. Let's close that completely out. Yes. What other part? Rich braces here. Here's the braces. So here's the other piece of that. So these two pieces, I'll go ahead and make an export of this as well. Start somewhere, right? So let's do, dang it, where'd it go again? Right here. Spit that out. Yes, okay. Exit, yeah, cool. So now I got those two as a reference. So you can see how that's all 3D. And we're going to make simple flat planes. We don't even need to have to apply the transparency, really. That's just going to be the look of it. Just creating those simple low poly planes, I guess, to be able to apply the texture within it. Transparency is all we really need. Okay, so with that done, let's see how I want to do this here. Yeah, let's open up Max. That's what I wanted to do. Now I'm expecting, this is what's made me a little bit leery, as I've mentioned earlier in the part of the stream. Opening more stuff could put some strain on the system, so if the stream borks out or like that, we'll know why. So I'm checking out my system resources here. It's definitely ramping up a little bit. I'm crossing my fingers, but it doesn't crash anything. No, it's not so much just running Max, it's pretty much any other programs. Like opening too much on here, it just puts a huge strain on the system. That's been my problem here as of late. Waiting. Alright, here we go. One of the other things I did end up taking out as well, as just trying to pinpoint exactly what was causing on my system. I eliminated a lot of programs that were newer, as far as like NASCAR Heat 4, as well as I had a version of Max 18. So that was another thing I guess I could take into consideration. That was something else I just thought of. And it still hasn't eliminated the issues that I'm having as far as the system load, as far as the use of resources. So I don't know what it is, but to me, it's anything that I've put in newer, like those two in particular. One of them caused it. So you'll want to remove the P-bridge braces also. What do you mean about that, Torch? Because they're still in here. They're still applied to this. This is your current version of the track. It still has them in here, unless you're not using them anymore. Is that what you mean? So as far as the P braces, I think I still got that highlighted actually. Let me see here. That's the frame. Yeah, it's still showing it's in here, so the P-bridge braces, it's still in the track. Yeah, they are being used, so why would I want to remove... I guess I don't know what you meant. I'm not sure what you meant by that, because they are still being used by the tracks. I can't take them out. For the... Again, you're kind of confusing me. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to replace with a lower poly model with what's already in here. So I don't need to remove it. I'm going to replace it with a low poly model to show what the impact would be, right? That's what I'm going to attempt to show here. So the fact that everything that's still in here, I'm just going to replace it with a lower poly model, as opposed to just taking it completely out, right? Because we know what that'll do as far as if we take it out, but we still want to represent this model in the track. So by reducing the number of polys to it, how much is it going to impact the track? That's what I want to... right, I can already see that. You got the frame and the braces are separate. Absolutely. That much I can already tell. So both of those models for sure will have to be recreated, I guess, as far as lower poly. That's... already come to that conclusion. So this is at least at first starter. So we got max loaded. Let's load up these two models as a point of reference. The braces are much more well, the fact that either one of them they've got it's all 3D, we want to be able to reduce it. So, and this is just to show what can be done, I guess, to improve on it as well. Let's so here's the braces. Completely replace, but don't convert. Okay, so there's those pieces. And then bring in the frame. And this one we want to merge, because we already got that one. We want to, yes, that's object one. Go ahead and do an OK. So that's all those pieces for that. And these are only going to be points of reference, like I said. So what I could even do down the pipeline, if I wanted to keep these unseparated and keep them all together, I could do that too. But there would be nothing wrong with keeping them in still the individual pieces. We can just reduce the number of polys in each one, right? This bot really hates me today. I don't know. He's kind of taking favoritism against the James there a little bit. He's already got 2 jackpots, the maximum ones. So, may not be wrong. So, maybe you can blame James a little bit. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, this, as I was saying, we could take this one of 2 different ways. Like I said, we could make this one object lower poly, or we can just keep them the 2 separate objects, just for this particular bridge, right? So you can automatically right off the bat see all the 3D that's into this here. We can definitely improve upon this by just making simple planes. Now, I'm not worried too much about making it exactly, the same contour and all this business. I mean, we can do that, but easily enough. But I'm not worried about that. What I'm concerned with is just making a lower poly model, which is a simple texture on it, and even just applying the texture that's on this piece here loosely, get it into the track and see how much of an impact it does have on it, as far as like having a lower poly model to it. So James' goal today. Yeah, no kidding. That's 2 jackpots in a relatively short period of time, too, actually. Bot's probably making up for all the times that he's probably lost, too, in the past. Bot wasn't being so nice, I guess, there. So he's like, yeah. Bot's making up to him. Sucking up to him maybe a little bit. Ooh, missed it by 1. Alright, so what we want to do here, with all this in here, we're going to make, let's see, how do I want to approach this? How do I want to, I want to make sure I get the same footprint, at least for this, at least anyway. Right, so initially what I want to do is probably do 2 towers, and just a simple box going in between them. Yeah, let's start with that. So we'll go top down. Let's get to this point. And this is just placeholder, so don't take this as this is going to be, oh yeah, I want to put that in there. No, that's not the reason for doing this. Let's see. Let's make sure I got the 2 objects. So I'm going to go to create standard vibe and do a box. So let's put 1 tower. And we're going to duplicate that one. Actually, hold on a second. Let's do this. So now that I got that in place here, I'm going to remove some polys off of this because okay, so actually these are extended a little bit further. Alright, so let's line this up with what is in here. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go edible poly. Like that. Let's grab these verts. Pull that down. I'm going to line this up with what is somewhat is here already. Oh wow. How the hell did they get that way so far out like that? Oh, I see what I tried to do probably. So just line this up here a little bit. This is going to be a very loose fit. I'm not at all trying to make this accurate. I'm just trying to use up relatively the same amount of footprint to it. Okay, and then I'll remove some of the polys on this. So we don't need this one on the bottom, for example. Okay, so that's probably a pretty decent representation of what you'd want to use, right? So we're going to make another tower over here. We'll clone this. And we'll do it as a copy. So we don't want to affect the this one here. So bring that over here. Looks like it's just the height on this one needs to be adjusted. So let's do that. Like so. Alright. So we know those are lined up. I only moved it on the one axis here, so we know they're lined up from one side to the next. So as far as structurally, that's solid. Now I'll take this again. Let me reclone this. Actually, I'll take this taller one and do that one. Let's take this one and reclone it. Copy. Pull this one out. And I'm going to rotate this so that it kind of follows that contour. So I'll probably do just a free rotate. Like so. Just get it lined up this way. As opposed to a snap. Okay, now I can adjust. I still got that modifier in here for that, so I'm going to hold that. And I can still adjust this lengthwise. I think that should be. Nope, wrong way. So that's going to be width. Nope, so I want to do that. That's going to be this way. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we can adjust that. I'm just trying to loosely. I'm not worried too much against as far as getting it 100% accurate, but just relatively get the same footprint for it anyway, right? So that poly's gone. We're going to remove the poly on this end. Okay. Now another thing we could do, and this is just thinking ahead as far as when we're putting this together, I can cut a boolean, I guess, through this part where it would connect, I guess, to that, so that we're removing that amount of poly to it. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now, but that could be easily applied. Let's see, let's go back in here. Okay. Let's see if we can do this here now. Now, the fact that these are all separate objects, as far as currently, we got this box, they're all separate. So I can easily make another piece here, I guess, and make a boolean off of this one once I get it lined up, and cut that particular area out of these towers here to remove that poly that's not going to be visible, and only have polys that are visible. This is just something to take into consideration when you're doing these types of things. Let's see, how do I want to do this here? So I got nothing to snap to. There's probably a bunch of different ways I can do this. I'm going to try a vert snap on this. Let's see what we get here. If I snap that, that's what I thought. So what I'm going to have to do, before I do that, I'm going to take this one out for a second. So object 01, I'm going to hide that and just keep this one in here. Snap that to there. And snap this one to here. You son of a gun, anyway. There we go. That was easy enough. Now, to get this down here might be a little bit trickier. Could probably try to use, as far as I probably won't be able to snap it per se. Try not to be like super precise on this, but you know, just kind of give you an idea of what you can do to apply a new reduced poly model, I guess, to this. So let's go ahead and loosely line this up with this reference point, and then we can always line the other side up with where we set it. So let's go this way. Okay, so now if we get the Y on this tower, we'll be able to snap that, or even up on here, so we can get the Y off of this one, for example. That should be the same distance from this Y to that Y. So if we get the Y on this one, copy that, paste it to this vert. This way we know it lines up all the way down. Boom. So that's going to be a straight line all the way down. Okay, so we can do the same thing on this side. Paste that. Boom. So we know that's a straight line all the way down. So those are already snapped, and that's a straight line all the way down on both sides. So we know that's geometrically correct. Okay, and we can do the same thing on the other side. So these two top ones, we know that's where we can snap those and then just line it up loosely, I guess, on this side, because it's got a different angle on this side in comparison to the other tower. So we're just loosely lining that up there and then just match it to the other side. That's pretty much all we're doing here. Nothing too complicated with that. Alright, so if we go vert snap here, I'm going to probably have to hide that model again so it doesn't snap to that in the wrong way. So let's hide that. Vertex. My vert snap on. Snap that right to that corner. And I probably would do me some justice if I put this in perspective, or orthographic, I'm sorry. You definitely get much better viewing options, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, as opposed to perspective. So we'll snap that there. Alright, now we'll go ahead and line up. Turn that off. Let's unhide this object. Okay. So now what we want to do is take this one, line it up with this. As far as to get that angle. Now to get that Y from here, copy that. You want a nice straight line all the way down. Make this geometrically sound. There we go. Now, obviously, you're going to have, from what I can tell here already, you got some differences here. I'm not worried about that. I'm not trying to make it 100% accurate, but it at least gives you an idea of exactly how you could apply creating a new optimized model based on this reference. But you can make tweaks to it. Alright, so on this one, let's see here. I'm probably going to need the Z as well as the Y off this, so let's get the Z first. I want it to be at the same height. And that's probably something I didn't apply to the other end. I'll probably need to do that. So put that at the same height, as well as the same Y, so copy that value as well. Paste this vert. There we go. So now we should be the same height, as well as nice straight line down, making it geometrically sound. So I think on this end, let me check the Z on this and make sure both Z's are the same. I don't think I did that. So this Z is at this. I'm going to copy that just to make sure, and I'll go to the other side. Yep, I don't think I do. So let's do this. Nope, sure didn't. So there we go. Now we got it both at the same height as well as the same Y. Now we should be good to go there. Perfect. There we go. So far so good. So again, as I was saying, if I wanted to make a cutter to cut that poly out there, I could basically clone this piece, now that I got this all lined up, and cut that area out of the tower there to remove that poly that's not going to be visible. It's going to make mapping that much easier too. So not only does it remove the poly and optimize it in that fashion, but it also makes it much easier to be able to map that tower. So as I say that, what I'll do is let's do this. We'll go, we're going to center this. If I can pivot and center it, like so. Alright, and then also what I'll do, I don't need to adjust the shape or whatever like that, so I can remove this modifier. I'll go ahead and just collapse this down to just make an editable poly. We can do the same thing on these now. Now that we've got everything where we need it to be, we can get rid of all this now. Collapsed all, yes. And my bad. Collapsed all, yes. There we go. So now we're all on editable poly and all those. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to clone this. Edit clone. Make a copy of this. Okay, so now I got a separate piece of that that's lined up the same exact way. But I'm going to go ahead and delete, or not delete, but just hide this box 3, because we're going to need that back. So I'll hide this one. Use this one as our Boolean cut. And I'm going to exaggerate this a little bit. So I'm going to take, oops, my bad. I'm going to take the verts on these and each end and just kind of over exaggerate this a little bit. Actually, I won't be able to do that because it's got an angle on it. Crap. Alright. Maybe I can do this separate here. Let's try this. I just want to exaggerate this a little bit so I know what cuts in there properly. Okay, so let's do these one at a time. So if I bring these in like that. Oh, I hate dealing with angles. I don't think that's going to cut very well if I do it just like this. Up here is not so much of an issue, it's down here. Well, in any case, if I do this, this is something else to take, and I've dealt with this before too, as far as with angles. If I go ahead and cut this as far as just to extend this out, and put this down, I can always adjust that once it's cut to line up, I guess, where it needs to go. Right? So, what I can do here is just take these two verts, make sure I got them both, move that out on the Y like this, and get that where I feel is where it needs to be. And once it cuts that line after I boolean it, just as long as I'm cutting into, for lack of a better way to put it, into the piece that I want, just leaving it flush like that, it's not going to ensure that it's going to cut, right? So you always want to make sure you kind of exaggerate your cutter into the piece that you're trying to cut. Okay, so let's do the same thing on this end. So even though this might be off as far as for my cutter, I can always adjust that line after it's cut to line up with the the piece that I want to line it up with. So it's not going to be a huge loss. Alright, so let's do the same thing on this end. Let's kind of exaggerate that a little bit. Now on the top here, like I said, it's not going to be so much of an issue because it's all affected perfectly straight on that part. But we can always adjust it. Yeah, so get that. Y. Okay, so that. Now the other thing I might want to do, which I shouldn't make too much difference, as long as I'm exaggerating it, and even if this isn't a straight all the way through, that's okay. That should be okay. This should be a relatively simple cut. So now what I need to do, trying to remember the hierarchy, because this as far as the boolean. So the boolean, you got to select the piece that you're cutting with, and then the piece that you're cutting into, right? So this is going to be our cutter, and this is going to be between these two pieces what we want to cut. So what I'm going to have to do is collapse these two together in order to get that boolean, I guess the boolean cutter, I guess, to apply to both those towers. Couldn't you just detach the inside plane on the box? You can do that too. That's another option. That's a very good point there, Torch. So you're learning. So that's another way you could do it. And I was kind of thinking about that in the back of my mind, actually. But, okay, let me get that going here again really quick. There we go. So yeah, so what you were considering there, Torch, and that wouldn't be a wrong approach with that either. That's definitely another approach, not a wrong way. So what you're mentioning as far as just let me hide this box for, I'm gonna name this cutter just so I know. In my items list, I'll do my boolean. Cause I'm gonna show it both ways. Let's put it this way. Let's do this boolean cutter, and I'm gonna hide this. Okay, so I still have that at my disposal. I'm also gonna hide this object. Okay, so now what you're suggesting there, Torch, is just to take on each of these towers. I can go to the poly and detach that. To me, I kind of feel this is a little more dirtier as far as that, because you're gonna have a lot more pieces than you really need to. That's the only reason why I decided to go with the boolean. The boolean is just as simple as a copy that piece that you have lined up, like I was showing. Cut it, that goes away. So that's removing stuff from your items list. If you do it this way, it just creates more crap, I guess, that necessarily populates in your items list. I try to keep the items list clean. So it's not wrong to do it, but it just creates more of clutter, I guess, in your items list is all. But yeah, so selecting this piece here, I detach it like that. Right, so we're going to do this as an object, that's fine. So now it's detached. Now from here, with it detached, you can take those verts down here and then just move them down. So that's one way you can do it. But in my opinion, at least anyway, this is why I don't like to do it this way. It's creating more clutter in my items list, which I don't need. So by doing it with the boolean cut, I'm only making one piece as far as that clone piece, I guess, as far as for my cutter. Once I make the cut, right, that goes away. So that's eliminating, I guess, as far as clutter in my items list. I guess that's why I like using that approach more. But as far as using what you suggested here, it's not wrong. I mean, you can cut that and then reattach it. That's just more work. That's adding more work, I guess, to your workflow. So now that that's attached, and I got it there, it's probably not in the right position, but I can still reattach all these pieces, just as you suggested. So we'll go like this, go to collapse. Collapse that selected. Now it's one piece again. And now when I bring that piece of the bridge back in here, I can line it up properly. It's just creating more steps and more clutter in the items list is all. So it's not wrong to do it that way. It's just I think doing the booleans a lot more cleaner is all. Okay, so that one's done that way. And you can do the same thing with that tower, right? Now I'm going to go back to the way I was going to do it. Let's see if it'll let me go back that far. Let's back this up. So we got this. I think that's right. Yep. Let's bring all my pieces back. So I'm going to bring my cutter back and all that good stuff. There we go. Now I just want to show my way of doing it, the way I like to do it anyway. I'm going to hide this object. I'm only adding one piece here, so when I detach pieces like that, it's adding more clutter to my list, and I got to, go back and reattach all that stuff. And it's, to me, it's just adding more work. So this is more efficient in my opinion, as far as to do. Clone that piece, clone it, exaggerate the ends like I did. Now from here, all I would have to do is just collapse these down and make it one piece, so that when I cut it, it's going to cut both. It all is one unit. Okay, so collapse selected. So now that's all one piece. I'm not worried about the transform or the X-form or anything like that right now. But that's all one piece. I'm going to make this back to an editable poly. Okay, now I want to take this one, which is my cutter, and I'm going to apply my boolean. So like this, I'm going to set this up to cut, refine, boolean. Now I want to select the piece that I want to cut, which is this. I did that wrong. I did it backwards. I knew I did it backwards. I knew it was going to do that. So let's back this up. I always do that. I freaking did it backwards. Yeah. So what you're cutting with is you use the last. So I go like this. We'll apply the boolean to this. We've got a video on this too, I guess, as far as out there. I always have to refer back to it, but I didn't do it that time. So we'll do boolean, cut, refine, and then pick the cutter. There we go. So now it made that cut. Right? So to me, that's a little bit quicker like that. I don't have to. The only other thing I got to do at this point is just convert it back to an editable poly, and I'm done. I can bring back my box 3, and then line that up with where it got cut there. Let me see how that cut here. Did that cut right? Might not have. On the top, I'm not worried so much as it is on the bottom. I guess that's probably another thing. So the fact that I made a cut here, that was probably... I don't think that's going to be that much of an issue, actually. Okay, so let's hide this here for a second here. So, but now I've got that cut on both sides here, and I've eliminated all that clutter in my items list too. I guess that's the other thing. As far as all that detaching. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I noticed here. It's got that funky cut here, but I think I can fix that pretty easily. I think it did it on both towers, actually. And it might be because of the way I exaggerated that cutter, the piece that I was using as a boolean. The fact that I had it exaggerated where I did it, it didn't have anywhere to cut it, so it does. That's not necessarily an issue, though. I can easily fix that. So with that being done with an editable poly, I'm going to go polygon. I'm going to take this out. That was the whole point of doing that in the first place. I was like, what is clipping into that? I forgot I got this open. Let's hide that one too. Let's hide this here. There we go. So yeah, now I've got my cut. Now from here, all I would have to do really, take this poly out. I'm going to take this edge, these two verts here, and just snap those back. Snap them right back to here. That's a simple fix right there. So I still got my cut to eliminate that poly. So when I line that bridge up, you know, that box 3, that'll be all done. So I'll go into this side. Delete that. Whoops, turn that vertex snap off. Delete that. Oh, that did some funkiness here too, didn't it? Interesting. Okay, so no problem. We'll go ahead and snap all these verts back. That vert snap back on. That did do a funky cut there, didn't it? It's probably just the way I exaggerated that too, as far as the cutter. But it's just a matter of re-snapping all this together. Boom. All clean. Now we got that cut in there that we're, you know, eliminated that poly there. That was the main thing. Ta-da! Now we can bring back this box. And now it's just a matter of, mostly probably on the bottom. The top should be all good to go. We can double check these here. So that should be all, we snap those all together, so that should be good. On the top, it's just a matter of lining up the bottom here. So if we go into this here, on the vertex, got the vert snaps on there. I'm going to select this one, snap that to here. Over to here. Whoops. And what the heck? There we go. Snap that to there. So we know that on that opening there, we're covering that opening up based on that. That's pretty clean. Yeah, so whichever method works for you the best is what you want to go with, for sure. I'm not saying my way is the best way. To me, it just makes more sense to do it this way with the boolean, is all. Okay, so we want to snap that one here. Snap that one there. Cool. Good deal. Yeah, so whichever method you want to use it. Torch finally got one. But just to kind of remind you, I think James is still one up on you, though. Just saying. Racer James is still up on you, one up on you, though. Alright, so we got this much done here. So currently we've got this all as 3 separate pieces. We've got this piece, 2 pieces, I'm sorry. At this point, if we wanted to, we could totally just collapse this all together. So Racer James he's like, oh shit, I gotta do some work now. It's like he's catching up to me. Oh boy. That's funny. There you go. There's one. It's not the big one, but it's still one. Showed that bot. Alright, so I think what I will do at this point here is I'll go ahead and collapse this all down as one piece. Okay. This is going to serve as... let me see here. So I did hide both of these. This one's going to be... I forget what was what's now. So this was the... turn that off. Forgot which one I did was what. So this one was the... shoot, no, I forgot. I should probably label those. So this one's the braces, or is that the frame? I think this one's frame, right? Check that out. I'm gonna double check this really quick. So I think braces were the ones with the steps. Okay, gotcha. So braces is the one with the steps. Go back in here. Yeah, so this one's braces. So I'm gonna relabel this one so I know which one's with. So this is braces, and then the other one is frame. This one's frame. So this one we're gonna collapse this one down, and that's gonna serve as the frame. So we still got some more frame to put to it. I guess that's what I wanted to look at. No problem. So we got frame. Let's label this object here as frame. What I'm going to attempt to do here, at least anyway, is to keep all the pieces as they are already in the track, and we're just going to replace them. That trick ain't going to work anywhere. Torch, come on now. You know that don't work. We already know how. It's very convincing, though. It does look like it's legit. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Alright, so that one's frame. So yeah, I'm going to collapse this one down there. This one's going to be... Shoot, now I forgot again. Frame. Yeah, this one that we're doing here is frame. So braces. Double check this one again. Yeah, so frame. This is what we want to do. This is going to be new frame. So we'll take this, and this. 2 objects, gotcha. So I want to collapse this down. And we want to recenter this bad boy. So do effect pivot, center it. And I guess while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and do the X form again. Or reset the X form. So let's do reset X form. Reset selected. Perfect. Alright, so let's collapse that down. I've always gotten into the habit, as I've said, and I've shown this, anytime I'm adjusting the model as far as to collapse it down and get it into one piece or whatever, it's always a good idea to check the X form. And it just puts that, make sure it's in that solid orange bounding box. It's not all wonked out of shape or whatever. It's basically all it's doing. Alright, so let's do vertical poly. So now that's part of that frame, so we still got some more things to add to the frame. So let's go ahead and hide braces for now. And then we'll add to this frame. So we got some more things to still add to this frame object. So it's a couple more towers. Okay, no problem. So let's go like this. We'll go... I could have probably cloned those, but that's okay as well. I'm going to create a couple more boxes here. I'm going to go from there. Let's go top down. I could have really done myself a little bit of, saved myself a little bit of time and kept that, clone one of these towers to make these boxes here so they're all the same size. In fact, yeah, I got ahead of myself, so I'll go ahead and do this. Let's do this. You can easily fix that. Let's go polygons. Let's select this one here. All these pieces here, and we'll detach it. We're getting right back into that whole detach option. Alright, so I'll go ahead and detach this as an object. Okay, now I can take this one, and we're going to effect pivot. Center it on that. Okay, now I'm going to clone this. There's another object, and then we're going to move this over that, and we'll adjust it down, I guess, to conform to this piece of the frame. Okay. I'll have to collapse that all down again, but I gotta get a little bit ahead of myself, like I said. But that's an easy fix, I guess, to go redetach that piece that I need. Go something like that, and then vertex, and we're going to adjust the height of this bad boy. Now, keeping in mind I got this here, what I'm going to do first, before I go get too crazy with this, I'm going to snap this back up to these verts, close that opening. So let's take these two, actually let's do them one at a time. Snap that vert up to here. We're just closing that back up there, so we don't need that like that on this this particular tower. Alright, so turn that off. Grab all these verts. Bring that down. Now we can clone that over to that position. Clone that. Boom. Let's move that over. Whoa, crap, what the heck? Just want to move it on this axis. I don't know why why do we got two here anyway? I'm just wondering. Is that just one piece? I think it is. I guess I was considering that to be, yeah, that's just one piece that has, okay, gotcha. Get rid of that. We can adjust this frame. Alrighty then. No problem. So let's take these here, grab these verts, and extend that over. So the fact that this is all, they're all separate pieces makes it a little bit easier to be able to maneuver this stuff. Alright. And looks like we need to adjust the height on the bottom there. Okay. Let's do that. Like so. Cool, so there's that piece. Now we got this one over here. We can do the same thing. Just go ahead and clone. This one I still got attached. Clone that as another. Bring this over here. Whoop, I got a lot of shape there. There we go, we're in the vicinity there. And same thing with this one here, I'll have to close this back up here just like I did before. So let's go like this with vertex. Let's put our vertex snap on, snap that back up right there. There we go, just closing that back up. Okay, let's finish getting this lined up here. Like so. And I'm gonna go like this. Now, I don't know if those are both the same height. I guess on both of those I'm not sure. As I'm just going by what we got in here. I guess I got that extended a little too far. OCDs get the better of me, I suppose. But you kind of get the idea as far as how easily it would be, I guess, just to create this low poly. You know, so from this here, I can collapse this all down. This is all the frame, that model, right? So this is all the frame. So we could collapse this all down, texture it with just a simpler texture. And I don't know what the texture looks like for this frame. Let me check that out. What does that look like as far as, so for frame, that's this one right here. So what texture are we using for that? So this one is using, let's look for MIP, and that's using Dover Pedestrian Bridge. Oh wow, this has got object 2, so you got that collapsed down. That's interesting. So Dover Pedestrian Bridge, let me check that out. So the fact that it doesn't have, this is kind of a weird naming for this too, I guess is what I consider. You could easily just break that down into just PED bridge or something like that. Yeah, because the fact that you've got both, you got underscore and a no underscore. That's kind of, yeah, that can be. Oh man, this is kind of even nicer than I thought. Okay, so, oh man, you already got transparency and all that business in here. How big is this texture? It looks like it might be a little too big. Could be reduced probably. It's not terrible, but I think this texture could probably be reduced actually. With the fact that it's still got the alpha in, and it's pretty cool. But what part are you using for the... It must be all in here then, I'm assuming. As far as all the bracing and all that stuff, it's over in this area. So the fact that you already got TI in the model, you could probably very easily just apply in this area as far as, you know, the cuts that you need, I guess, as far as to make the stilts and all that stuff for it. No, you're a loser. What? Scroll to the bottom, got 0. Yeah, I guess, see what you mean. Yeah, so as far as this texture goes, at least anyway, I'm assuming you've got most of the bracing in the frame, I guess, in this area, which can easily, with already having the transparency applied to the other area of the model, you could apply that same concept over here. Right. So that texture should be able to be modified, you know, rather easily, rather simply. So what I was looking to see is how I could apply this texture. I think what I want to do is make this a TGA. Spit this out so I can apply it to the model. Yeah. So let's do file. But I'm going to rename this bad boy too, because the naming of this one here, I think it can be. You could simplify this one and just put petty bridge, even if you did petty underscore bridge, and shorten that up there. Because the fact that you got underscore along with just a space in there, that's kind of a sloppy naming of it, at least anyway. So that's something you take in consideration too. Let's see. Yeah, so I want to save this as a TGA, so save as. Let's put this on the desktop. And I'm going to leave it this name right now. So I might have shown this before in the past, or if you try to rename files in WinMit 2 from their original name, it sometimes steps on how it spits it out there. It'll spit out as a file, and a lot of times you can't rename it back and, you know, bring that whatever it is you were trying to save in there. So it's just better to let it spit out. I guess just leave the name as it is, don't touch it, and you can always rename it after it spits it out. That's just a little tip, I guess, as far as that goes. I've shown that happen many times before, I guess, as far as trying to rename files. So it's just better just to leave it like that, and if you want to rename it, wait till after it spits it out. So what I'm going to do here for this, just to kind of show you how this will work, I'm going to rename this to petty underscore BRDG, petty bridge, just to simplify the name of that, at least anywhere. I'm not saying you have to use that name, but I think that the name of that texture can definitely be simplified. So from here, I can use this texture and apply that to our model here, and that'll have the alpha channel to it. Let me go ahead. Okay, I didn't collapse this yet, so I can go ahead and do that too. So let's take all these pieces. This is going to be our new pit frame. Oh, actually, I forgot to. The heck is going on here? So I got this as. I remember what I did here. Oh, I did attach. Okay, I gotcha. So everything but the frame. Cool. All right. Let's go ahead and collapse that down. Collapse selected. Boom. So now I'm gonna go ahead and set pivot. So do effect pivot, center that, and then I'll reset the X form. That looks good. Cool. Collapse that down. See, and again, I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it. So if you're seeing, and when you apply the X form in here, when you apply it, if this shape here, as far as is on a wonk, as far as to be crooked or anything like that, that's obviously bad. You want to have this nice straight conform, I guess, to the X form, based on the shape of your model. That's what you want. This is what we want to see. That kind of conform. All right, so we want to collapse to all. Okay, so now we've got all this is one piece, it's centered, all that good stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and apply the texture that I just created. Going over material editor, and let's do standard, and what should happen when I apply this in here, it should already have the alpha, as far as the image alpha to it. That's what I'm hoping, at least anyway. If we did that right. If it don't, then we have to redo that. So let's go to desktop. Alright, so it does have the image alphas in there, so we know it does have the alpha to it, so that's good. We're going to apply this to the model, we're going to have to map it. So it applies a texture to it initially, but we're going to have to map this. Now, what I'm going to do, just for this purpose here, obviously they'll probably need some adjustment to the texture itself. I'm just going to apply where it does have alpha to it, in the areas that we see here. And it's going to be just, it's going to be a throwaway, right? It's not going to be, it's just to show you proof of concept here as far as being able to create a lower poly model, right? I could probably even go so far as to readjust that area. In fact, I might just do that too. I think I talked myself into it. Let's do that. Let's go like this. I'm gonna have to open this up. It should open right up with Paint Shop Pro. Cool. So in this area, let me go ahead and reconfirm, because I know I said that. I don't know if you mentioned that there, Torch, but in your frame model, I'm going to apply unwrap to this, and I'm going to see where you've got this all mapped to in that texture. So this is the way I can do that. So let's apply that. And it looks like it's exactly where I thought it would be. Well, not exactly, but in that general vicinity. So apply the texture. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second here. Oh, I know what I probably got to do. Let's do this. Let's do this. I didn't apply the texture to the model, so let's do like this. Can't see it, so let's hide this for a second. Jeez, Pete. Hide that for a moment. So now I got the texture applied to it. There we go. Now I should be able to go into there. You dirty rat. Oh, nope. Take that back. I need to go. That's the wrong one. Crap. Pick texture. Let's do it this way. It didn't actually apply it properly. A second here. Why is it going to that one? There we go. That's what I wanted. Yep. See, so you've got that mapped over to this area just like I thought. So what I can do with this texture is actually apply some stilts in here, you know, as far as to apply some transparency to it, as opposed to just being that solid black, at least anyway. Okay, so here we go. That was just to confirm to me. That's how I can tell where that's mapped. So I know exactly which area I can toy with for all that. So trying to think of how I want to do this here. What I'm almost thinking, I don't need this part. Let me think about this a second. So I'm gonna create a new layer. Let's go this way. Brain's getting a little bit fried right now, so what I want to do is just apply some stilting, I guess is for lack of a better way to put it, so that I can apply to the areas of this here. Right, you know, and I kind of figured that. I'm only focusing right now just on this one particular model so far. I'm not trying to get a step ahead of myself. So the fact that, and that's also something I'm taking into consideration as I apply this transparency to this area. What I could probably do, at least for now, and I can always bring it back. I'm going to apply transparency to this. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Let's do this. So let's go choose my magenta, or the pink if you want to call it that. This will be in a separate layer. Alright, and then what I'm going to do, It's like, where did everything go? Hold on. So I'm going to hide this here for a second. Stay in that layer, but then I'm going to chunk out. Whoops. Got it on the wrong one. Let's put this on a rectangle. Like so. Let's go like this. So I'm still in that layer that's I got turned off. Cutting that out. Now all I'm going to do is just have... So I want to make that transparent over here. So this is the area that I'm going to work with as far as to apply what I've got in 3ds Max to this. And I'll be able to bring this back. Right, so I'm going to save this as a PSD to my desktop. So I got a layered template of this. Okay, and then I'm going ahead and flatten this. Flatten. File, I'm going to save this as a bitmap. Because if I save it as a TGA in here, it's not going to have the alpha channel. So the best way to go with this, as far as to go through WinMip, as far as to save it as a bitmap. I've shown this process before as well. So now I can open this bitmap into, so I got my layered template there that I can go back to. And then I can open this up, this bitmap that I just saved. Open this up with WinMip 2 and overwrite that TGA that I've got on the desktop. So I can open this up. Okay, it's got that magenta area that I got there. I can go TGA. And I'll be able to keep... Oh, I gotta apply the swath to it, so the left shift and that, make sure that swath is in there. And then file save as, I'm gonna overwrite this one that's on the desktop. So when it asks me to overwrite, I'm gonna say yes. So that'll update that texture. This is the way you want to make it TGA, as far as it go through WinMip 2 at least anyway. So now that texture is updated, so now it should show in here. Let's go ahead and update it in here. Now that area will be affected by that area. So it's going to be all transparent, but we can always build on that as far as like how that's actually going to show. Once we get it all, the mesh I guess applied to that area, we'll be able to adjust the texture once that's all applied in that way. Yeah. Alright, so what we need to do at this point, we're going to hide this frame. We're going to bring back our box 2. We didn't rename that. So textures applied. We're going to do an unwrap to this. Start texturing this bad boy. So let's go here. Apply our texture. Okay, so there's all the pieces that we're going to need to get mapped here. So everything's more or less going to be transparent now. So we don't have any occlusion or anything to apply here, so we don't have to worry about overlapping polys and everything. So that's something else to take into consideration as we move forward here. So let's go to polygon. Let's grab this one. Okay, and that should show in here. And I'm going to filter this out. So I only got the poly that I need to work with here. Now I'm going to do probably just quick planers on this one. That should be a reasonable solution. But we'll see what looks best. I might need to do... So it does include that angle to it, right? So let's try flatten map just to see what that does. That makes it more straight as far as to have the angles on the end. So we might go with this option. Okay. So now the fact that this is kind of elongated, if you will, I could probably, so I don't distort that too much here, I can probably tilt it this way and just scale it up to fit in our texture. So I'll probably go this route. Whoops. You dirty rat. There we go. I want to put that back. So I want to shift this down this way. Just to fit it into our... Now I can do it this way too, as far as to do a uniform scale. Down this way. This is another way to do it. Okay. There. So we're going to try it this way as far as to... I'm going to use up probably a majority of this space here, I guess, to be able to apply this, that's for sure. Because we're going to need to apply texture to it, I guess, to add that stilting. Now, this area here, if I remember right, this is part of Okay, I got that mapped wrong. Now that I say that, I put that in the wrong area. Okay, so let me adjust that really quick. I forgot that area is actually using this part here, I believe. So let's reapply this here. Let's go like this. We'll flip this back this way and put it over here. In fact, let me go back into the track here and just kind of compare this. Just to see what's going on. Yeah. That's about right. So we got this part. Darn cord. Yeah. So we got this part in here. So we should be on this area. Right? Cool. There we go. So let's go ahead and apply that to here. This is going to all be adjusted for sure, but I'm just going to get it roughly into position here. Let's get that there. Like so. So now that's applied to that. Cool. And that's just a loose fit right now, so we can always adjust it. So now for this part, I'm already seeing we could probably do an adjustment to... I noticed there was an opening here, I guess, to get up the stairs, right? You could probably pull this poly down. I'll probably adjust that afterwards. I already got this unwrap on here. I wanted, again, not to get too far ahead of myself, but what I could probably do is apply an opening to this side, because there's, is it that side or the other side? I forget on this part, because I think the steps are over on this side, and then there's steps here, so it's got an opening on this part to get onto the bridge. So we can probably do that as far as to detach this side, pull that down, so we can create that opening. That's something that can be done. Or we can just leave it like it is and just, because eventually what I was thinking on doing here is just creating double-sided faces, right? So once you get the one-sided face, you'll be able to clone it and just flip all the polys, and then you'll have double-sided faces. That was the general direction I was trying to go with it. So for this side, let's see what we got here for options here. So let's do probably flat map, just like we did. Okay, and see where we're at here. Let's see here. See, we don't really have an area on this texture that I can see that already has an opening to it, as well as some framework. Let's see here. So for now, what I'm going to do is just put it in this area. All this can be adjusted, so I'm not really too worried about it. Let's see here. So there's definitely going to be some texture that needs to be adjusted to this. That's for sure. Well, that's definitely what you would end up doing, as far as to do a double-sided poly to get the two to get that 3D effect on this. So even keeping the model relatively simplistic like this, once you get everything mapped on the outside, you'll be able to clone that and then flip the polys on that clone to get that 3D effect. So we don't really have an area on the texture to be able to apply. Let's see here. What else we got? Yeah. So what I was trying to replicate here is this opening that we have here, but still you got the framework that's below that, right? So what I need is framework below it, but an opening here to get on the steps. We don't have that in the texture currently. So I would need an area. Let's see here. I could probably use this part here. I guess let's go ahead and back this up. Get back to our layers and apply another layer. And what I'll do, let's see, just for the sake of it here, let's take this and kind of piece this out a little bit. Okay. Let's do edit copy. And then I'm going to paste this as a new image. Now I still have that, excuse me. Sorry about that. Hopefully I muted the mic. I didn't mean to cough in there. What works for me is make a excuse me, a single-sided in Max 16, and when I import to Max 7, I select two-sided poly. Then I don't have to remap either. I'm trying to understand, I guess, that process there. What do you mean by two-sided poly? Then I don't have to remap. You won't have to remap either, even with the way I'm going to do it. So once you get everything mapped on the outsides here, as I'm going to do, once that's done, all you have to do is clone this whole thing. And on that clone, you select all those polys and flip them all. That's going to create the other side of the model that's going to have the polys the other way. So what you're doing, I'm not 100% sure what you mean, I guess, as far as that goes. So what you would end up doing after this is all mapped, you would clone this whole object, this whole model, select all those polys, make sure it's an edible poly, and then flip them all. So that way you'd have one model that has the polys facing on the outside and one on the inside. And then you can essentially, once that's all done, you can just collapse it all together into one model. So you would have double-sided polys. So that's the process I'm trying to show here. But in the process of trying to do that, I need to adjust this texture. So let me go like this. So there's a couple of different ways I could do this, but I think the best way, I'm going to get the size of this one. It is 700 by 200. Let's do that. So 700 by 200. Okay, and then I'm going to put this one in here. I'm going to go edit copy. And then what I like to do in PaintShop Pro here is select that color in both slots here. And I copy that image and edit paste as a transparent. And that takes all that business out of there. Now I can copy this, paste it into a new, and what that does is just retightens that image there, so now I have it without that. And I can get rid of this. Don't need that anymore. Now what I need to do is I want to put this in a different orientation here. So it might do me better if I take this here, this little piece here, copy, and I'm going to paste this into here. I think I already got a new layer in this, yeah. I'm going to paste it right into this empty layer. Selection. Now I'm going to create my own tower, if you will, I guess, as far as the supports, I guess, for that. Torture method can lead to a lot of unneeded polys being created depending on the object. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me, too. It sounds like the approach you're taking is not the best approach. I'm not even 100% sure what you mean, I guess, as far as creating two-sided poly. I'm not really sure. I'm still a little bit confused with that, to be honest, but I think James seems to understand, I guess, a little bit what you're talking about. Alright, so I think I need to do some adjustment here. Do I want to use this? I guess that's the thing. I don't think that's going to give me the result that I was looking for. Shoot. Might have to make some adjustments to this one. So I got this in a separate layer, so I think I can do some adjustments to this at least anyway. Let's cut this down. Cut this down. Okay, let's see what I can do with this. So we do copy. This is going to be the best result, but at least give me somewhat of an idea. Yeah, that's kind of ugly, but do some cleanup here. This would definitely need some work. Because I'm missing... I have to extend this. Oh, goodness. Usually that's what I try to do, is try to use what's available in the texture that's already here, but I don't see anything else that's more feasible. I'm sure there's probably other textures in there, but I don't feel like digging, I guess, for another texture. I guess for it has a better option, I just want to be able to create, let's see, I want to create the stilts here and then have the opening. That's all I'm trying to do as far as an area to do that. Dang it, stop doing that. Okay. Well, eventually I am going to use black, but I wanted something as a reference, right? So I might have to redo that. So as far as like just to be able to get some reference down. Right now that's not a very good reference, I guess that's what that's what I considered to do, is just kind of get a reference down here and then be able to draw the black lines. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I think let's try this anyway. Let's do it like this. Do an edit paste. Selection. So even though this is going to look pretty ugly, I'm going to just create some of the black lines, I guess, based on this. So let's put this in a better spot. Got this all on its own layer. Let's try it right about there. Just kind of keep it away, I guess, from all this business here. I don't want to interfere with any of that. And then from here, I'm going to make another layer like this, and then I'll make some black lines. And granted, doing just simple black lines, that's kind of pretty simplistic. Again, I think it would look better if we had more of like a metalish type of look to it, but just at least to get something applied to it, I guess. Alright, so let's keep it just big enough. Not even 100% sure I need it that thick, so I can use this somewhat as a reference, I suppose. Okay. And then we'll put, let me see how that looks in here. Yeah, so we got basically cross braces with a, okay. Yeah. So let's go like this. This is going to be very primitive, so don't just excuse, I guess, the look of it. It's not very refined. I know, I'm totally understanding that. Then I'm going to create some X's in between here. So that's partially why I guess I'm I wanted that down as a reference, at least anyway, as far as how big I wanted to make this, so it's not like super duper exaggerated. But also what I'm doing as I paint these lines, right, because it's going to have transparency in it, I'm making sure I don't have the anti-alias on here. If I put the anti-alias on it to make it more of a soft edge, it's gonna bleed that magenta into it. So I'm making sure I don't do that. Right. That's what I was going to do until I noticed they had it painted black. Maybe black with some kind of, right. So it needs a little bit of hue to it, I guess, for lack of a better, as far as like some metalish type of look to it. But the solid black just makes it look too simplistic, I guess is all. So let me turn off this layer, so now we can see what we got here. I think I need to thicken up these here. Let's do that. Let's go up a couple of notches here on these sides. There we go. Kind of beef them up a little bit. There we go. So at least we got somewhat of an idea of what we want to use for that. Somewhat. This is just a Again, just a placeholder, just an idea. It can definitely be refined. So let's go ahead and save this as our PSD for now. Save as. Yep. PSD. Save this one first. So that's our layer template, and then we want to flatten all this. Save it as a bitmap. And again, I've stressed the importance, I guess, of saving as a bitmap. Opening up in WinMap 2, you get that alpha channel. Right? It's the best approach that I've found. So let's do. Open this up with WinMap 2. Like so. I'm going to open that up. Bitmap. That should have our new elements here. So that's good. So we go TGA. Get that swath in there. That's important. Again, make sure that swath is in there before we save it as a TGA. And we're going to overwrite that texture. Yes, please. Close that out. Close that out. So there's our new TGA. Now we should be able to reload this into Max. So we want to update this. You goofy son of a gun. Yep, so now it's now in here. So I should be able to take this part here into poly mode. Yep. So either from the viewport or from the edit window itself. I'm trying to get this all in the same view here. There we go. So we got that selected. So now we can take this one here. So we're probably gonna have to reorient this. So let's go this way. Let's see, will that let me do that? So if I can toggle that off here. There we go. So we can see it actually being applied. Zoom in on this. So what I was going for is I wanted to make an opening. So I need to flip it this way. So it's got that on the top there, so you can see. Yep, so it's adjusting that on the top. I wanted to create an opening at the top here. That was part of the reason why I wanted to do this. So I may or may not. Okay, I see what's going on. That's not too bad like that. Not a bad idea. Got to see what I was going for there, at least anyway. There we go. So that gives you an idea. Now if I do that on all sides, now I got the opening here, and I'll be able to. Has that got an opening? Let me check that on the model. Yeah, so it's got a different kind. It's got the two here. So, probably quite a little bit more. You might have to make another set, another pillar. I guess it's got a different. Yeah, different setting here. We could do that with this texture. We got plenty of room over here to be able to do that. So let's back this up again. So we got our layers. Okay, so initially what I'll do is I'll put them all in this one area first, and we can always adjust from there. Just to get something, just to get the polys initially. You can always adjust it though. Alright, so let's do this. Got that set of polys there. And we'll apply. So far we've been going with flat map. That seems to work best so far. So apply that. So what we'll probably have to do is reorient this way. Let's see if I can get this in the view here. There we go. Now this is where it might come in handy as far as to not filter the pieces here, so we can tell where the last one got. Right? Because we want to be able to have these line up. We don't want them to be off kilter or anything. See, the bot is playing me. Is it? Zero bot. Oh damn. Scolded again and he lost. Dirty bot. definitely not in favor of you today. It definitely is with James though. Now I'm gonna see if these grid snaps will work. I know I've been having a lot of problem in the past, I guess, with that. I might have to. Oh crap! I might have to wait till after. So probably what I'll do. Control Z. Probably what I'll do, at least for now, is I'll kind of leave some room on here to be able to potentially grid snap these. So I'll leave a little bit of padding on them, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. And until I get everything mapped, at least anyway. There we go. So let's just put that in there just to get it roughly into place there. James says, I'll show you how to play. That's funny. Okay, so let's get these all mapped here first. Three Kappas. There you go. So he's gotten a couple of them like that, so there's another jackpot. I don't even know how many times did you... How many units did you use to play it? Did you spend just as much? That's the other thing. Alright, so now we got this set of polys. And go into here. Flatten map. Yeah, let me filter this again. So at least, if anything, I'm just going to orient it this way. Okay, and I'll just reaffirm the display. Now, like I said, the fact that we're not applying any ambient occlusion to this, there's really no reason. What the heck is going on with this here? That's weird. Have to look into that. Yeah, the fact that we're not applying any ambient occlusion, I can see this spacing in here. What's up with that? Huh. Not sure what's up with that. So all I'm going to do in here is just get these roughly into position. And by roughly in position, just to add a little bit of padding to it so I can try to grid snap those later. Oh, this one's flipped. I see that. Okay, let's flip this one this way. There we go. So initially here they're not going to be all lined up, but that's okay. We can adjust that later. This is where it's going to show what I was talking about earlier. We're only going to have to deal with this part of the poly there. It's not going to go all the way up here as far as what you don't see. Alright. So again, these these here don't line up, so we're not worried about that. But we'll be able to, from here, we'll be able to line this poly up, I guess, with what we've got here. At least potentially. So let's see what we got here. So if we go, see how this works out. So flatten map. Okay. Filter that out. We'll at least go this way. Get that sized up here. So let's say at least we'll show you, I guess, as far as what will be involved with creating a more low poly. The fact that we've got to apply a texture adjustment to this is probably the only reason why it's taking a little bit longer than you might think. Seems fine to me, right? Like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's like, alright, so what happened here? Oh, okay, never mind. So kind of got lost my way there a little bit. So yeah, I'm just kind of creating a little bit of padding on each one of these so I can potentially grid snap these later. Just not lining them up 100%. Just leaving room so I can grab those vertices, I guess, later on. Okay, so they're just got a little bit of spacing in between them. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be able to adjust that later. Just get it mapped. Don't try to line it all up there. Got plenty of other polys, I guess, to deal with. So for now. Okay, so that one's done. This one we mapped to this side. Okay. Let's go here. Mapping flat. Okay, we'll filter that out. Now we did end up putting this. I think we used this first one here, I believe. Yeah, so put that over here. So we'll put that here. Now, if I want to unfilter that so we can see where we put that other one. Yep, so this one's here. Okay, the flips are going the opposite way. Okay. Let's see if we flip it this way. There we go. We can line it up this way. That makes more sense. And again, I'm going to leave a little bit of padding on padding on here so I can potentially grid snap these later. I'm not worried about lining them up 100%. Leaving myself room to be able to grab those vertices and snap those. Just get it loosely in a position there. Okay, let's filter that out. So now we got both those sides done. Okay, now on the top, what do we got on the top here? We're using this original model. Oh, gosh darn it. We're using this original model as a reference. So on the top here, okay. Let's see what we got on that. So let's do it like this. Go that. Do flat map. Now that should be, looks like that area right there, I believe. It's kind of scrunched down though. That seems to be, need to be a little bit bigger maybe. Let's try this though. So we'll put this roof in this area. But actually we can probably orient it this way. Put it right in here. Like so. And again, that's just a loose fit. I think that's roughly where that's where that's applied. Actually, looks like it's going the other way. Okay, let's try it. Let's see what it looks that way. Let's reorient it this way. Okay. More that way. Okay, I guess that seems to be it's going the long way like that. Something similar to that. Okay, let's get this one here. I'm doing all these polys, if it hasn't been evident here, I'm doing them all individually. So I'm not trying to do them all at once. But I could definitely probably do that. Let's try that actually, now that I've said that. So the fact that these are all one piece here, I'm going to select this, this, and this. And I'll have to reapply the flatten mapping, but that's okay. That's the beauty of this. So now I got this all as one piece. But what it's doing here, so I'm going to try quick planar. That's probably better. So the fact that it's keeping them all separate, as far as doing the flat mapping, I'm going to do a quick planar and it keeps them all together as far as what I selected in the viewport. Alright, so let's orient it. Actually, we'll keep it in this orientation, I guess. So we can see that applying to the model here like this. Yeah, so we want to go this way. Yeah, let's try this. Something like that. So now it's applying it to the entire roof, so we don't have to worry about it not being misaligned and stuff. It's treating it as one uniform piece, as far as the mapping goes, at least anyway. And granted, keep in mind, this is still all very loose mapping right for now. I'm just trying to get some of these polys established. They can most definitely, I guess, be refined for sure once we get the majority of them all applied to the texture. So let's go flat map on this one. Okay. Reorient this one this way. Now at this point, what I could probably do is create another, and for no other reason, I guess, just to not put all these individual polys in the same spot, but at least just to kind of keep this cleaned up a little bit. You know, so not putting all these offset polys all in the same area, just to kind of put them in a different area here. And again, just to establish the polys positioning, you can always, this is always be adjusted, right? So I'm gonna do this for now. Put this in another, gosh darn it, I don't need a material. Okay, so we'll do flatten mapping. And filter that out for a second. So I know the orientations and such, I'm probably not, they're wrong, probably guaranteed, but I'm not worried about that right now. So let's get a rough idea of what we need to have this sized as. And I can even just go ahead and put that right over here, for example. Just to eliminate having to put all those polys in one spot, right? For now, at least. Just to get them scaled up and get them roughly to where we want to have them. Okay, so let's do that. Flatten map. And I'm doing these all individually because, primarily because, now I could probably do them all at once if I wanted to. It's just going to put a lot of business, I guess, in the, you know, to make sense, I guess, as far as, in fact, I can kind of show that, what I mean by that, as far as if I don't do them individually. I just feel there's more control doing it this way as far as doing them one set of polys at a time. And this is just kind of my approach to it. It's not 100% everybody's take on it. You know, it's like everybody, you know, just to take a different approach is definitely not a wrong or a bad thing to do. Okay, so I'm gonna put that one there. So what I'm meaning by being able to take all these polys here, for example, that are left, so pretty much all those are done, with the exception to this one here. So let's take the rest of these polys, for example, and just show how this works here. So if we go, we're in polygon mode as far as the unwrap. Let's select all these polys. If I could toggle them on here, I'll select all these remaining polys. Come on. Go. So I got all the polys that I haven't done yet as far as to get them mapped. Actually, nope, I missed these here. Let's get all the rest of them. Okay, so now if I go into here, it'll show them all highlighted in here. This is that one poly that was on that side, I think. Yeah, so I think that's... Wait a minute, what is that one? Oh, that's probably the bottom, my bad. Okay, so whether you do it from the perspective, this is something else that I've shown before too. Regardless if you do it from the perspective or right from the edit window, you can do it either way. So now all the rest of those are selected. Let's go flatten map. See, I did miss some things here. What did I miss here? Got these two pieces up here. Let's undo that. I don't know what I missed there. Might be best for me to do it this way. Okay, now let's do a flatten map. Holy mackerel, what the heck? The heck am I missing here? Alright, let's go right from the viewport then. This might be our best bet. Just to select everything that's left this way. I think there's still some things in here too. Okay. Yeah, it might be best to do it in this case, just instead of doing it from the viewport, do it directly from the view in the edit window itself. Now let's do flatten map. There we go. Now this should, in theory, segregate everything out. Now this is still highlighted. I can pull this out this way, and now from here I could probably pull out what I need. So what I don't like what I'm seeing here, as far as all these pieces like that, what are these pieces? What are these here? Let's do F2. I don't know what those are. Huh, I wonder why it separated that out. See, this is probably not a good result. This is part of the reason why I guess I don't want to do it this way, because it'll tend to do that. It separates the polys like this, as far as the flattened map. So that's probably a good reason that it did this. Is probably a good reason not to do it that way, for lack of a better way to put it. So I'm doing it one set of polys at a time, because sometimes when you do select them all at once like this, when you do flatten map, it's going to separate the polys out. You don't want to do that. So that's probably a good example, I guess, is why you won't want to select all the polys at once and try to flatten map it. Exactly. It's a pain in the butt to do it that way. So take your time with it and actually do each poly one at a time. And the fact that this is a low poly, it's not going to be that difficult. So from here, even though that's all screwed up in there so far, we can still select these individual polys and reassert them in here. So now we've got all the polys over here that we're not done yet. We can still go flat map. Now that they're out of the way, at least if anything, you got those polys out of the way, and you got a cleaner slate here, so you don't have to filter off that. So that's one positive, I guess, as far as doing it that way. But definitely, you can see the result of trying to select all those faces and polys and try to flat map it there. It separates those out there. That's not the best result. So let's orient this one this way. So what I'm going to do with the rest of these is just going to put these. I'm going to try not to. I'm just going to space these out a little bit, and I can always move these once I'm done. So there's that one. Alright, we got all of them done. Let's do this taller tower here. Let's do this one. Now what I could try, I know it kind of goes against what I just said there, but I'm going to try this. Let's select all the polys on this and just see what happens. You can definitely still do that, and that shouldn't be an issue. You can always reaffirm and reassert, I guess, as far as how the polys are oriented by selecting the individual polys. So let's try this. You can see how that is right there. So if we apply a flat map, again, I think we're still getting relatively the same result. Let's try a quick planar just out of curiosity. See, the only problem with doing this quick planar is it's going to put all these polys like in one piece there, so you're not going to be able to line up each side, right? So it's going to include it as just one piece, so you don't want to do it that way. That's not keeping it very precise. What makes those polys split? Well, what happens is when you flatten, when you do a flatten mapping, what Max tries to do is, how do I want to put this? So when you do a flatten mapping, what it tries to do, if you've got any polys that have a split in it, as far as be considered an n-gon, for example. So let's just take a look at the model this way. Let's do it this way. So shoot, I need to go back into here. This might screw it up, but that's okay. So when you look at the model from the poly standpoint, hold that. It's going to screw that up, but it'll come back. So the fact that it's probably not going to show it to me this way, so that's kind of sucks. But the fact that from your UV standpoint and as well as this one here, it's all one poly, right? But there's still what's considered to be, I guess, an n-gon. And the n-gon's only in there, I guess, to accommodate a optimization, I guess you could say, of sorts, I guess, as far as what Max tries to do. Because to try and fill up a poly like this, it's not very, from Max's standpoint anyway, it's not very practical. So what it does is it applies an n-gon to it. So if I go into, say, edges, oh, someone just followed, my bad. Thanks for that. Droid DIY, thank you for that follow. Welcome into the Rock Nation. I don't know how I missed that notification. I just happened to notice over there. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. We're just doing a little bit of 3D modeling here. Where was I? So as far as the N-Gons are concerned, like I said, it's kind of Max's way of being able to optimally, I guess, represent, I guess, a poly, as opposed to just having one singular face. Any 3D modeling really will do that, but that's what happens. So when you do a flattened mapping, it's taking that N-Gon that it produces that you don't necessarily see in the viewport, and that's how it's going to apply, I guess, as far as the flat mapping. It's not just going to keep it flat, as far as to keep it one poly. So it's already built into Max and most other 3D modeling programs, I guess, to try to already ultimately optimize, I guess, because one poly, regardless of its size, is too big. So it tends to split it up. I guess in its own effort, I guess, to kind of somewhat optimize, I guess, the model. That's going to happen regardless of what you do. Don't even get me started on Blender. Unthinkable Fate. How are we doing there anyway? Don't be coming in with that noise of Blender. Don't even get me started on that mess. Blender is a freaking disaster. It's a train wreck when it comes to, yeah. Because in my opinion, we're kind of on that topic, I guess, of N-Gons and flip normals and stuff like that. Blender is ridiculously crazy, I guess, as far as how it does that. I cannot stand Blender as far as the way it renders a poly, because it'll not only show it, I guess, in the viewport, I guess, as far as that, and it's just adding a de-optimization to the model as you build it. It's just ridiculous at how it splits up polygons. So if I create a poly in Blender, I've had a lot of experience with this, and this is why I absolutely despise it. When I create a poly in there, it's already creating N-Gons into it. And I can see those, I can select those within the viewport, and that's just dumb. It's because it's just adding so much de-optimization to the model. No matter how you compile it, it's ridiculous. And that's probably another way to put it, James. It throws a fit when you do anything, but it's like I just cannot stand one bit as far as how Blender necessarily renders a poly, regardless if it's in object or edit mode. So when it spits that out there, it's just so many vertices and faces on it. It's ridiculous. It's so de-optimized, it's not funny. My Blender makes good shakes. Yeah, probably mine too there, but but that's the thing though. You don't want N-Gons. As far as Unthinkable Fate, you don't want N-Gons. You want to keep a solid poly more than N-Gons. N-Gons are bad, and that's what we were discussing here, I guess, as far as with the let's see if I can get back into this one. That's what we were discussing as far as why the flattened mapping, I guess, as far as when you apply it in 3ds Max, it creates those N-Gons. That's only for the mapping of it anyway. It's not in this. So as I look at this, and this is one poly. There's no N-Gons and it's not split. Yeah, so as far as when you talk about quads, this is what's considered a quad, right? This is a quad because you got 4 corners. It's not an N-Gon. It doesn't have an odd number of vertices to it as far as corners to it. This is what would be considered a quad as far as Blender is concerned. And any type of 3D modeling for that matter. But anything beyond that, that's de-optimized. N-Gons are bad. You don't want N-Gons. Now, if you've got your model itself or whatever, if it has only 3 points on it, say for example, which would necessarily create an N-Gon, if that's what you need to have it as in order to make that particular shape, that's different, right? So having N-Gons in an otherwise rectangular shape like I've got represented here, that's not good, because that's creating more polys than you actually want applied to that. That's creating more things that need to be rendered into the game, regardless of what game you're trying to apply it to. So it's always best of whatever to have your model with quads like this, so that it's optimized, so it's not having to render more faces than it needs to within any game. It doesn't matter if it's a modern game or an older game. This has been proven many times as far as trying to get models into different simulations and such. So you never had it make it happens to me constantly, and it totally distresses me. Stresses me the frick out. It just annoys the piss out of me as far as like I cannot stand using Blender, I guess, as far as from that standpoint alone. I see so many models that are created, exported out into different formats, I guess, for like Farming Simulator or Wreckfest and stuff like that. And it's just, when I compare it to what I can do in 3ds Max and to what has been created by Blender, there's like at least triple, if not double, triple or quadruple, I guess, the number of polys and faces into that model in Blender as comparison to 3ds Max. And it's ridiculous. So, yeah, regardless of the fact that it creates a nice, really crisp and clean model, I guess, in Blender, that's nice and all. But when it's de-optimizing, I guess, as far as the quads, in the model, as far as when you export it out, I guess, a particular porting it in, I guess, in a particular game, when it does that, that's no good. That's just no good. You got it running? No problem there, James. I know I've kind of drugged this out a little bit, so we've discussed quite a bit there, but at least it's hoping, if anything, you're getting some insight, I guess, out of this. I know you know much more of this. I'm surprised you stuck around as long as you did there, James, as far as this goes. But it's, if anything, it's a refresher course, I guess, as far as, creating a lower poly model that has still quite a bit amount of detail. This is what we're working on here. So it looks like it did step on my mapping here. That sucks. Son of a gun, anyway. Okay, let me go back into my editor. I think that stepped on all my son of a biscuit. I think it did. So it didn't hold on to that like I was hoping it did, so I'm gonna have to redo all that. Oh, that sucks. Here, let me see if I can do a, hold on a second. Let me see if I can do a Control-Z. Might not do it. Nope. So when I got out of, that's what I was hoping it wouldn't do. So the fact that when I went back into the mesh layer to it, and it's got all these squares on here, that's telling me it borked it. So I'm gonna have to redo all that. I was hoping it wouldn't do that, but it obviously did. Dang it. Oh well. If you... Wait, what do you mean if you devastate or something? Sure, I guess I don't know what you mean by that. Don't think about fate. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what you mean. So anyway, I gotta redo all this. Unfortunately, I gotta redo all this now. Son of a gun. Anyway. Oh well, I guess I'll be able to run through this really quickly. I've already gone through step by step, I guess, as far as previously there. So I'm not gonna hold the hand, I guess, as far as let's go ahead and start this back up. All right, let's do. Yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible. I was thinking about that too, Torch. But this is what happens though. Many more times than I care to count. When you navigate away from, that's why I always like to try to do all the mapping first before I try messing around with the model. But I was trying to show, I guess, an example, I guess, as far as why that would necessarily split the things up there as you were mentioning. So that's my fault. I don't like to navigate away from the unwrap, as far as the UV unwrap, before I get all the mapping done, because I know that's going to happen. But I can probably try and apply the edible poly and see what it does, but I don't think it's going to. It's not going to matter. It's going to make me redo it all. I should have known better. That was my fault. I got when you posed that question there, I guess as far as that goes, I just wanted to try and explain it. Whether or not I did explain it well enough, I guess that's But yeah, as far as the way this is, as far as the polys, there's no n-gons in this. As far as quads, we definitely want to have quads. That's for sure. That creates more of an optimized model, as this has. So okay, so that's why you've got the different options, as far as when you're mapping your texture, right? As far as using a flat map, normal, or just a quick planar. In most cases, quick planar is probably going to be your best bet, but not always your best bet. So that's why you have the other options in there. So the flat mapping, what it does, we'll try to do is just try at its best to try to maintain, I guess, the integrity of the polygon as one piece. But again, it kind of already builds in, I guess, that as far as Max is concerned, at least anyway, it'll try to add some optimization to a poly, regardless of its size, by just breaking it up. So even though you don't see it in your viewport, you're going to see that when you do a flat map. So that's just built into Max. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's put it that way. Because when you can see it this way, this is what is necessarily going to get rendered. As far as this is what we see here, as far as all the quads. All right, let's get back in. I'm gonna go through this really super duper fast. So if I've already gone through this one, I'm just trying to reestablish, I guess, what I already had textured previously. If I would have saved the scene, that would have necessarily saved me some time too. That's an option. I do have auto saves, and I could probably look into that, but I'm not gonna do that. I'll just reapply it. It's been fun to chit chat. So I got my little shortcut here, and we'll reapply this. I don't like that it's got these squares in here. That's bad. Let's try to collapse this down. I don't like that. That's usually a bad thing when you got that. That means it's got previous. When you get those little squares and anything over here to the right side here, that usually means it's got something in queue or something that you did previously that you might want to go back to as far as undo. I don't want to do that at this point. I want those gone. So that's really about all that means. It's just kind of giving you a clue, I guess, that there's something that it's holding in queue or in cache. C-A-C-H-E. Yeah, and I know I'm kind of extending this out here, but if anything, it does give you somewhat of a clue of the approach you can take on here. So just to bring back, we're going to reiterate here. Let's unhide what we... Gosh darn it, that's not what I wanted. The heck did I do there? Unhide. Yeah, let's bring back the pieces that... the original pieces here. So this is what we were going by as far as the frame, where we're trying to rebuild, just to kind of remove, make more of a low poly. So the fact that you've got this all 3D, and this is posing a problem in our track, right? And the fact that we went so far to create this new model, low poly model, that's relative to the same conform, and then applying a texture with alpha channel, and be able to apply that. Once we get that all mapped on the outside, we'll be able to clone that model, and then on that clone model, once we got that all mapped on the outside, we'll be able to flip those, and then you got the double-sided, and that gives you that 3D effect. So if anything, I hope that's what you can take from it. John Vaughn, what's going on there? Man, is it that late already? Holy crap. When you got John Vaughn coming in here, I know I've been on here probably too long. Welcome on in, John Vaughn. I'm glad you can make it. Yeah, we were just doing, I was showing the difference between taking a model that's relatively high poly and being able to put it in the same conform and be able to represent it, I guess, as a lower poly with relatively as much the same detail, right? So this is the low poly version. Let me hide this here for a second, if you didn't catch that. Here's the high poly version based on that. So this, by high poly, this has got a lot of polys in it. So just to kind of give you an idea, let me highlight this. I still got a mapping in here. I'm going to collapse that down. Don't need it. This is for anybody else too, cares to want to know. So let me convert this to an editable poly. And then we'll select all these polys in this model. This is what I consider to be the high poly. So this one has just under 700 polys, 696 polys. Right? And it's nice, don't get me wrong. And we can see that here. I can show you it in the track. This is what it looks like in our track. I should say Torch's track. So this is what that model looks like in the track. And it's nice, don't get me wrong. But it's not very optimized. It creates a lot of frame rate and lag. And sometimes even crash the desktop because of all this detail in the model. So what we've taken the approach of is trying to reduce that amount of detail. Not the detail, but the number of polys in it. But still maintain the amount of detail. Right? You're late anyway. I was still toying with my mic junk. Yeah, you know how. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I know. You're always very, very particular, I guess, with your sounds there. But anyway, this one has 696 polys. And our new model, which is relatively low poly, if I bring this out, this one here, and this one's in there as an editable poly as well. I'm going to select all these polys. Oh, I'm still on the frame, my bad. Let's get on our new model and select these polys. So 696 in comparison to 26. So we got 26 polys in here in comparison. So that kind of gives you, it's a huge reduction, but what'll essentially end up happening is we'll have the same type of result as we see here. We'll be able to apply a texture with an alpha channel that'll give that same dimension to it. So we'll have double-faced polys in it. So overall, once we get this done, we'll end up probably having, at this point, 52 polys overall, because we'll have the double-sided polys, one on the outside and one on the inside to give that 3D effect. So we're drastically and dramatically reducing the number of polys in there, but still have this same level of detail. This is what we're trying to accomplish here anyway. Oh lordy. So James already had to step away there. I know I am well past, I guess, what I normally stream this on. I know Torch, this was more or less for your benefit, to be honest, as far as some of the critiques on the track, as far as what can necessarily be applied to the track, I guess, to make it more optimal. So if anything, I hope that was what you could take away from it. So this is all just based on that frame piece. And again, I've already showed that the number of polys. That's just one model, so that's still considering as far as keeping it in the same. That's still keeping it in the same conform and what you've got built into the track already, and just replacing that with something that's lower poly. So it'll have the same orientation. You'll be able to just swap that out with the way I've built it here. Just swap it out with what you already have in there, and that should make it more optimized that way. Yeah, so if anything, that should give you a little bit of insight. So that's just for that one piece. I haven't done anything yet with that other model as far as the braces, I think it was. Let's hide this one. Oops, I gotta get out of this first. So we got that other piece, that's for the frame, and then we had the one for the braces, which we haven't touched yet. So we got this one too. You could do relatively the same process that I'd done for the frame to this model. Now some of this you've got pretty much set already, pretty well already. You got these planes here, I guess, for the railing on it. That's good. But all this 3D model, this 3D aspect to these stilts and the supports here, that can definitely be, simple box frames with a transparent, an image with an alpha channel to it, with the double side. Just the same as the frame. You could do the same thing. My earbuds was going out. Oh, how did they die? Wait a minute. What are you talking about there, Jonathan? Your earbuds totally died? Are those Wi-Fi ones, or those run on battery? Now that you say that. Yeah, so some of this you might be able to salvage out of this here, Torch, because you've got the original things that you created here. You could probably salvage and maintain, I guess, these railings here. I would just redo, and this is just for this model, but that goes for any of the other models that you have there. You could definitely redo this. I guess this is like the box frames with the transparency, just to kind of reduce that, because this has got a lot of polys in it just by looking at it. In fact, we can kind of check this here too. So in this model, let's convert this to an editable poly. So in this model alone, 1,326 polys. That's a lot of polys for that. Yeah, we can definitely break that down much the same fashion that we did for that frame. Let's see, they are wired. The left one was, are they working? How does that happen though? You step on them or something like that? I don't know how that works there. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll probably just piddle around with this a little bit and probably close this thing up. I know it went a little bit longer, I guess, than, but I wanted to make sure I get enough information out for you at least, Torch, because so you got something to go on. I gave you those suggested changes, I guess, to some of your models. A lot of it just needs to be toned down a little bit, in much the same fashion I've done with this one. I know I spent a lot of time on just this one piece here, but there was many different ways, I guess, to go about it, as far as you had mentioned, as far as to detach as opposed to boolean, things like that. There's really no wrong way to do that. It's just whatever you're comfortable with. That's definitely the approach you want to take. So, oh my goodness, I am starting to get a little bit brain fried, I guess, myself here, to be honest. I think there was a lot of things that we went over too, as far as just overall game design and things like that, as far as like how things are necessarily broken, put together and put into games wrong. Let's put it that way. The original frame model was 370. I had 696. I had 696 in my course. That's considering the fact that I did use 3D Sim Ed, right? So that's probably a good point. The fact that I used that 3D Sim Ed model, that was probably a poor. The fact that it has a lot more polys in the original model in comparison to what we have now, I guess that's what I wanted. That's the point I wanted to make. But yeah, that's probably a good point that you make there, Torch. The fact that I did export that your original model, I guess, via 3ds Max or 3D Sim Ed, excuse me. That just goes to prove even further, you don't want to use that program, I guess, to edit that. You want to rebuild that. If anything, you want to use it only as a reference. So that was, again, partially my fault, I guess, for doing that. Yeah, still 370 is a lot. Yeah, so in comparison, once you're all said and done, just based on what I've done there, you'll probably only end up with about 52 polys, having the back facing on it to have the transparency and get that 3D effect to it. So 52 polys in comparison to 370, that's definitely an improvement. Not only in file size, but overall polys and optimization in that model. So, yeah, it definitely doubles the poly count. So 370, and I think that's what I said was like 696. So, and I might not have had all the polys. Yeah, that's definitely at least doubled, which is not good. So you definitely don't want to edit that model and then export that as a 3DO and put that back in your track. That's not good. Not a very good thing to do. Cross braces are 332. That's what these ones are. Is that the braces here? This one here, what did I say it was? Just out of curiosity. So this one ended up being, let's make sure I got them all. This one is 1,324. So if you consider that was at least double, that's going to be around 600 polys. That's a lot of polys, at least, anyway, regardless of how you look at that. Yeah, so if you do it in roughly the same idea as far as what I showed, that's definitely going to improve. And all those other objects too that I was pointing out earlier too, just to kind of summarize what we've gone over. So this is just this model. Both bridges probably can be considered, as well as speed this up a little bit. Some of these other models that you've already done, as far as to optimize it, as far as that victory lane stuff, that's definitely a step in the right direction. That's for sure. You got some floating light poles in here, I just noticed. What's up with that? So we got some adjustments to make there. So we got some floating light poles. I'm assuming these are just static. These aren't light emitting. But yeah, as far as this model, just gonna go back around this again. This garage, there was some adjustments to this building as far as the railing. I remember that. And then those suggestions that I made on this tower, as far as the railing, and even to go so far as to break down the polys on the inside here. That'll definitely clear into more optimization too. Definitely in the railing, that's for sure. So you got all this 3D railing. As nice as that looks, the fact that we're having so many issues, I guess, as far as the track not wanting to crash desktop and whatever, that's probably something that. So between that, this building over here with this railing, you got some homework to do. So that railing, this garage, as far as to take these 3D beams out and make flat planes in there with transparency to represent those. And then these two bridges. Those can definitely all get looked at as far as to apply much the same thing that I was showing there to still maintain some of that detail, but definitely remove, I guess, some of that, some of those polys, and add some more optimization back to the track as well. Still got to do the light poles. So those are those light emitting? I know I kind of mentioned that loosely here. I mean, he's got a lot of, the concept of this thing here is fantastic as far as overall. I don't want to discount, I guess, as far as any of that. As far as when you look at this from this perspective like that, that's like, wow. It almost feels like I'm right there. So just with a little bit of tweaking, I guess, on some of these models here, it'll definitely improve on the playability, I guess, of the track. That's for sure. Well, and that's about the only way you can be able to do that, though, is make it smooth. I can definitely appreciate, as I mentioned before, as far as like you trying to throw everything to include a kitchen sink at this thing to see what will stick, and being able to have it critiqued and tested out, I guess, by those likes of myself and even Racer James, to see how it actually reacts with the NR 2003 sim. Now, if keeping in mind as far as if you had this the way it is, and applied it to any other game, like say a more modern game, it probably wouldn't be so much of an issue. But the fact that we're trying to get this optimized, I guess, to work with NR 2003, this is why you have to do that. So I guess by saying that, some of these models that you have that are really well detailed as far as the 3D modeling, I would keep a lot of that. Don't totally discard those. I would keep those higher poly models, as far as the bridges and everything that I've gone over. Keep that, because if you wanted to port that into another simulation, like I said, a Corsa, or hell, even Wreckfest for that matter, those types of games can necessarily handle that type of detail, right? So I would not totally trash those things. That's probably one other main takeaway I would mention to you, I guess, as far as that. Don't throw any of that stuff away. Don't reduce them and then just totally scrap those out of there. I would definitely hold on to them, I guess, for future references, because my whole thing is, and I guess the only reason why I say that's kind of my own little plug, I guess, as far as like once either myself and or James or us collaboratively, I guess, figure out some things, I guess, with a set of Corsa or Wreckfest or some of these newer sims, to be able to apply all this detail that you got in here to one of those more modern sims, that's only going to add more content, I guess, for games like that, as far as the games that we like to play. So you save everything? Well, that's good. Now I know that's I know I've mentioned before, as far as like, I know I do for sure, I tend to praise, I guess, my hard drive space, but when I see the potential, I guess, to be able to apply this, I guess, to other sims other than just what you're trying to apply it to initially, as far as the NR 2003 simulation, yeah, that's definitely something to keep in effect. So everything from that we've gone over, like the team haulers, to that vehicle transporter and stuff like that, all those higher poly models like that, those other games can handle those. So not to totally scrap them. So as long as you're saving those, that's definitely a good thing. And for no other reason, I guess, as far as if you want to have something as a reference, a point of reference, to be able to say, okay, what did I do wrong on that one, and still have that as a remembrance, I guess, of anything. I'm really liking the way this thing looks here. I've been staring at this thing as I've just been sitting here BSing here, but it's like, even as I look at that would be a nice track shot right there, just as it sits. I mean, probably pan around, I guess, a little bit. That would be a pretty cool track shot, I guess, to apply to the in-game menus, because you got the 3D crowds in here and so on. So even as that looks like that, it's like phenomenal. You have a hot swap bay and spare hard drives. Well, that's nice to have those. Some of us don't necessarily have that, but if you've got that, that's more power to you. I know I don't have that luxury, I guess, as far as having those. If you've got that, that's definitely a plus for you. But for any novice going into these types of things, it would definitely be a little bit more difficult. It's just like, if you only got, the one hard drive, I guess, to deal with, it's kind of hard to do that. So just depending on what you have the capability of doing is what you kind of use that to your advantage, I suppose. It's a takeaway from that. But I think with all that being said, we've like I said, we've gone on several tangents here today, I guess, as far as what the main focus has been, just critiquing this track a little bit further and seeing what we can do to optimize it more, because I think it deserves it. It deserves that attention. But also we kind of going on to some other tangents as far as other games, things like that. We got on our soapbox there a little bit. I know I did pretty much. So yeah, it's been a very insightful stream. I'm gonna lie. So I'm just checking to see who do we got. Did Jean Van, is he still in here? There he is. Orange juice. He's got orange juice. There's John Von. John Von, you streaming today? Are you gonna be going live here soon? Asking for a friend. You don't think so? Oh, is that because the earbuds are borked? Is that the only reason? Are you getting a new pair ordered or anything? Kind of curious to know. You have some crappy replacements. Okay. Yeah, I know you. I think you've mentioned that before in streams there that you had some other options there. So you're not gonna be streaming today. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. And I know the likes of Torch. If I don't mean to keep you on here. I mean that's perfectly fine too. I'm perfectly fine, I guess, with being able to just doodle daddle around here. If nobody else is offended by that, I guess I'll just put it that way. You're already super late. Never too late. Hell, if I had to count how many times that I started late, I guess it depends on what you consider to be late. I mean, those like Torch and even Racer James can necessarily attest the fact that I'd never start on time. Hardly ever. I'm either a little bit early or I'm always like a good 15-20 minutes late. Consistently. And I think I even was today too, I guess, as far as that. So you have to go by 10? No problem. Alright, so I guess I can doodle daddle around here for a little bit longer if you got to leave by 10. Torch, I got no problem with that. I can definitely reapply, I guess, some of these things that I borked up, I guess, on this model. A few minutes late. Yeah, as like I said. I'm either a little bit, or I'm never hardly ever on time. That's for sure. You're 4 hours late. Okay, well that's pretty late. So you wanted to go on, but see, that's just the thing, right? So I guess what you're probably looking at there, Sean Vaughn, as far as if you were to stream, you'd probably only be able to stream like for what, 3 hours, and that's probably not worth it, right? Because I know you go ham when you stream. I guess you're streaming at least for 8 hours. Consistently, if not longer. I know for Death Stranding there, when I stuck around there, I think you could have definitely ended at about 8-9 hours, but the fact that it went probably over 12, it's like, holy crap, that was probably the extreme of it. Yeah. Summertime is busy time. Yep, I hear that. I know I've been kind of busy here myself too. So let's hide that. I want to unhide box too. I'll do a little bit dilly dally. I need to reaffirm, I guess, all the texture that the texture mapping on this one here that I lost. So I'll redo that really quickly. I kind of already showed this once, so it's going to be really quick. So what do you intend on doing there, Jean Van? Are you just going to hang out and chillax, I guess, as far as or what are you going to do if you're not going to stream? If you're not going to go stream. Alright, so the texture's already applied. I'm going to apply my unwrap. Okay. And let's open up that window. I'm going to have to reapply all this, but that's okay. It's all good. So there's my texture. Let's expand this out a little bit. So we didn't necessarily get to go into the track yet. It's because I know I had mentioned I always try to get into the track, but I really didn't create anything, I guess, to try and, redo that. Anything that I would have done, I guess, as far as going back in the track, it would have happened. We would have gotten a result that we've already seen. Let's put it that way. So once we can get some more refined models, I guess, into the track, I think it'll work better that way, I guess, as far as to do it that way. So all these models that I've gone over that necessarily need to be addressed, probably be better once we can get at least most of them, if not all of them, I guess, addressed, and then we'll test it out. I was watching you and researching good IEM or headphone. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, if I do a test drive and this part, we're gonna notice, we're just gonna witness, I guess, the same result as we've had even last stream. That's all we're gonna have, right? So I don't really feel that's gonna be. We've already seen it, right? I'd rather be able to test it, I guess, once we got some more optimized models into the track and actually confirm and be able to witness and observe, I guess, as far as how much of an impact it has in a positive way, right? I don't want it to crash the desktop. I really don't want it to, because it doesn't. That's not cool. Because I know that's what it's going to do. But if anything else for your purposes, Torch, I know you said you had tested it on your end and didn't have any. You went however long you did. You had messaged me that. That's on your machine, right? Your machine is a little bit more stout than mine is. So, and by that, as far as you got more RAM and all that good stuff, so I can almost assure just what I still have, it's going to break. But I can go ahead and test it if you want me to, I guess, just to see what you've applied, because I haven't done anything else to the track other than what you have, right? So I haven't swapped out anything like I had mentioned I was going to do as far as the haulers. Everything that's in here so far, to include what I got in the game track directory, is yours as far as your current. So with all the models that you did, adjust or whatever, that could be a good test, I suppose. I suppose that could be a good test now that I say that. Yeah, you went 200 laps. See, that's pretty good. Yeah. So yeah, I almost lost sight, I guess, a little bit of what you had mentioned with see, this is still lowercase, I noticed here too. That bugs me. I gotta fix that. I didn't notice if it did that when I unpacked it again. Let's do that, refresh it. Yeah, we want to make sure we take care of that issues as far as make sure they're named exactly the same, to include case. So if you want to have that. Okay, so this is what I got from you as far as prior to unpacking it. So yeah, considering all those things that you did refine as far as the victory lane and all that stuff, and even barring, I guess, all the objects that can still be refined even further, I'll go ahead and test this out with the refinements that you have made. I am going to go ahead and save this as a scene. That way I can come back to this. Because then we can compare notes as far as what you've been able to produce, I guess, in this, following the same procedure, and we can kind of compare notes. So I'll save this as a scene on the desktop. I know the mapping's all screwed up, but that's okay. I can always fix that later. Let's save this as Petty Bridge. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do Petty _ and I like to keep all my files, you can see how this is populating like this. So in an effort, I guess, to keep everything named relatively the same, so that it's not scattered all over the place, this is how I do it. So what populates in here, I tried to make it named relatively the same. So I do it like this, even though it's a different file extension, right? So I'm going to do brdg. Cool. And I'll save this. And I'm also going to add the tag to this, as I've always, because I've got Max 5 as well as Max 14. Currently, I did have to remove Max 18. I think I mentioned that earlier, in an effort to try and remedy, I guess, as far as why my system resources are being so hogged up. I had to remove programs like that, to include NASCAR Heat 4. And again, it hasn't really remedied, I guess, much of the system resource use, so I don't know. I'm curious how it does. If it doesn't crash, we'll still have to be Yeah, so even if it doesn't crash when I do test this, that doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything with those other models that I've already shown. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. Let me confirm that this actually saved. Yep. So there it is. So I got all that pit bridge stuff right here on my desktop. I'll be able to consolidate that into a folder, so that'll work just fine. Now I can go ahead and, now that I confirm that, I can go ahead and close this down. So we'll do a reset, yes, and close it out. Okay, we'll get out of that, and we'll go ahead and check this in. I'll close it sandbox here too. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, and that's what you should do. So just because the track doesn't collapse or doesn't crash the game, you know, with the desktop and all that good stuff, even if it doesn't do that, that doesn't mean we shouldn't still optimize those models that still need to be addressed. So let's do geometry, new, and close that out. So let's go ahead and get in the game. It's going to take me just a second. I'll bring the wheel over. I need to turn this off too. There we go. Don't need that. And let me turn this on. Make some adjustments here real quick. So I'm going to turn this one on. Turn that off. There we go. Okay, we'll leave that off. I'll have to do some cleanup here on the desktop here, but that's no big deal. So let me bring the wheel over here. It'll take me just a second. I'll mute the mic here just for a second while I move this over. Okay. Relatively painless there. This is what I like about having a boom mic on or whatever, to be able to move it out of the way so I can get the stuff over to the desk that I need. So I got the wheel all nice and hooked up here. So I think what I will do, I'm going to turn the music off here. And I should have, I'm pretty sure I do, I got to make sure. I got the profiler set up to the game. Let's go ahead and load this up here. I'm glad the stream didn't crash, that's for sure. That was super starting to get annoying to me, just as far as that goes. But I'm hoping it doesn't. Now, if the game crashes here, that's just going to be, you know, the de-optimization of the track. That's all. That's not going to be a system. But I'm just worried about the stream not crashing. So let's. I need to refresh this. Oh yeah, this track that I was showing you here, Torch, that has that. This is what I've got from you recently. That's what's in here. Yep. So between this one, I still have the previous version over on my other monitor there. So I have both versions, I guess, as far as your previous ones. But I'll probably scrap that previous version. And I've got the models that I've done as far as that vehicle transport and such to include the team haulers. I know you've got your own version, but I have those separate. Right, so they're outside of the tracks that you give me. So I guess that's no harm, no foul, I guess, as far as that goes. Okay. Yeah, based on what I know, what you've changed on the track, I guess that does make sense, I guess, to scrap it. But in the future, I guess, as far as what I mentioned in the earlier part of the stream, it's better. I don't know if you do that or not, but I think I've shown that before plenty of times, as far as when you're building a track, as far as to have, you know, what did I do during the session? That way, when you're sharing the files, I guess, with somebody else wanting to try it out, especially just my way of doing it, I only want the files that are necessarily directly affected. So in PTF to include any updated models, and then scrap out the ones that need to come out and so on, as opposed to just going through and getting the whole track. To me, that's just dumb. Call me stupid, call me crazy, but that's... I like to keep track of the things that are being touched, you know, as far as edited from one, you know, as far as moving forward is all. Let's see. All right, go right into the game here. Just check and make sure everything's running solid. So here goes nothing. We're going to go into the game. We're going to check this out just the way it is, untouched, coming right from Torch's edit. We haven't done anything to it. Why are you not launching game? Okay. Alright, so I think, what do we want to test this with? That's probably another good question. What mod do we want to test this with? I know previously I did test it with the Winston Cup 98 mod by Splash and Go. You probably tested it with the Gen 6, I believe. I'm going to go ahead with this Winston Cup 9. I love this mod. This mod is cool. I'm just going to say it this way. I know it's been said before by plenty of other people that have raced this mod that was put together by Splash and Go. Cosman over there at Splash and Go and all his paint, the guys that painted the cars. I mean, it's just phenomenal mod. I mean, it's so optimized. It's so... If Papyrus was still around and they were still producing games, I could definitely see them doing it this way. Almost entirely this way. Maybe not entirely, but pretty damn close. Let's put it that way. Manx 18. I don't even know if I got that in here. Don't know if I even got that in here. So this is the 2003 mod. That one's even... All these mods by... that's the original Cup mod. In case everybody was wondering. That is the... I think that's the... I forget which truck mod that is. That's the 2015, okay. That one's the Xfinity. That's from ones from Design Mods. That's a really old mod. It's still a fantastic mod. That's the Gen 6. PWF Bush mod. PWF IROC mod. Manx 17. Manx 18. Yep, I do got it in here. We'll test it this way. What the heck. So we'll do a one-to-one test as far as what you've been able to test and what on my end here too. So this is the Manx 18 mod. I want to look and see if I got my card. Pretty sure I do. Yep. Got our Spline Design Studio Camaro. Oh yeah. Also got that set up for multiplayer as well. Cool. Alright. Let's go into this here. So we're going to set this up single race. On Dover. TE. 20 laps. I think that's the lowest we can go is 5%. So we'll try it this way. So we'll go that way. We've only got 40 stalls. I probably only got 40 cars in this roster, actually. Let's go to Silly Season. Say what? So put that. That's weird. Let me try this. Bristol 18. I want to get it to the point where it's got all the cars in here. So we should have 42. There we go. So this is Bristol 1. I got a Bristol 1 list in here. So I want to at least have 42 cars at least anyway. Okay. So did we ever get the full pace lap resolved there, Torch? I'll keep it on here, I guess, if anything. But yeah, that's probably a good thing to mention. Not yet. Okay, cool. So I'll leave it on the non-full pace lap, which just starts us off on the backstretch as opposed to being the pits. That's why we'll keep that unchecked. All right, let's go into this. See what happens. So what we're looking for is in race mode, starting from the back. Does this track still crash? That's what we're. So I got everything else closed. Game so far is running pretty decent as far as in practice here. Let's see if we can get some cars to populate here. Let's go to spectators, pit lane 2. So some of the cameras do still need to be adjusted, obviously. Where's the spectator? Let's put it on a different car here. There we go. So we can get some spectator view going on here. Alright, we got helicopters going off. Nice. TV2, TV1. Let's put down a car that's going around the track. There we go. Try it out at least this way for starters. Man, there's so much really nice detail in some of those models that yeah, some of these cameras do need to be adjusted. I can already tell that. That clipping into the tractor, that's bad. That looks bad. That's probably one of those finer tunes. No, fine tunings, I guess, to the track. That's no harm, no foul. That can be adjusted later on. Yeah, so right now, as I'm in this one, just watching cars go around the track, I'm getting well over 100 frames per second. It drops down a little bit, but that's to be expected as it renders and stuff. But what really is going to make the difference as far as, you know, getting in the car and actually race around this bad boy. Yeah, so I'm getting pretty good frames, I guess, on this one here. We're getting, it's fluctuating in between 100 and so on, just depending on what it needs to, what the game needs to render. But it's not ridiculously low from this standpoint, at least anyway. Alright, so we're going to get right into race. With that being done, we're going to start from the back, on the back stretch, as I've always tested.
Drivers,
Now,
start your engine.
it's dipping down to the low 20s, the frame rates, and that's, again, to be somewhat expected with what's still in the track. I think once we optimize a lot of those models that I was pointing out on, it shouldn't do that as much. But the fact that this mod is a very detailed and beefy mod too. Now in its own right, it's very optimized, right? But I am expecting this to crash. I don't mean to jinx it or anything, but I am expecting this to crash. Especially with this mod. And that's only going to reiterate, I guess, as far as what I've been saying, I guess, as far as why those other models do need to be optimized. So far, staying in the lower 20s in the frame rates. Starting from the back, so it's got to render all these cars in. Oop, got to run on them. Oh, okay. Get off the wall. Gathered up. Kind of pushed up into the wall there a little bit. I was trying to give him a little bit of space here, at least anyway, just to kind of show the difference between being way in the back and right up on the tail end of the field. Now close back in on him. Try to anyway. Now I see that there's some drawing issue too. I just noticed that as far as on that grandstand. That can easily be fixed too by stretching out the outer X sections on that part of the track. That'll remove that bubble. That's an easy fix too. So it's got a little bit of rendering. You can see that bubble that goes across that grandstand in the turn 1 and 2. That can be removed by just extending out those X sections on that, at least that part of the track. We'll probably do it all the way around, to be honest. Just to make sure. See, it's doing it on this end, too, in turns 3 and 4. That's easily corrected by just extending out that outer X section on the track as well. Very easy fix.
24.120.
Closing in on him. So as I close in on him, I notice. Whoa! Watch the wall. That's a wall. Little fender work there. Yeah, frames are definitely, as I close in on the field here, it's definitely dropping a little bit. That's to be expected.
7, 8.
How do you get a scrape on his side there? Is that Bubba? Is that Bubba in the 43? It is Bubba. Bubba got a scrape there on his right side there. Oh, I got the leaders already closing up on me. Holy crap. 9 seconds behind us. Just noticed that in the rundown there. We gotta go, boys. Excuse me, Bubba. Daddy's got to deliver the mail.
Outside. Clear high.
This track is really fun to drive on.
23.630. Outside.
Oh god, I gotta run on him.
One inside.
Oh, that was close.
Stay high.
I had so much steam there.
Clear. 23. 6. 9. 1.
Austin Dillon there.
Outside. Still there. Clear.
Getting such a run on these guys.
Clear low. Next time, 10 to go.
We're
Next
halfway
time,
there.
1 outside at your door. Clear high. 23.85. 0. .75. 1. Inside. Clear.
It's gonna get around the 66 here.
24.
Oh god, you gotta run on him.
8. 0.
Oh, that's a 55, my bad. Read that wrong. Out of my way, fool. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh, oh, oh. That was bad, that was bad. That was bad. Oh, just tag one of the leaders. This is one thing I like about the newer games, as far as the leaders would necessarily would have slowed down. With that caution coming out there, they wouldn't have plowed into me. They would have noticed a wrecked car. So yeah, that totally destroyed my car. That, I don't know who that was that plowed me, but got the tire coming through the hood there.
Be ready to come in here with the gas on it. Stay behind. 21. Pass.
Oh man, engine's dead too.
All over the racetrack.
I'm not gonna make it.
Both ends of this car are fucked up. Left front flat, but left side. Pass.
Left side, I think we went the right side.
Pretty good looking treacle there.
Alright, we're gonna have to look at that replay and see what's going on there.
32.
But at least it didn't crash.
Pass. 33.
Let's see here. Let's do retire. So far it didn't crash, but I might have to do one again to see if I can do the whole 20 laps. So even with that being done there, it didn't crash. So that's probably a good sign. Let's put this to live. Put on the pace car here. I need to rewind this thing to see what's going on here. Yeah, a lot is going on. So the fact that it's loading all that stuff in, and the way it is with the crash, that's a pretty good sign, you know, because it's still needing to render in, I guess, a lot of stuff in there. So it's a step in the right direction, that's for sure, with what's been done. So the fact that it didn't crash the desktop, that's good. But again, not taking away, I guess, as far, I want to rewind this a little bit. Let's put it on. Who even got into me? That's what I wanted to see. Gosh darn it. Wrong one. Who the heck got into me? Alright, there I am right there. So let's back this up. Who the hell clobbered me? Gordon, I see he's all wrecked. Let's back this up here and see what happened here. Yeah, I got into the 55. I just raced him a little too hard. Tried to stay on the bottom. And who plowed into me? Yep, it was Gordon. Actually, he was running his line, so he didn't do it intentionally. So I tried to keep it on the bottom there, but I think I got right in his line. He didn't really even try to avoid me. Actually, that's not Gordon, but what else drives that car now? I think it's Byron. Freaking Byron, anyway. So let me yep, I kind of scooted right up into him, and he just plowed into me. Holy mackerel, look at all the pieces there, though. I mean, that's a lot there for to be rendered, I guess, as far as what the accident there. So the fact that the game didn't crash with all that happening, that's pretty good. Man, I totally destroyed his car, too. He's smoking. We both got killed. Killed the car. But yeah, this is having to load in. See, you can see all the polygons. This is always what happens with this mod, especially when you've got a de-optimized track. This is going to happen. Now, if this has been in any other type of track, this right here is a very good indication there's still some polys. What the game is trying to do is render all the polys that are in here to include the mod and so on. So with everything else that's in the track, this gives you a definite signature, I guess, as far as there's other things that need to be optimized. So the fact that all these cars are getting wonky like this, yeah. If we had more optimized models in the tractor, this wouldn't happen. We wouldn't see that. That's just this game. It's just the game's way, the simulation's way of being able to handle, I guess, all the polys that are being present, not only in the mod but in the track itself. You see, even my car is kind of wonky, but yeah. So the fact that it's not crashing even by doing that, that's a pretty yeah, that's pretty good. Too bad I couldn't finish the race though. That was going pretty good. So yeah, we're back into this one. Let me see that. Yeah, so it did correct it as went back in and came. Cool. So it didn't crash with at least what I was able to do. It just wanted me able to finish, I guess, the last 5 laps or so. Yeah, so far it's got some pretty decent improvements to it, but there's definitely still some improvements that can be made to eliminate that type of thing happening. So at least I got to be able to test it 1-to-1 with what you've ran it, Torch, as well as, you know, just as it is. Didn't touch it as far as what you've got there, but definitely could have some more improvement, like I said. So cool. That's the first time I actually raced on the track too, since I got it from you. When you sent me the message, I guess, as far as, you know, you had all that redone, and there was just, yeah. So moving forward, I guess, as far as any changes that are done to the track, my suggestion would be, whatever you do edit, you know, as far as adjust it, just keep track, no pun intended, I guess, as far as what things are being edited, and send me those appropriate files if you want to do that. I got no problem being able to critique it, but it just in an effort, I guess, to not have to keep replacing the track, because I want to be able to show comparisons from where the problem areas were to where we are now. Okay. Race again. John Vaughn wants to see another race. I mean, I can do that. I don't have a problem with that. It's a fun track to race on. And the fact that I got wrecked out by Mr. Byron there, that sucked. He's only making left turn. Left turn, NASCAR! Right?
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what for? Yeah, we all know the rest of that quote, right? We all know the rest of that, where that quote's from. If you've ever seen that movie, you can definitely appreciate, I guess, that even more so if you can just think of that other part of that quote. It's an awesome quote. Yeah, I can go in there and race again. I got no problem with that. It's a super fun track to race on. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. What do you mean? What is it? You've never? You don't even kid me, John Vaughn. Have you ever watched that movie? Is that before your time? I know I'm not that old. If you can, let me put it this way. Can you name the movie that quote comes from? You seriously don't know what movie it came from? Don't even kid me. I mean, I know the movie is pretty old at this point. The fact that it was when did that come out there, Torch? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember myself. I was in high school. I know that, so it's been a while. Yeah, late 80s. Late 80s. I want to say 88. 1988. Not the Will Ferrell one. No, that was Talladega Nights. I think that's the one you're thinking of. Not that one. No, that was one of the newer racing movies, as far as with Will Ferrell. Yeah, Ricky Bobby. No, not that one. That would have been way before that one. That one came out. Talladega Nights. That came out like what, 2007? Because they had the Nextel Cup Series stuff in there, and that was one of the primary sponsors for NASCAR. I believe that was like 2006, 2007 that movie came out. Now we're talking like 80. Now I gotta look here. Crap. I gotta look here now. I want to say it was 89. I'm not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. That may definitely be before your time there. That was. Nope, I got the information here right in front of me, but I'm gonna wait and see if you can. If you ain't first, you're last, right? That was Talladega Nights. Yep. Talladega. As far as Ricky Bobby, that wouldn't be it. So you don't know. Okay. Well, and I know this is probably before your time, maybe a little bit. I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna drop age or anything like that in the track here, but I want to say. You were probably about 3 years old. I'm gonna take a stab. I'm trying not to, age shame or anything like that, but I want to say you were probably maybe 3 or 4 when this movie came out. Possibly, I could be wrong. But I'm taking a stab at it. What do you mean 6-pack? We talking about 6-pack. Torch. So if you got no guesses here, I'm gonna enlighten here a little bit. You're 52. Is that right? No, you're not 52. Get out of here, John Bond. He's talking about. So you think he was like a 6-pack? Okay, I got you. I think that's what you meant there. All right, so. I'm taking a huge stab at this, but I'm just guessing. But this movie, that quote is in reference to. I'm gonna put this up in a new tab here. Let's do this. I know you've heard of this movie. Once you see this, you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah," but you've probably never seen it. And if you haven't seen it, you need to see it. Even if you're not into racing at all, it's a fantastic movie. Alright, so let's bring this over to a new window. I'm going to bring this over here. There we go. Awesome movie. Yeah, so it's a good thing you necessarily thought. Oh yeah, you have seen it? Okay. So you've never heard that quote as far as exclamation point hit. You've never heard that quote? It's like there's so many good quotes like that in that movie. But that's one of the more classic ones. Been forever ago. You don't remember much about it? I have this, if this tells you anything, I have this movie on VHS. No lie. I got this movie on VHS, but I also have it on DVD. I have a collector's edition DVD, I guess is what I think it came out either just before or after, I guess, Talladega Nights did. Because that was something, I guess it was some type of promotional thing that NASCAR was doing, I'm not sure. But I do have a Blu-ray DVD collector's edition of this movie as well, and it's freaking fantastic. But yeah, there's a lot of really good quotes like that that hit sound clip that I got. Yeah, I was in high school when this came out. I was actually, when this movie came out, that's what I was trying to remember. Because I remember the previews, and I got to watch a pre-release, I guess you could say, of the movie when I was a sophomore. So this movie actually came out when I was a junior, just before my senior year. If that tells you anything. Yeah. You got it right? No problem, Torch. I know you said you had to jet. I'm surprised you stayed around with this, but I appreciate you sticking around there. Yeah. In all facts, here in December I will be 1 year older than that. Yeah. No age shaming at all. Just saying. Well, there you go then. So that's why I was saying I was taking a stab, I guess, as far as what you're at, because I I've got a cousin of mine, I guess, that was born about the same time as you. So he's like maybe 2 years younger. So I was taking a stab. So do you? Yeah, because I remember, you know, even with that being said, I can remember I got my first car, I guess, when he was born. I was like, ugh. My first car was a straight six Ford Fairmont. That thing was a piece of garbage. I'll never buy another Ford again. Yeah, you're the real OG. That's no lie there, Torch. But much respect, I guess, for what you're trying to do, I guess, at your age. You know, it just goes to prove, I guess, as far as you're never too old, I guess, to try new tricks. That's for sure. You've been a testament to Matt. That's for sure. You had a Mustang in high school? I will never buy another Ford again. I'll say it again. I said it, and I'll say it again. I will never buy another Ford. Ever. I've had so much bad luck, I guess, with Fords. It's not even funny. And it's probably been because of my experience, I guess, my first initial car that I bought, which was a Ford. So, you have one now? Well, good for you. More power to you. That's all I can say. I've been hardcore Chevy man, I guess, for the most part. And again, probably a lot of it has to do with my, probably my 100% so, I guess, my experience, I guess, with my first Ford. So, coyote is no joke. What's a coyote? You have one now. What's coyote? Oh, you're talking about the engine. Is that what you mean? I think that's they got the. What are the different engines that they have in those? As far as the Coyote, they got the Triton. If I'm saying that right, Trident or something like that. You said you wouldn't take one of their EcoBoosts, right? Right. I know you've mentioned that before. You've mentioned that on stream. Coyote is a 5.0. Yeah, I have heard of that too. Coyote, I think another one of Ford's more modern muscle type of engines is called the Trident. I think they put that in the trucks, if I remember that. I think I'm saying that right. It was either something like a Trident or something like that. Maybe you can enlighten me on that. Next one up was a 5.2. I mean, you know, liters, I guess, as far as that goes, that's, to me, that's kind of relates somewhat the same as like GPU speed as opposed to how much memory. If you don't have, let me put it this way, as far as engines go, just because you got a 5.2 doesn't mean you have the displacement to be able to handle that 5.2, right? So as long as the displacement's there, and you've got that amount of literage, I guess let's put it that way, then that's saying something. You know, and with these being, you know, I want to say professionally or, you know, manufactured, I guess, by these well-known manufacturers, you would expect that, right? As far as to say, if it's a 5.2 liter, it has a displacement to be able to handle it. So, again, there's no replacement for displacement. I guess that's the old adage, right? That 5.0 is in the trucks. Okay, so the Coyote one is in the trucks. What's the one that I'm thinking of as far as it being the Trident? I think is what Ford's got. You only see the 5.2 in the Cobra or the Raptor. Okay, I've heard of the Raptors, but does Ford have what maybe it's another manufacturer, I guess I'm thinking of as far as has the Trident? Triton. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like I said, I kind of figured I might have been saying it wrong. But are those in the Fords as well as far as the Tritons? I thought they were, at least anyway, mostly the trucks. That's an older model? Okay. So the Coyotes are the newer. I gotcha. It's just the way Ford, I guess, necessarily names their engines. Like Chevy is still going, for example, as far as their Camaros and their Corvettes, they're still calling them like the LS. You know, as far as the LS, I think the current one is an LS9. Which, holy crap! Now that I say that, the Chevrolet, as far as the Chevrolet motor, as far as the LS9, the latest LS, that version there, that produces production over 650 horses. So it's like right in line there, I guess, with what Dodge doing with, I guess, with the Hemis. It's freaking insane. Now when I consider that horsepower, that's all at the flywheel. That's not considering, I guess, at the rear wheels. But still, that's freaking impressive for a production engine. I mean, when we consider, I guess, as far as we're dealing with NASCAR here, as far as to they're operating at the rear wheels, I guess, around 800 or so horsepower. That's in NASCAR. You know, the fact that you can get that much at the flywheel. Now, when we consider at the flywheel for a lot of these NASCARs, as far as the 350 small blocks that are used in those, at the flywheel, we're talking in excess of maybe close to 1,000 horsepower. But when you consider the gearing, as far as at the rear wheels, it actually dummies that down, obviously. That's what balances that out. But that's just pretty impressive for a production model. When you consider, I guess, as far as what Dodge has been able to do with like the Demon, the engine that they got in the Demon, as far as over 1,000 horsepower, as far as with the drag, and that's not considering at the rear wheels, but that's still we're talking NASCAR level freaking horsepower, I guess, at the rear wheels. That's just whoa, and you definitely do pay for that. That's for sure. That was the 5.4 as far as the Triton. Okay. You have a 435 at the wheel. Nice. That's pretty cool. Now that's the... Let me go back here. So you've got the... That's a Coyote engine that you have in the Stang. Those Dodge cars are death... Hell yeah, they are. Holy smokes. I mean... More power to them. I mean, that's insanely fast. So yeah, you got the Coyote engine. So had to have 435 at the wheel. Hell yeah. So I'm talking about. Probably sounds good, pretty good too. For it anyway. All right, let's go into this here. Let's go ahead and do another race here, because since we kind of we'll redeem ourselves, I guess, as far as getting crashed out there. How about that? I'll go ahead and turn this off again though. I'm just glad that the stream is still running solid. Now, considering the fact just running this game, it doesn't use a whole lot of power. You know, it doesn't need a whole lot of resources to run. It's one of the old school 32-bit programs as far as with very low-end graphics and stuff like that. But the fact that we were able to throw so much at it, like what Torch has done, even with this mod, this is a mod. This deal here that I'm running here, this is a mod. This is after the fact. This was produced in 18, you know, prior to the end of 2018, and Splash and Go has done a fantastic job on this thing. I've had the pleasure of being able to work with Cosmin over there, you know, a little bit, you know, but the fact that he's got so many good ideas. Now, the fact that they've necessarily closed shop, they don't do much of anything as far as Splash and Go anymore. It's kind of left up to those like myself or even someone new to come along, I guess, to keep adding content back into the sim. And that's what Torch is doing. So the fact that Torch is mentioned as far as like he's the better part of 62, he wants to see more new content applied to it. So he's getting proactive and taking the initiative, I guess, to try and add new content to this ever aging game. You know, we're talking 2003. It's the better part of 17 years old, and you've got guys like Torch, being as old as he is, trying to still put life into it. And it's just who am I not, I guess, to try and support that effort is all. Well, the Dodge is heavy, and they sit high from the ground, right? Their center of balance off, turn and such. What do you mean, why not the new one? I forget, you told me before. What do you mean the new one? I forgot what I was talking about. What did you mean by the new one? Oh, the new game? I don't know if you were here, I guess, when I mentioned there, I had put NASCAR Heat 4 in there, which they got 5 out now, which is just garbage. I got to be able to test it out there, and I know if Racer James was still here, he would still attest that that thing is garbage. They totally broke that game. In comparison, I guess, to NASCAR 4, it was just very disappointing. But NASCAR 4, ever since I installed NASCAR Heat 4 on top of some 2 other programs besides, let's see, Max 2018, I was trying that trial version, I guess the student version of that. So all these different games that I've installed here seems to have destabilized, I guess, my system. And even after uninstalling that, without necessarily going ahead and just reformatting the whole damn drive, I think this is why I'm having so many problems, I guess, with the streams and whatever, just this whole system is crapping out, especially while I'm streaming, is because of that. These games are necessarily installing crap that doesn't need to be there, and it's just destabilizing the system. But I haven't been able to pinpoint exactly what it had installed to be able to do, and again, without totally reformatting and going to that baloney, that malarkey, I guess, as far as just reformat and start over. I just don't want to do that. I shouldn't have to do that, but that's the direction I'm having to face, because I'm still. This is why I guess I'm streaming a little bit longer, I guess, too, to ensure, I guess, that the stream's gonna be solid. Now, I did have the stream when I streamed Friday, as far as yesterday's during Farming Friday. I did have two instances where the system almost crapped out. I mean, I pegged out at one point in both the RAM and the CPU, and it's just like, what the F is going on? It's just like, but I've even made sure it's nothing to do with Steam or anything like that as far as running in the background. It's just like, there is something installed on the system based on one of those newer games that I've installed. I don't know if it's a NASCAR Heat 4. I don't know which one it is, but one of them is causing this. So the fact that it's not doing it right now, that doesn't mean it's not going to do it again. So it's been kind of a hit or miss type of thing is all. Container them. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't know which ones I was talking about as far as NASCAR Heat 4 and that, but I just need to be able to resolve, I guess, some of these crashing issues, I guess, with Wreckfest and so on. So let's get into the race here. So yeah, this is a mod, like I said. Then you obviously saw, I guess, as far as what was going on with that. It's a very highly detailed mod, but it's very optimized, and this is exactly the same thing. So whether if it's in the form of a car mod or just elements that you're applying to the track, when you don't optimize, I guess, the model as far as like reducing the number of polys and such like that, it creates a de-optimization in the form of either a crash. The extreme is a crash to desktop, but the other thing is just drops in frames and just being super duper laggy. So let's go ahead and run another race here and try not to crash. How about that? We'll do another 20 lap event. We'll start from the back and all that good stuff and see what happens. Alright, let's go right to race. We're not going to worry about qualifying because we want to start in the back.
Drivers.
Here we go.
Drivers, start your
I'm starting shotgun on the rear of the field. So this is running the track, if I haven't made that abundantly clear. This is the latest rendition, I guess, of what Torch has been able to do. And he did apply some optimization to other models besides what I was showing him in the stream. And it's obviously helping it, let's put it that way. So this mod, the fact that it is very detailed, it's got a lot of detail to it. It's a good way to benchmark how well optimized, I guess, the track is by using this mod with it. Ooh, almost broke a little loose there. Ooh, getting a run on him. Slow it up. I never noticed that before, but they actually put a logo inside of his rookie stripe there on the 43 right ahead of me here. There's actually a logo inside that yellow, which those yellow stripes. Oh god, there's a wreck. There's a wreck. Oh god, oh god. Oh. Damn, I'm gonna need new tires now. I'm definitely gonna need new tires for after that. Flat spotted those bad boys. Uh-oh. What happened to me? What the frick happened there? I didn't. Oh, I guess it killed my car. It killed my car. Okay, so it automatically. I'm gonna restart this. I was trying to avoid that so bad. Okay, so it restart me. Well, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and restart this. That was bad. Tried to avoid it. Didn't work out too well. Yeah, so the fact that my car was so badly wrecked, it just automatically towed me to the pits. Let's try this again, huh? Oops, wrong gear. Yep.
Man, I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you.
Yeah, but what I was trying to point out there, the fact that they got a logo right inside of that, the ZL1, he's got the badging for the Camaro, ZL1. These yellow stripes mean he's a rookie, so he's not a rookie anymore, but in 2018 he was. A little side-by-side action there.
One inside, clear low.
Yeehaw, let's get it.
25.2. 3.
Uh-oh. Leaning on him.
Still up there. Still up there. Clear.
Got a little side-by-side there. Got out of shape. See if we can finish this race this time. Without wrecking out.
25.113.
Slicing and dicing.
7, 5. Clear. One outside at your door.
Oh God, no Bubba. Dang it. Oh man. Get that side by side going there.
Pit road speed 35.
Nope. No pits.
Man number 3,000
Probably should
here.
pit, but not going to. No caution for that either.
Leaders coming up.
I got a boogie.
36.872.
Ah, the leaders are coming up on me. Crap. This leader's right behind me. Oh God, I pushed so bad there. I'm gonna have to let him go.
At your door.
As much as I don't want to.
Clear. 24.250. Clear. Say hi. Clear. One inside.
Racing with the leaders though, at least.
Clear low.
Even though we are way behind.
Back.
We're basically lapped at this point.
23.806. Inside.
Way up out of the groove though, that's for sure.
Clear.
Dang it.
Inside.
Got way up in the marbles there.
One inside. Clear.
Don't want to be that high.
Inside. 24.192.
This is probably about as far as you really want to go. As far as up out of the groove. If you get any higher than that, you're going to get sucked right into the wall.
One inside.
Got a little Fender music on my car now.
Inside. Still there. 23.860. Inside.
This is actually a pretty good test, you know, we kind of get in the mix with the cars here. And really testing the track out with the mod.
Inside. At your door. Still there. At your door. Clear low. Inside. 10 to go. Next time. 10 to go.
Halfway
Next time,
there.
5 people again. At your door. Say hi. 24.58.
Yeah, this is definitely a really good test
Say hi.
of the track with this mod. That's all I can say about that.
Inside. Clear low. Inside.
Can definitely still be optimized quite a bit more though, that's for sure.
8, 4, 9, side, clear low, side, clear. Side, stay high,
Oh, someone's smoking. Someone's smoking.
23,
Who's smoking? It's on the low side there.
5, 1 inside,
Stay down there. Stay down there. Crap! No! Dang it.
outside at your door,
Son of a biscuit anyway.
caution's gonna be out, all the way to the line.
I don't know if I got into him, he got into me. Dang it. Car's still running. Son of a gun anyway. Oh, still running.
What the hell happened now?
I'll take it in the pits.
Bullshit. Might be blowing up.
Might be. I think I am.
It goes B35. Need to amend that for 3,000 second gear. Both ends of this car are fucked up. The paint card. Intern
Love
door.
my spotter.
Hold tight, Bird. Hold tight.
Love my spotter. He always keeps it real with me.
The paint card. On the front stretch here.
Ooh. Got some chin music on this car. Yep, they had to shut it off. That's not a good sign. Oh, they had to take the hood off it.
The paint card. Intern 1.
Ah, we'll just sit here and wait.
The paint card. Intern 2.
In fact, this is pretty good. You can see the detail inside the cockpit of these mod too.
The paint card. Down the back stretch.
Come on, man, get me out there. Let's go. Let's go. Let me go.
Okay, go, go, go.
There we go.
Goes B35. Need to amend that for 3,000 second gear.
I want to speed now.
Paint card. Intern 3.
It's a pretty cool view there. You can see the tires actually spinning and shit. That's pretty cool. The cars are not gonna be very aerodynamic at this point. That's for sure.
2. Minute 10.12. 0. Don't speed. Do not speed.
So no crash yet. So that's good.
3,000 second gear. The paint card on the front stretch here. Caution's out. Caution is out. Go ahead and get caught up. Yeah, flag. They pulling in.
I'm already to be in the back anyway.
We're too fast entering. We're fucking speeding.
Too fast.
We're going by a tachometer. We can't even get a good fucking read. What the fuck do they expect? If they want to, correctly gauge pit road speed, they need to get the fucking kind of that can fucking do it. It's fucking bullshit. 2010. We gotta go tail in along the line. My main pit road will be open this time. There you go, go hard. Stay behind. At 43, you gotta go to the back. 40.
I already knew that.
0.9.
As far as going to the back.
1, 7. Slow down, Junior. Got the heater fender on it.
I'm slowing down. Alright, so where are we at as far as, let me check this out. How many laps left? Only about 6 by the time we go back. Probably about 5 by the time we go back. Still under caution. Yeah, so this is still a pretty decent test, even though I'm in bad shape, I guess, as far as my car. The fact that the game is having to load in all these different levels of detail, I guess, as far as the cars and the track itself, this is actually good, pretty good.
Minute 3.797.
Remember me? I'm surprised the car is even still running after that wreck, though.
call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get them. All right, man. Pace car's in. Get ready.
Here goes nothing.
Great. 1:02.3. 1:2.
Expect the car's gonna run a little bit sour now. Oh, got another wreck.
Digging.
Another wreck.
All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line. All over the racetrack down the back stretch. Pit road's closed. Pit road's closed.
Probably gonna finish under caution now.
2 to go.
Yep, we don't have green-white checkers in here.
Go ahead.
And this is something that's still relatively old school, I guess, as far as this game.
8.
The newer games definitely would apply, I guess, a green-white checker. I always try to get at least... Oh, God. Brakes weren't working. Yeah, so it's gonna finish more than likely under caution, unfortunately. So we got how many laps left? 2 to go. Yep. So this would be white flag coming up next.
My main pit road will be open this time.
Yep. There's the white flag. Just kind of playing through it just to make sure that it's the game doesn't crash, I guess, prior to the end of it anyway.
57.435.
Two laps down. Yep. On top of doing all that, getting all that damage. Yep. And coming into the pits. Got Alex Bowman. That's the one I got into, I guess, in the 88. He blew up or whatever the heck on a backstretcher, and that's what got me in this shape that I'm in. He wrecked out, I guess, with the gearbox problem. Again. I tell you, the track is fun to drive on, I'm not going to lie. You know, the fact that I would like to be able to finish this under a green flag, that's for sure. So at least I was able to...
43.
Dang it, what are you stopping for, you dorks?
Yeah, we got to get a little bit better. 10-4, man. We'll figure it out. Appreciate everybody working hard. Keep working.
Alright, race is over.
Get to doing a little bit better next time.
All done.
We need to be a better race team overall.
Hey, let me do a burnout anyway.
Appreciate everybody's hard work.
I feel like doing a
Good
burnout.
effort on the pit crew and on the car you brought.
Boom. Alright, good enough. That'll work. I get one burnout in at least anyway. Okay. I do want to do this again though, because in fact I'm gonna do it this way just to make sure, just to kind of get a brand new race weekend here. We'll load it back up this way. I do want to finish this with the green flag. I have been able to do it before, so I want to do it again. Let's do it. Why not? This is super fun. I don't want to practice. What am I doing? I want to go right to the race. Let's go. You think I should, you know what? Let me go ahead and qualify it. I should probably get the front row at least. Anyway, let's try this. Let's go ahead and qualify this thing. Change it up here a little bit. How about that? Stomach's growling. The puma is hungry.
Two good ones. Two good ones.
Let's see where we end up here anyway.
Keep digging now. Go get him. 23.4.
If I were right in the middle of the field there. 24th. Let's make it count. Oop, drifted up out of the groove there a little bit.
Checker flag.
20th.
Checker flag right here.
So we're up mid-pack. We're in mid-pack. That's a tough field, I'm telling you. Let's go look at it here. Who got the pole? Brad Keselowski. Daniel Suarez got second. I'm in the 20th. I'm right in the thick of the beehive here. But, on the bright side, I am on the outside. That's good, being in that spot there. So I'll be on the outside. I'll have the preferred groove, actually. So let's go right to race. Let's try this business out. Oh, God.
Drivers, start your engines!
This right here, this is what is the problem. So, not only with this mod, but the fact that this shows the de-optimization in the track. As far as all these poly glitches that we see here, that's a problem. That is a problem. Yep.
Pass.
So that's probably a good tester right there. So the fact that right there, that's bad.
Man, I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front.
Now, if I try this with the
All right, man.
the 98 mod, I probably won't have that
Get
much.
ready.
I probably won't have that issue.
All lights are back on.
Let's get out of this. Yeah, that's bad. That goes to show you there's, because of this mod and the de-optimization in the track, this is what we get. So let's back out of this here. I am going to go into the 98 mod and try it with that one and see what it does. Let's back out of this. So let's go to this. Single race. I'm going to see if it does it with this one here, because I know that, like I said, that that mod that I was in there is excuse me, that's a very resource hungry mod. Let's put it again. Excuse me. Wow, where did that come from? Yowza. You get a drink. Alright, so I'm going to try at least one this time before I'll go ahead and qualify and see if I can get relatively the same result with the 98 mod and see what goes from there. Okay, let's yeah, so same amount of cars, just a different mod. So we are going to qualify. Here we go.
Two good ones. Two good ones. Keep digging now. Go get him. 23.
Ooh, we got the pole here. Pretty good in these cars, I guess.
Checker flag. Checker flag right here.
Getting 14th all night in Wreckfest. Wreckfest is a whole different animal that are as far as Unthinkable Fate. Wreckfest is a totally different animal when it comes to the physics. That's a totally different dynamic, honestly. So the fact that if you were to try to get in a game like this one here, would definitely probably prove differently as far as better than my car. Or are you talking about to Unthinkable Fate there? This game here is NASCAR Racing 2003. It's a very old sim, 17-year-old sim, and this is new content. This track has been developed by another good friend of mine. As far as Torch, he was in there earlier. He had to jet out, but yeah, between this track being a 2019 version of 50th anniversary, I'll take that back, of Dover International Speedway, and currently I've tested out with the Monster Energy mod with by Splash and Go, and now I'm in the Winston Cup 98 mod. So we're testing out different mods with the track to see how well it responds to it. So yeah, I've already qualified for this event here. I got the... Ooh, I ended up getting second. I bet. To Jeremy Mayfield. So I'm going to be on the outside. I thought I had a pole there, but I guess Mayfield inched me. He edged me on there. Okay. Good for Jeremy Mayfield. So yeah, we're going to see some old school. Let's see how this works here.
Drivers, start your engine!
So I'm starting relatively in the front. I was kind of seeing... I should have probably sandbagged it a little bit to get start in the middle. Start in the mid-pack, but we'll see how it runs with this mod in the front here. We already tried it with the being in the back, so we'll try it from the front here and see what happens. On the outside pole. Yeah, but while what happened in that previous test there with that, with the 2018 Monster Energy mod, all the polys, starting mid-pack, that's obviously what needs to be optimized on the track. As far as that's, once we optimize the track, it should run a lot smoother. Missed a shift there. Bye-bye. Got a good jump off that start. Oh, Mayfield's coming for me. Screaming around this track. I got a really good setup for this mod, that's for sure. Staying right in the groove, that's where I want to be. It's kind of the sweet spot for this track.
23.635.
Car's like on rails.
23.174.
A little more in the second lead on Mayfield, still in second. One little slip though, they could definitely get right back my back. Yeah, right back up to me. It's a mouthful.
23.437.
Oh, I'm super focused right now. Oh, gotta get out of the groove. Not too far out of the groove. As long as I stay right in the middle and don't go much higher than the middle of the track there, it's pretty good. Otherwise, if you get up too high, it'll suck you right to the wall.
3.77, 8.
Oop, pushed a little bit right there on exit. Staying right around the mid 23 second lap time. It's pretty consistent. Almost a second and a half lead on Mayfield, still in second.
23.56, 8.
Had a burp there on the exit there, kind of pushed a little bit on exit. Ooh, we got a 2-second lead. That's it. Those guys are falling off a lot faster than I am. I might have to slow down. Might be wearing myself out too quickly. I'll get a 20-lap race, so it's not going to require any pit stop. I scraped the wall there a little bit. I guess I got a really good setup for this one, this particular car.
23.899.
It's basically just the 98 Chevy Monte Carlo. In comparison to what we were running previously. Previous test was a 2018 Chevy Camaro ZL1.
24.160.
Oh god, getting out of the groove. Just a little bit. I don't want to get too much out of the groove. Keep tagging that wall in that front stretch.
0.084.
Okay, oh, got someone blowing up here.
Blowing up ahead here.
Yep, get on the apron. I'll bring the caution on. Good job. Better him than me.
24.511.
I'm staying super focused while I finish this race. I know I'm missing some out of the chat. I apologize.
23.784.
Oh god! Oh god! 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 Whoa! God! That freaking exit! Oh my goodness! Oh, that sucked. That's so bad. I pushed right off there. I was trying to overcompensate. You know, I overcorrected in that exit there because I pushed and I turned the wheel way too much. Oh man, did that hurt! That totally effed up the front end geometry. See if I can catch these guys. Last lap. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna end up having to finish 4th. Oh my god, that was so bad. Hey, I pushed it right there too. I'm pushing even worse now. Coming out of that corner. gonna try. I'm gonna try. Oh, this front end geometry is so messed up.
Checker flag. Checker flag right here.
That's all she wrote.
Tail is out. Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line.
That is all she
All the way
wrote.
to the line. Keep going, man. Real good job.
Oh man, that sucks so bad. That's pretty cool. I was giving. You were going to get into modding when Mech 5 came out. Whoops. Let me go ahead and get out of this on my side. Whew, man, that sucks so bad. I got so pushed so bad. I guess off of that one corner. Dang it! I gotta check that out. Here, let me set this up as a replay here in a second. What lap was that on? That was with one to go. Where am I at? Right here. Let's check it out. So I was on turn 2 exit. I pushed so bad. This is what I want to watch here. So you can see the little bit of puff of smoke. I think it was there, or was that just a reflection? I pushed so bad. I tried to overcorrect it right on the exit here. Yep. I got so yawed out it was not even funny. See if I can zoom in on this here. Let's try this. No, that's not a good angle. Let's try it. Got a better angle? Check this out. Oh man, I yawed out so bad. Oof. That sucked. Okay, let me back it up here a little bit further. I was doing good right up until right just before the shadow. Yep. Right before the shadow. Ooh, that sucked bad. I was able to maintain 4th though. That's pretty good. So obviously the mod works pretty good. Starting where I did there, I guess, with the track. So all right, let's get out of that. Oh man, that's a bummer. Okay, so unthinkable. You were talking about as far as Mech 5 came out. You got sidetracked going back to school. Yeah, that's understandable. I've been modding myself, I guess, here for, holy crap, I've been modding quite a bit, I guess, for this simulation as far as NASCAR Racing 2003, pretty much since the year after it came out, so since 2004. So probably for the better part of 16 years, I guess, with this, but have also divulged into such simulations as Assetto Corsa. I've tried to get into Wreckfest, I guess, a little bit as far as modding that, but it's so picky, I guess, as far as which studio programs you can use, I guess, to to apply mods to it, as far as the plugins and so on. So I haven't been able to get into that one as much, unfortunately. I think that stopped here. But yeah, so between, I guess, my two primary ones that I tend to work on with the most are NASCAR Racing 2003, a little bit of Assetto Corsa, as well as Farming Simulator 19. As far as modding it, at least, anyway. You dabble in making your own game for a bit. Maybe I'll poke it down and finish it someday. What type of game, anyway? Yeah, what type of game have you been working on? Yeah, I was doing really good. That's what stinks. So what type of games, as far as what you've been? What do you usually get into, I guess, as far as what you've been dabbling in? Oh, it was like third-person tower defense? That sounds pretty interesting. Now, what type of gaming engine were you trying to develop it in? Like Unity or the Real Engine or anything like that? Anything specific? Working tile is getting off my lawn. Also, the Unity engine, yep. So Unity Engine 4, yep. I've had a little bit of experience with using the Unity engine with my modding partners. As far as Racer James is in here, a couple my other modding partners. We have like 5 or 6 of us, I guess, in the modding group. I guess as far as we dabble with a lot of stuff. Our mainstays, I guess, so far have been, with like Farming Simulator 19 and Enter 2003 here that I just tested out. So yeah, the fact that we have tried out even creating our own games, I guess, if you will, as far as to use all these little different pieces that we know from other games and be able to try and do better, I guess, is what some of these other game developers are doing with like such games as NASCAR Heat. Because to be perfectly honest, as I've mentioned before, and I speak for my partners, my modding partners, as far as like what they did with NASCAR Heat 5, they totally wrecked it. It's garbage. They tried to pretty it up, I guess, with new graphics as far as new car skins, I guess, to relate to the season and stuff like that, but that's about it. Beyond that, it's just total so broken. You were doing weekly update videos? Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll be yeah, definitely shoot me a are you in my Discord? I guess like that. I guess you can always shoot me a whisper or anything like that too. But if the bot hasn't put it out there, I've got my social links. Got the Rock Nation Discord. We got our Spline Design Studios, our modding group, Facebook group page. We kind of use that as our forums for our website, as well as my Twitter. So yeah, always interested to see, I guess, what other people are working on. In some cases, I've shared information, I guess, just like that. As far as like sometimes we even have some insight in some of those things, if not myself, but some of my other modding partners. So you're in the same Discord? Are you in my Discord already? I wasn't sure if you were or not. Oh, you're in Zam's Discord. Gotcha. I read that wrong. Gotcha. Cool. Well, let's see what else I got going here. So I got several things going on here. So yeah, I was working on the texture for that model for Torch. So this is pretty much all what he's done. And this is a pretty beefy texture, to be honest. And it could probably be toned down, as I was telling him. It's not bad, I mean, but for that simulation, it's probably a little bit much, is all. There's still plenty of room to be able to apply what we need to, I guess, over here to make the 3D, to make the aspects that we need that are just transparent, as opposed to being all 3D modeled. Just join mine, cool. Yeah, so I do post on the regular, at least I try to, as far as things I'm going on. So like, if I do finish up, I guess, this model for Torch, to kind of give him something to go on as far as what direction he could go with what he needs to do to his track. It's entirely his build. As far as that track that I just raced on, that's been his thing. He's been trying to throw everything to include the kitchen sink at it to see if it'll stick. So far, what we've tested there, you can see, depending on what type of mod you run in the sim with the track, does necessarily create problems, and that's those problems are what he wants. He's chimed in with us as far as Spline Design Studios, myself, James, and everybody else, part of the modding group, as far as to try and critique it and see where things can be optimized more, is all. But I'd give him a lot of credit, I guess, as far as him being, trying to keep the streak going, I guess, as far as adding new content to a really aging sim, and trying to keep it going. I mean, it's a testament, I guess, to the will, I guess, of people that really want to have that fresh content, I guess, for an old sim like that. And primarily the reason with these other developers that are coming out with sims that are just broken. They're just not very well put together, and the fact that they're not giving all the things that us end users want in a game, it just creates more reason, I guess, for it to stick with what we like. We've liked this game, this simulation, for so long. We just keep applying new stuff to it. You sent your last update, did? It's a playlist of 5. See the progression over 2 months. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely feel. I will definitely be. I'll check that out there. I really need to get some food in me. I haven't streamed here way longer, I guess, than I usually do. I guess on Spline Design Studios Saturday. Brain is getting a little bit fried. and I always like to take that. I need to listen to my brain. It's like it probably needs food, and its stomach's been growling here for the last hour or so. So as much as I hate to have to do that, I do need to bring this thing to an end. I will be working on some things, and like I said, I will be posting as I fix what I need to fix on Torch's model here. I got this all on here. I'll be getting back into that. I'll be posting the progress, I guess, of that both on the Spline Design Studios Facebook group page and as well as Discord, just to kind of keep everybody in touch with what's going on. Absolutely, you all do too if you want to. Let's see. I think what I'm gonna end up doing is just do what I consider, I guess, to be a soft raid, and just get off of here because my stomach is killing me. My head's starting to pound. I need to get some food in me. I'm surprised I've been able to last this long without food. I haven't eaten again since early this morning, so that's probably a good reason why. I got to listen to it in my body. So what I like to do on here is considered a soft raid. So if you would like to, feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream. I'm gonna get off of here, and I hope to see you all again soon. The next time I will be streaming is on Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday, so do feel free to stick around for that. If you've already followed the channel, you're much better. You'll be able to get the notifications when the stream goes live. I already posted in the chat, I guess, as far as the social media links, as far as the Twitter, Spline Design Studios Facebook group page, and the Rock Nation Discord. I do post there on the regular. I used to try to keep everybody informed of what's going on in between the streams. So with all that being said, I'm gonna get some food. You all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I will hopefully see you real soon. Bye for now.